like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step, still hanging in the balance. Not the life I want to live, I want to take it all. Standing tall, fear I weighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. cuck.
Oh shit! Hi, it's me! I'm bringing it back with a capital B, I'm Barry! Built for tough, taking over the world just ain't enough. I gotta go fast, be fast, rise and grind. Better be there, be square, buff and shine, yo!
If you're gonna hit me, you had better hit me hard. We hit the auto, gotti gelato. Put it on auto, talking gotti gelato. Mixed up outro just to spend the upending mulatto. We hit the auto, gotti gelato.
Back again after I went to work. If you can't tell, I make the beats that make the bitches twerk. I go blow to blow, I go toe to toe. While you're seeing red, I see indigo. You take two to the chest and one to the nose. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Yeah, we'll see how it goes, bro.
Think I need a couple hoes, they say the more the merry. I know I never do those drugs, but right now I'm with Barry. And I'm very well aware I shouldn't fuck her if she married. But life is just a dream, so I'ma fuck her like a fairy. And I spin that shit like right around, no ring around the rosy. Ain't no way she scream my name, I bet her neighbors fucking know me. All these drugs inside my system, tell the police fucking blow me. And the way we ran this shit, you think he's Shaq and I was Kobe, but shut up and listen, I don't wanna talk. Me and the money, we tying a knot. I keep on telling these bitches I'm never gonna leave them. I guess I'll be lying a lot. Tell me the shit that you do for the plot. Me and that hoe, we been through it a lot. I keep on smoking on something that's sticky, ain't never gonna stop.
We hit the lotto with the gotti gelato. Put it on auto, talking gotti gelato. Mixed up that outro just to spend the upending mulatto. We hit the auto, gotti gelato.
Did that go? Did that record?
Yo. Gamers. Oh shoot, I forgot my thing. Hold on. Watch it. What's good? And I should have done this too. We're gonna do this, but we're gonna slow it down. Normal. Sickening. Cool. So I was watching Chud's stream. I was trying to get through it all, dude. It's just so much fucking shit. I don't even know what that is. Nope, that's not what the fuck, dude.
That's not all that retarded. Oh my god. You commentary sweepers are so annoying, bro. This is obviously dumb. This is off. When did the original video come out?
Got my eye.
Hopefully some big names talk about it. I have a feeling they won't. Don't totally blame them, but it'd be good to get some support from large creators. Oh my god. Thomas is being a total marketer, man. I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, dude, I can't remember when the original video came out, the exact date of it. But I mean, come on, man. This is obvious.
Alright. Don't care. Let's see what we got here. We got 2 people watching. Oh shoot, I was doing something and I forgot. Whoops. Whoopsie daisy me. I gotta pick the wrong one. I always forget that I have to select the right one. There she is. I can make her bigger now. Actually, I might put my candy cam back up. What did I just do? My candy cam will probably still come back up. I just have to set it up. Because I wasn't sure I was going to do it. And this little fucking fly. I'm gonna fucking kill it, dude. It's driving me nuts. It's been in here. It like just flies right here. Like in this corner. And it drives me fucking nuts. It's just like the tiniest little thing. I just need to get one of those little traps or some shit. It's just, it bugs me the fuck. Dude, I had this rescue mission to catch a bug yesterday at work. It was crazy. Me and my coworker were like, do you hear buzzing? And I was like, yeah. And she was like, dude, it's making me fucking itchy. And I was like, well, let me see. Like, I could hear it too. And so they thought it was behind the shelves that were behind her desk. And she handed me like a ruler, like a yardstick. And then I just kind of like whacked it behind. And then it was behind the painting that was up behind the wall. And it scared the hell out of us. So, like, we got it out. That's the important part. It just took a fucking minute, dude. Oh wait, actually, I don't want that to block who you're watching. That'd be shitty. We'll put it a little bit lower. We'll put it right there. I don't think you can really see it anyways. Working. What? But yeah, it was an episode. What else is going on in this?
About it. But you're a weird spurg and he doesn't want to fucking back you up, okay? In fact, sure, I'll say that point first of all. And secondly, right, Moist Critical has made his own bed for this. Do you know why? Because he's one of the fucking idiots that supported Mama Max's other retarded crusades. So he's kind of made a rod for his own back here. Yeah, unlucky. You shouldn't have supported his deranged shit, should you, you fucking idiot? But anyway.
Okay. Let's watch, Alright, so let's do, I'll call it a warm-up. Let me turn this shit down. Oh, it is down. That's good. Hold on, let's try to do this. Nope, nothing. That sucks. Can I do this? Hold on. There we go. I turned it down the back way. I gotta find my other headphones. I think they're in my bed, but my bed's all messed up right now. So let me go to my newsroom. Next stream is this. Alright, are we ready? Alright, so this is Chud reacting. Says just shut up and get in the $3,000 inflatable kink suit. This is fucking hilarious. I'm so excited for this. Wait, hold on. Wait, why can't I hear it? Huh?
The breathing! You can hear.
Oh, is he muted? Wait, why is it doing that?
The breathing! You can hear the breathing as well.
Weird.
The waddle.
Wait, what? Is it just me? And I was just like, wait, is this on? Some audio muted for copyright at the start. I think a 45-year-old purple... What does it say? Some audio muted for copyright at the start, but I think a 45-year-old dancing in a purple dragon inflatable is still funny enough, so enjoy as is. Bro, for real. Comment. Alright. Okay, so it's not just us, it was them. Okay, let me get... I have so many things open right now. Hold on. And close that. Let me do this. So I can see your guys in the chat. Oh, my candy cam. Oh, yeah. I'll get it as soon as I get my life together here. Give me a minute. This I'll have up just in case I need it. This I'll put down. Cool.
The breathing is perfect.
Like the two businesses that I have, Candy Coated and Make It Kinky. Well,
Oh my god. Trump Tower's like, no, my inflatable leopard suit is going to be an extra $500. No. Yeah, I've not checked in on Candy Coated Squeaks for a while. But Candy Coated Squeaks is probably one of my finest moments, to be honest. Have they done any updates recently? Maybe we're going to have a bit of fun with that.
Bro. What?
Okay. There we go. Dude, when I went to see this like accountant, right? Obviously they were asking me about my business and stuff and what I do. And I explained like what the basic premise was. He was like, so what is it you talk about exactly? And I was like, oh, you know, just like internet drama stuff and things like that. And I kind of showed him a recent video that was like, what was it? I can't remember what it was. Just something that wasn't completely crazy, basically. And I'm just thinking now, imagine if instead of doing that and showing him, I just showed him the Candy Coated Squeaks video. Could you imagine? What is it you talk about online? Well, this is probably an example of my finest work. And it's the Candy Coated Squeak shit.
Bro. He goes gaming.
Just his eyes. A horrified eye. What? Just like, what? Like, not even understanding what he's looking at. He's like an old guy. He was telling me he started his business in the 90s and shit. He was like an old dude. He had no fucking clue about any of this online shit, bro.
What am I watching? This is Chud's video about just shut up and get in the $3,000 inflatable kink suit. So that's what we're watching. I don't know if you've watched any of the other content of when Chud covers the inflatable suits, but it's fucking wild. It's some of my favorite content, honestly. But yeah.
Okay. What is this? This Candy Coated Squeaks. So I'll just explain it for those of you who don't understand what's going on. We found out about this channel completely randomly because a little while ago, this guy that runs this channel released a video talking about how a friend of his got trapped in one of these suits and died. And it was honestly probably one of the funniest things I've ever watched and talked about on stream. It was incredible. And this is like a fetish channel essentially. And the fetish is you get in these big blow up like latex suits and you rub about, you know, on yourself, on others, on other inflatables, and there's some sort of like perverse arousal that presumably you're getting from all squeaking, essentially. Hence, Candy Coated Squeaks is all squeaking and you know, you're getting something out of that. So there's basically like lots of videos like this where it's just kind of like hilarious and bizarre squeaking about stuff like this as well. Oh. Is he putting some music on? Is he gonna put some music on? Damn, very atmospheric, very cinematic. Okay. Lovely.
Oh, this is when the music's playing. Hold on. Let me find some music that we could do with this. What's some like music that we could play that I can't like get coded for? Ooh, I don't know. Oh, here. I got something. Oh, what if I play this one?
That's criminal.
Musical.
She drugs me.
Now, very atmospheric, very cinematic.
She drugs me. She drugs me.
Lovely.
She drugs me. She drugs me. She drugs me. She drugs me. She drugs me to keep me around.
Bro, not the blessed in the corner on the mirror. It's hilarious. Okay, when does audio come back on?
We're selling a one-of-a-kind single-layer prototype snow leopard suit. Wow. Look at that thing. Look at the way it's standing in it. Oh. The breathing. You can hear the breathing as well. The waddle, the breathing is perfect. Getting on that hippo. Dude, he's loving it. Having a great time. Having a wonderful time. Anyway, I do, however, have some more serious news that I've just spotted in relation to this channel. Okay? Now, I have been looking and monitoring my my stocks, my little stock portfolio that I've got. You know, chipping away there. Obviously saw Trump's tariff come into effect and had quite a negative impact on it. And I thought I was badly affected. Well, it gets worse, apparently. Would you believe that this guy is also struggling? How tariffs are causing small US businesses like ours to go bankrupt. Bro, Candy Coated Squeaks is fucking in trouble because of the tariffs. Bro, this is what Trump's tariffs... Someone let the White House know that this guy's on the ropes right now. Maybe he might reverse them.
So I wanted to tell everybody what's going on with the tariffs right now and how it's destroying small businesses. Like the two businesses that I have, Candy Coated and Make It Kinky. Well,
Make It Kinky, oh my god, dude. Right. Guys, got some bad news. Make It Kinky. It's on the fucking downturn because of the tariffs. Someone help me. Trump, save me.
We place orders for these things to be made from factories in China. They're contract manufacturers.
Oh, that's going to get you.
We've looked at other places for manufacturing. China is the only feasible location for making the soft vinyl inflatables and clothing that we sell. There aren't any places in the United States that make the type of vinyl.
I tell you what, if you're a MAGA person watching this, right, surely you got to see now this honest to God, right, doer, American business owner, right, is getting fucked over by this stuff. Make Trump pull the tariffs back now. This is terrible. Come on. You're the guys that can make it happen. MAGA needs to speak up about this. Keep It Kinky is going to go under unless MAGA speaks up and gets Trump to reverse these China tariffs. Trump, save us. Save us, Trump.
Material that we use. So there is really no other choice but to go where it is manufactured. We could potentially buy the raw material and have it shipped over, but then the raw material would get tariffed. And the shipping is very expensive. It's very heavy material. But the problem is that
Bro, US made just doesn't have the same squeak. The Chinese have got the squeak absolutely nailed, unfortunately.
No places in the United States that do the RF welding for this type of vinyl, especially for the inflatable suits that we make. They take very intricate hand welding of very small sections, and it takes very skilled crafters that have been doing this for at least 20 years. The factories tell us, only people that have been doing it for about 20 years can even work on that kind of, stuff. So,
okay, we're having a laugh here, but this is actually a serious point to be made. In China, they have got high specialization for producing certain types of materials.
Okay, that's wonderful.
That just isn't
But how
matched
do
in
I make
America
money
at the moment.
off depressed people?
Right? It's such a crazy thing. This is about fucking kinkware, but this is an actual issue, and that like the Tim Cook was speaking about this, and the reason that like they tried to switch some manufacturing to India, and initially at least they struggled because the Indians just were not as efficient and capable of constructing the devices because China has worked so hard to develop the ability to produce this shit. So what he's saying is actually like got a point.
Even if we could start a factory today, you're not going to have that skill level unless you bring those people over from China. But those machines cost.
What was the question, Ghost Gaming? You said, wait, do you have to put air inside of it? Yes. It's an inflatable. So, like, as the best way to think about it, sorry, I dropped my lid and I have no idea where it is. That's obnoxious. Anyways, so, like, when you're at a pool and you inflate, like, I don't know, the best thing I could think of is, like, a pool pizza. And you inflate it. Now imagine it's inflated, but it's like an animal, like the ones that like kind of people ride on or whatever. And then instead of like having it, like you're like on top of it, you're in it. But yeah, it's inflated. Don't ask me how they breathe. I think there's a whole other step to that.
At least
that's also kind of part of the kink, which is also why the guy died.
80 grand for one of those machines. So you can kind of see that, if you had an entire factory made up of these machines, it would be well into the millions of dollars. And the amazing thing is, we have shopped around in the US for one of these welding machines. There are no factories in the US that make the RF welders. So you would actually have to build a factory to make the RF welders before you could even build the factory that uses them. So really the problem isn't going to be fixed. We're basically going to be forced into having to charge higher prices.
No!
We had several different orders already in the works. Some of these builds take 6 months. And the crazy thing is that when the...
Some fucking fetish inflatable gooner sat there waiting for his order, sees the Trump tariffs like, no, my inflatable leopard suit is going to be an extra $500, no. Oh my God, unbelievable.
Tariffs were imposed, there was no grace period. So we had no idea that these tariffs were going to come about.
Dude, this isn't the kind of inflation I was hoping for.
And especially to the degree that they have, they keep increasing. So stupid, we have no idea what to expect. And they're already, one of the orders is already on the seat. So like it's going to be here. There's nothing we can do about it. And the way that we do business is we pre-order a lot of these big projects. We say, hey, we're going to build this inflatable werewolf suit, for example. And we say, okay, if you want to buy one, it's this price. Well, we base our pricing on the current market. We agree on a price with the factory, and we know what it's going to take to ship it. We know what the current tariff is. And we say, okay, this is your price. The customer goes ahead and buys it. And, suddenly we've got this, $50,000 order that we've placed, and it's being manufactured. We have a commitment. We've got, an agreement with the factory to do it, a contract. And then it gets shipped and it's on its way, and then all of a sudden we're getting jerked around with all these different tariffs and there's no grace period. So even if we canceled all the orders with people and just said, deny the shipment, we're not going to accept it, number one, we would get hit with warehouse storage until we could figure something else. We'd have some fees there.
These suits are pretty fucking big, even when they're not inflated. So you got to find somewhere to put those bad boys, and that's just straight up extra costs you don't need. Damn. I really feel this. I really feel this guy's pain.
We've already paid the factory, and then if we have to pay, refund the customers, that's going to be a lot more money. There's really no way out of it. So you can kind of see how businesses like ours are getting screwed. For example, if we have an order that we've placed that's $50,000, well, it's fairly easy,
Hannah, I appreciate that you're recommending things this guy can do to fix this issue, but he's kind of busy. Do you know how long it takes to get in one of those fucking suits? You think he's got time to fill out your forms? That's fucking 2 hours straight away, inflating and getting into the suit, let alone getting out of it.
It was 104%. Now it's 125%. So at 104, that was 50 grand, a little over 50 grand, 50. But now it's even higher.
So this is what they meant by sonic inflation.
Indeed. Yes. Thank you, Ollie, for the super chats.
And who knows, what it's going to get up to. So you can see, we don't have that kind of money. We're a small business. I really have no idea what we're going to do. We're in a bind here. We keep calling our senators and state representatives, telling them, what's going on.
By the way, also, this it's funny to think about, right? And this guy's got bigger problems.
Okay, let me
literally.
See. Hold on. Okay, here we go. How do I find... Wait, I need this one. Exit full screen. There we go. Candy coated squeaks. Is that what it says? I swear to God, if this starts ending up in my fucking algo, I'm gonna hate all of you. Candy coated US. Oh, excuse me. Let's see. Wait, what? So confused. candycoatedus.com, I think. $1,000 for the dog suit. Animals. Hold on. Wolf suit, $1,000. You could have at least steamed the blanket in the background. Triceratops suit, made to order, is $1,346. Body type. Let me just say I'm a big bitch. Okay. Regrettably, due to tariffs, you may be required to pay an extra fee. Wait, what do you mean? I did select it. Okay. $2,000 if I'm a big bitch. There you go. I did the digging. Hi Magic. Hi C Dizzy. I probably watch that video next. I just needed to chill for a second, and then I'm gonna get my shit set up too. Damn, they came out of your soul. For real. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna close that.
Anyway, come on. It is actually like gonna, you know, not in any way that I can't do this anymore. So don't worry, guys. I'm still gonna be streaming and whatnot. But yeah, I generally benefit from a stronger dollar. I mean, it's difficult to know exactly. You know, basically, a stronger dollar means that I end up earning more income essentially. And the weaker the dollar gets, the less I initially get paid because of the. I think that's the way it works. Because of the overseas. What's it called? What's it called? The exchange rate. The fucking exchange rate. The exchange rate. So you know, I end up with more pounds the stronger the dollar is. I think that's how it works, isn't it? Anyway, in any case, yeah, I'm gonna start importing. I'm gonna have to stop importing drama from China. Yes, we have to make it homegrown. No, I don't think they're taking 10% off super chats, as far as I understand it. But it's just that the shifting in the exchange rate can impact how much I get paid by the companies. You know, so it's, you know, normally it sits at about the pound to the dollar. There's 80 pence. There's normally about 80 pence in the dollar at the moment. And when it goes down at the moment, it's like 75 pence in the dollar, and I get paid less.
Okay, Chad, who cares?
It's not really that much about the fact that
because you know, you're supposed to go to bat for us, for, you know, people that run small businesses, and I have no idea what we're gonna do. About the only thing I can think of is we shut down, we file for bankruptcy. I don't know. We've got all these customers that want their stuff. Yeah, I have no idea. This is a real problem. Not just our business, but you look at like the electronics industry, for example. Even if it's assembled in the United States, all of the parts, all of the components, the circuit boards, things like that all come from China. So you're still going to have, you know, everything's going to get increased in price. And then anybody that's like us, that's kind of small, that can't just all of a sudden fork over $50,000 for something.
the market is officially deflated.
So we're getting just absolutely screwed. The only thing that we can do is we can get on the phone with our state senators and representatives and ask them, hey, you know, what are we going to do about this? You were basically...
Right, Senator. Oh my God, dude. Oh my God, dude. Could you imagine? Wait a second, dude. Bro, could you imagine? Dude. Wait. Is this the right one? I'm trying to find the right one. Hello? Yes, hello. This is yeah, I'm calling from Candy Coated Squeaks. Don't worry about the noise, it's fine. I'm just getting a bit inflated. Don't worry about that, okay? Yeah, I need to talk to you about these tariffs. My small business, Candy Coated Squeaks, and Keep the Kink, or whatever the fuck it's called. Yes, tariffs hit me pretty hard right now, and I'm going to go bankrupt. I want to know what you are going to do about it. What are you going to do to speak up for my rights as a small business owner? Getting crushed by these tariffs. Oh, come on. Let's stop being silly.
Destroying all of the small businesses in the U.S. because they can't afford to continue to operate. And
we're getting popped by these tariffs.
They have to pay these tariffs, especially with things that take 6 months. You know, a lot of big projects take a long time, and you had no grace period. So we need to put pressure on them to try to go and make a change. So there is a bill on the floor right now.
Just a reminder, like the stream, share it with all your friends. We will be doing the iDUBBBZ thing next. Also, if anybody has a link to the iDUBBBZ video and send it to me, that'd be cool. Otherwise, I'll just fucking look for it. I'm just lazy.
Bro, that's it, isn't it? The way you put pressure on them is you get suited and booted in your Candy Coated Squeaks fetish gear, And you get to Washington. Mr. Squeaks goes to Washington. That's what we need. Get to Washington. Do a fucking protest in the Senate or whatever. Get in there with your suits. You take up a lot of room. You'd be impossible to miss. Get in there. That's the way you do it.
That if we can push the representatives to vote on, will remove the power of creating these tariffs from the president and give it back over to Congress, which is where it was until Congress handed it over to the president. So I think that would be a step in the right direction. And the other thing is, well, what are the states going to do to help the businesses? I mean, we're kind of in a huge bind right now. Are you going to
That's the way you want it to be, isn't it?
Grant money to help cover this? Because we don't know where we're going to get.
Give us the grant money for... We got 50 leopard suits on order. Give us some grant money or we're going to go bankrupt. This is absurd.
I need you to get on the phone daily, if you must, and call your representatives and senators and ask them to please make changes to this. We need to remove these tariffs. We need to remove the ability for the president to keep jacking
Mr. President, please.
In the first place. It shouldn't just be up to one person to make these decisions. This should be something that lots of people agree on, because I can tell you right now that the people that are running businesses don't agree with this. I think that a lot of people thought that tariffs were something that were going to be taxed to the foreign countries. No, it is us. It's us business owners that are paying these tariffs. And guess what? It's going to make us go out of business. It's going to make our prices go up. So basically, the customers are going to be paying this, the consumers. That is a tax for every American, and you're going to see prices go up like crazy.
Mr. President, your meeting with the Kandi Squeak Coalition is in 15 minutes.
Easy because of this. It is not a tax.
Please make it happen, please.
It's a great idea to try to bring some manufacturing back to the U.S. We don't disagree with that. The way they're going about doing it is not working. It is terrible. It is destroying
Bro, January 6th with 1,000 of these guys in their suits. Yes, now we're talking.
Businesses like our own, and it is making pricing to all the consumers go sky high. Thank you so much for everything that you have done to support us, and thank you so much for everything that you
Mr. President, we're trying to shoot them, but all we're doing is deflating their suits. They keep coming. There's too many of them. Our bullets are bouncing off of their fully inflated suits.
Continue to help us.
Why is it so good? Oh my god, bro. How did I find this guy? By the thing I said. The fucking, what do you call it? It was the, you know, his mate died. His mate was in one of those shoots and he died, and it was very funny to watch. Oh my god, dude. Okay, whoa, dude, he's scrolling his website. We don't want to be looking at that. That's too much, man.
Bro.
Imagine this barreling down. Imagine this climbing through a broken window. Climbing through a broken window in the fucking Senate building. Get back, get back. Oh, man. Oh, my goodness. Good lord. Whoever said Candy Coated Squeaks, you're a genius. Well done. That was actually a banging segment. I'm very pleased with that. That is an easy second channel segment right there. Hilarious. Bro, I love shit like this. This is the you know, the top tier content, isn't it? This is the best stuff you find. Just stupid, ridiculous, funny shit.
Ooh, let's do 150. There we go.
Insane that he actually gives a more thought out and reasonable argument than any leftist I've heard speaking about the tariffs.
They're
The left
so
need to
real.
get on this guy's fucking playbook, clearly.
And here to here. Here to here. I need to like do a tape area. But this is about where it's at, right? We're good?
Absolutely. But there we go, guys. That was good. Good stuff.
Wait, up,
Well done, guys.
up.
Really good. It just goes back to that. You can...
Okay, we're about here.
Oh my god, it's too good, man. The problem is I've watched so much of this stuff already. It's too
This looks like a balloon fetish. Where have you been? Yes, it's a balloon fetish.
good.
That's why it's fucking funny.
If you haven't watched it, I would, you know.
You know, do what you want to do in the comfort of your own home. My rule is, as long as you're not hurting kids or animals, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Okay, I don't care. That's your own fucking business.
If I do say so myself, you should really go back and watch my video about this.
Dude, it's actually a really good video. And also, if you're watching or just tuning in, please like and share the stream. I will be doing the iDUBBBZ video in 2.5 seconds. I'm just finishing setting up my stuff right here, and then we're gonna be on our merry way.
It honestly is just so good.
So good.
It is probably like one of my favorite segments I've ever done. Dude. Oh, it's got like 11k views as well. That's good. For a second channel so, and that's pretty decent. Bro, it was a year ago. It was that long ago. Sorry, you're missing the good stuff. You're missing the best. Oh my god, dude. What the fuck? What's this one? Just all you can hear is squeaks. Muffled screams and squeaks. Oh, it's another guy dying. It's so good, dude. It's so good. Bro, did a little callback to that earlier. Banging. Perfect. Bro, Ash. Twitch subs, bits, memberships.
It literally says there too, latex suit maker dies doing gay drugs in rubber suit. Community grieves. I don't know how DK does it, but he does such a good job every time. Oh my god. But yes, it's definitely a fetish thing, you can imagine. It's so fucking funny, dude. Alright. How much longer
Super
is
chat.
this?
Dude. Honestly, I'm blown away. I'm blown up. I'm blown up like one of that fella's suits when I watch stuff like that back. Oh, man. Makes you feel alive. Makes you feel alive, guys. But go, if you've not seen it, or even if you have, go and watch that. I'm going to watch it after stream. Myself. I'm going to watch my... that is the one... There's, you know... A lot of stuff, there's not really much value in it, for me personally, watching it back. Because it's like, I've said it. And there might be the odd moment where it's like, you know... But normally, it's like, okay, well, I've said it. And it's like my takes and stuff. But that's the kind of segment that I can watch back of myself and actually laugh at it, you know? Oh. Yeah. Great stuff. Oh, man. Great stuff. The Sam Smith vid, that was good as well, yeah. What are you going to do about the fetish tariffs? Oh, man. Dude. That's the kind of shit we need right now.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
Didn't you send this to Mumsy?
I think I might have done actually at the time, yeah. I might well have done. Oh man, dude, it makes me feel filled with joy. Stuff like that. I love it.
Alright, so that was fun. That gave me enough time to get my stuff together for now. If you guys have color combos or anything you want me to do, I will do them. Let me see. Boop, 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 boop. Dude, why is my computer running so slow? Okay, here we go. So, this is what we're watching. Enough of the inflatable suit stuff. Okay. So this is what we're gonna watch. I guess it just came out literally 58 minutes ago. If you weren't around, TLDR, October 7th, a bunch of things happened to Jews and Palestinians, and it's a whole mess of details that, quite frankly, I don't have the knowledge or anything to invest in. So, that being said, I have been roughly following the iDUBBBZ situation. Well, the H3 Hassan thing. I don't really have any team on any of it. I think all these people are insane and whatever. I don't really care either way. Besides that, you have Hassan being Hassan, H3 being H3. They finally, after a year and a half of the Israel-Palestine conflict, decided to have a conversation. After H3 talked to Sam Cedar, which we watched on my stream the other day. Kind of boring, whatever. Black and green, I'll do that next. Light green or just the... You can kind of do... You can make it work. I got black and greens. Even got green smileys. And, what else? So, yeah. Sam Hyde broke Ian, and he came back and made a content cop, pretty much being like, I'm friends with Hassan, fuck you, Ethan, and I watched Destiny. No, not really. The last, like, stuff I watched on Destiny is, like, when all this stuff happened with, what was that girl? The girl that was, like, touched Adriana Lee and stuff, and all the OTK shit. That's, like, the last time I've really, like, watched, Destiny. But, besides that, H3 and Hassan had their conversation, and now iDUBBBZ, in response to Content Comp, is doing a content deputy, so he, like, literally less than 24 hours digested this whole conversation between him and Hassan, and now we're here, so let's see what it is. Oh!
Hello everyone, welcome back to
Another thing is, Harley Morenstein, who was, like, the headliner, or whatever you want to call it, the main event for, Creator Clash dropped out, and Lena, who was one of the fights who works for H3, also dropped out. So, maybe this is his response? I don't know, I'm not sure, so we'll find out.
another episode of Content Deputy. Now, normally in a Content Deputy, I would dance around in my cop outfit in the woods, but this video isn't going to have any of that fanfare. We're just going to get straight into it. I was hoping that if I made a video about Ethan, he would act like an adult and he would keep the attacks directed at me and Anissa. Unfortunately, I was wrong in thinking that, because Ethan, in a desperate attempt to attack and smear Anissa and I, he started attacking our charity event.
I don't know if you know this, but the last year they lost $250,000. To be charitable, you actually have to give money to charity, Hassan. You have to give money to be charity. It's like a slush fund for them.
Ethan and Hila are well aware that we raised $1.3 million for charity the first year of Creator Clash. The second year we operated at a loss, and I take full responsibility for that.
So...
we did band together. The community and the fighters involved ended up raising $175,000 for charity. It's been really disheartening to see how often Ethan will attack Creator Clash through us, or attack us through Creator Clash.
Ian and Anissa, masters of putting on an event.
Is he serious right now? Is he being serious right now? He's literally gonna put all of this on Ethan as to why all of this is, like, going downhill. He is serious, huh? Is this happening? Okay. If you guys notice something I don't notice because I'm making candy and I'm multitasking, let me know. But is he actually serious right now?
He's reposting random troll accounts that are very easy to vet. If you click on this profile, it has a bunch of Sam Hyde adjacent posts, and it just hates Anissa and I.
No way. Did you know that Sam Hyde is the devil? Did you know that Sam Hyde is bad? Bad Sam Hyde. Bad Sam Hyde bad. Okay.
Come on, dude. You're one step away from calling me a...
Wait, hold on. Hold on. I need a refund. Please stop ignoring my emails. That's actually funny. That's just hilarious. Perhaps due to finding out that you're a iDUBBBZ, please ditch that hoe for a man your own sake. For your own sake. When are you dropping the Sam Hyde interview? Can't wait. November 3rd, 2024. That's so funny, dude. Go back to Mexico, please. Thank you. That's the Daniel. That's actually a joke. That's actually... No way. So for those of you that don't know, Daniel was a contestant on season 1 of Fish Tank. So let's just say he is a Sam Hyde fan. He's just trolling. This is just
adjacent
funny.
Posts, and it just hates Anissa and I.
Wait, what did he
He's
say?
He's reposting random troll accounts that are very easy to vet. If you click on this profile, it has a bunch of Sam Hyde adjacent posts, and it
Sam Hyde adjacent posts is crazy.
Just hates Anissa and I. Come on, dude. You're one step away from calling me a cuck. Just take the plunge. He's highlighting this post.
Well.
That equates Creator Clash to a crypto rug pull. He's saying the event is going to be worse than TanaCon. Can't wait for them to blame us for their failed event.
That's just funny.
Don't worry, Hila. I'm not going to blame you guys for anything Creator Clash related. I know you're terrified of taking accountability for anything, so that will rest solely on my shoulders. But I can't speak for the internet. The internet might actually blame you guys for it. Now, with this recent revelation that people...
Actual way, dude. There's no actual way. I don't... Is this really happening? I might not say it, but the internet might say it, so it must be true. Oh my god.
People are just going to use Creator Clash to attack Anissa and I. Anissa and I have decided to step away from Creator Clash. We have relinquished control to our business partners who ran the previous 2 events. They're very...
What? So he did sell the project?
Capable. They know exactly what they're doing. They run events on a regular basis. The event is still happening. Anissa and I just don't have any financial ties. We don't have any ownership. We are, you know, I think just going to be known as the founders of the event. Yeah, I mean, I think it had to come to this eventually. I can't keep my mouth shut. I can't, I mean, I can. I just didn't want to. I want to be frank. I want to be...
Okay. Okay. Okay, buddy. Tony One Leg said, all I'm gonna say is that an 8-year friendship was ruined over Israel versus Palestine is regarded. Yeah. I wouldn't even say so much that as much as it's just hilarious. Like, this is just hilarious. Also, can you see what I'm doing? Sorry, is this better? No, that's just wide it out. Sorry if my camera is kind of blurry. I don't know why it's like that. You can kind of see what I'm doing. Hold on. There you go. Wait, there you go. Wait, hold on. Let me just do this and then push it down. There you go.
Be honest. I was very quiet during the second Creator Clash because I was afraid of how that would impact other people. This year I said I'm going to do something different. I'm going to fight back if someone's trying to attack me. So that's what I did. And now I've realized, like, I can't really have my cake and eat it too. It's either you're going to talk shit like a foul beast on the internet, or you're going to have a charity event.
Wait,
you know?
now you realize this? Okay, so walking away from the event, even now at this point, if it's like, let's say it fails, it's still your responsibility for opening up your mouth before all this like happened. And in the future, if it like continues, like that's one thing by the programmers, whatever. But like, it's still your responsibility that it failed, like because you decided to open your mouth, which is like okay in theory, but also like it's still your fault if it fails, like because you decided to make such a huge jump. So you relinquishing like that responsibility on somebody else is still like your cross to burden because like you decided to be a dumbass and open your mouth. Right? Is anybody else with me?
No, it really can't be both. I'm very proud of the event that we made with Creator Clash. It's still happening, June 28th. I'm just not going to be involved in it. Please, for the love of God, support this event. You know, I feel like in some ways I'm like cutting off an arm.
Please, I'm begging you. Please make it not fail. I'm not involved, so it's okay. It's all kosher, guys. Or not kosher, because that's... But it's kosher, like, it's fine. You know, how do I say that? How do I... You know, it's not that, you know, it's not that I can keep my mouth shut. I just didn't want to keep my mouth. Okay, buddy.
So that I could escape the bear trap.
No, I rather give the charity than support your fucking trash event. Yeah. Like, I'll go on a walk for Alzheimer's or some shit rather than, like, entertain this bullshit. For sure.
And so I can fight. Well, that's a bad analogy. You guys get it. We've already told all the fighters, and it seems like most people understand that this is the best move. If the previous content cop was entertaining to you, or this video is entertaining, or you like the message, the best thing that you can do, for me, is to support Creator Clash. Buy a ticket, buy a pay-per-view ticket, an in-person ticket, or donate to the fundraiser.
This is... Hi, Holy Cloud Fuckers. Is this, like, incredibly desperate to anybody else, or is it just me? Like, this just feels like raging desperation. Please buy my Creator Clash. Please don't make it all just a horrible investment by my investors.
I just want to see this event do well. You know, I didn't try this shit because I thought I was going to be a good boxer. I didn't think I would be an awesome event organizer. And, you know, now I'm finally back to where I started, which is making fucking content cop videos. I don't want to make this too ham-fisted, but I kind of do want to make it ham-fisted, because I'm like, I spent my last fucking 4 years working on this stupid boxing shit. I mean, it was worth it, absolutely.
Oh my god. Please buy my event, but also it's fucking stupid. Fuck this shit. Bro. Maybe you just suck. Yeah? Maybe you're just like a horrible, like, excuse of a person. I don't know, that's my fucking opinion.
Absolutely. But, like, it's crazy that I've just returned to Content Cop. Having said all that, Creator Clash ticket link down in the description. Go check it out, buy tickets, support the charity, support the fighters, and have a good-ass time. I mean, ultimately, I think it's a good thing, because I think I am meant to roll around in shit. I think me and Ethan are both meant to be rolling around in pig shit all day long, and
it's Ethan and I, actually, if you want to speak right, but I don't know, you and your wife's Dairy Queen education.
Other people are meant to do boxing or debating or whatever else. Ethan and me, pig shit rolling around type of fellas.
You underestimate my strength! I've got kosher strength! The will of Allah! I mean Yahweh! Yahweh!
I think the worst criticisms I labeled at Ethan is that he's a bad boss, a tyrant of a boss. I just implied that he was being taken advantage of by people either in his community or outside of his community, and I called him a bitch-made coward. That was like the summary of personal insults labeled at Ethan. Before Ethan even knew what my video was about, he was already framing me as anti-Semitic.
But he's like, no, actually, Ethan, the fucking Jew bag. Fuck this Jew bag Zionist baby killer, guys, right?
I don't know if that's what the video is.
I'm one of you. I fucking hate Jews too, guys. Let's get after it. Israelis have no right to defend themselves, actually. All Israelis are...
Yeah, he was, like, confused and pissed off that you were, like, you did a whole content cop on him. I mean, of course he's just gonna fucking say shit to say shit. That's just, like, I don't know. I call that, like, dad rage. I don't, like, take him as, like, factual basis of him, like, actually saying or calling him that. He obviously didn't know what was in the video. Okay, I finished this bracelet. Wait, can I do it up close? Hold on, let me see. So this is another PLUR bracelet, and then I gave it a little smiley face, and then I did a little dinosaur, and I did a little dinosaur, and I used the small ones because I ran out of R's for the big letters, so little words it is for now.
Are settlers, actually. What is he going to give me, a history lesson now? Is he a historian? Yeah, he just discovered empathy, by the way, and only extends to the point where you're actually talking about...
What's it say? Yeah, they're shit. Oh, the clown fucker said Fool needs to get bitch slapped by pink guy? Who's pink guy? Ghost Gaming. Yeah, they're shit. Why is my phone vibrating? Oh. Ghost Gaming, I am sucking my own dick off, guys. Look how great I am. He is such a projecting little weasel, bro. I hate this guy. Yeah, he's wildly pathetic. This is pretty pathetic.
Jewish people or Israelis, then empathy stops and they should all be murdered. Bro's actually out there like Timothy McVeigh. He's running to the closest fucking kindergarten to blow it up.
That was funny. Also because it was a wrong joke. It's more like Ted Kaczynski, but whatever. The joke was still kind of...
I heard there's a Jewish...
That's not what Timothy McVeigh did.
They want all you guys to quit and for me to just be like alone.
They didn't even put the correction in there. This is so
Little
Jew
boy alone.
Like, Ethan under a year ago was saying he doesn't use anti-Semitism in that way. He's not a guy to call anything and everything anti-Semitic.
You know, in my whole life, I've never screamed foul on anti-Semitism. I literally have been getting this shit since the second I stepped foot on the internet, and I have never fucking ever done this, okay? So the people online, they're saying, oh, Ethan's making himself a victim, or Ethan's making everything about anti-Semitism. I've done this once in my life right now.
But he's like, no, actually, Ethan, the fucking Jew bag. Fuck this Jew bag Zionist baby killer, guys, right?
I don't know if that's what the video is.
I mean, I get that he's scared and offended, but this was the whole fucking point of my video, Ethan. I was saying that you shouldn't be doing this. It led to me making this video in the first place.
Scared and offended? Oh, okay.
You were triggered by this CPS harassment thing, and then you immediately equated Anissa and I to it.
Which you didn't address at all. And that's not what...
That was sloppy, and that was horrendous, and it was horrendous for us. And now you're doing it again.
I'm gonna watch it live.
Should you?
Yeah, I mean, I don't care. But like, why?
I just don't think, I feel like you're gonna get really emotional and say something you regret.
Well, I've got the button.
Like, I know you don't have a problem taking it head on, but I just feel
of course not. Because I know that
you're understandably upset, and I feel like it might be a little...
Should we wait to talk about it, or you want to talk about it?
You should do it off stream. Because I don't know, this escalated initially because we were live and you guys were heated about, I forget what it was.
I just think it might be wise to watch it, think out your thoughts, and respond in a calm way. Because there's no chance that you don't get heated.
I don't need to fucking pre-watch this. I don't need someone else to hold my hand through it. Like, I'm ready to take on anything that these people have to say about me. He's like, no, actually, Ethan, the fucking Jew bag. Fuck this Jew bag Zionist baby killer, guys. I'm one of you. I fucking hate Jews too, guys.
You attacked us, so I attacked back, and now you're acting surprised and shocked, and you're doing it all on your podcast live. So naturally, you reacting live is you having an emotional reaction and seeing things that honestly are scary.
I just said I vented about them not defending me. What the fuck is he like? He's actually losing his shit and I just can't believe it, dude.
Should call him up.
So go fuck yourself.
I agree. Fair weather friends who are so happy to be friends as long as they're getting something out of it.
Ian sucks for the same reason right now. He could say something
spineless. Our POV is like, fuck everybody, and I don't want to hear any excuses. You're not my friend, and you never were, and you never will be. You never will be.
What's very insane about this content cop is I was thinking about Ethan's feelings so much in that video. I thought about the idea of like how I shouldn't be saying the term Zionist or Zionism in that video, because I was like, he has explained before that that's personally insulting to him and he doesn't like that. You know, regardless of how true it is, I was like, I'm going to think about Ethan's feelings and not mention this. Fast forward to him reacting to my video, he's just outright calling me a fucking Nazi.
Is it a coincidence that Ian really shaved his head just before doing this video and he's holding a swastika one? I mean, we can free Palestine without being a Nazi. You fucking Nazis. How about that? Well, this is the white savior, Ian, who's just found empathy, unless you're Jewish, of course.
Ethan, people are allowed to shave their head and not be called anti-Semitic. I mean, if you're gonna critique his podcast or be pissed off that he personally insulted you, even that is enough to be called anti-Semitic. It's fucking crazy. Now, I don't want to talk about Hassan's sword. I don't want to talk about Hassan's sword hilt because Ethan himself basically admitted already multiple times he doesn't think any of us did that intentionally. And he would be right.
Do I think any of them actually like wanted to put a swastika in the photo? No, no. I don't actually think that. The chances that they did on purpose is close to zero, right? So I'm not accusing them.
I picked up a random sword in Hassan's room that was laying around. That could be the end of the discussion. You don't actually need to debate Hassan about the sword hilt.
He lifted it up.
Decision-making
If it was a mistake, he could have deleted it.
But I'm not going to delete the photo because that would be indulging in your weird anti-Semitic fantasies.
We can free Palestine without being a Nazi. You fucking Nazis. How about that?
I'm done being nice to Ethan. I gave it a chance. My sincerity and my empathy in that last video was real. I was even equating to him having crash out moments in the same way that denims could have crash out moments. I think we're all capable of it, but he was using it in the video to suggest that I was making fun of his mental health.
To my good friend Ian of 8 years, I really appreciate you weaponizing my mental health against me.
To make Ethan crash out. He's having a parasocial weird crash out. People can have crash out moments. Maybe if Ethan's able to get some help. Dude, I'm not making fun of your mental health. Every example you used was me basically saying that other people are trying to affect you. It's understandable that you're going through this right now, Ethan. We all go through this.
To characterize anything I'm doing as crashing out, that I need help, that I need to get some kind of treatment, is cruel and pathetic on a level I didn't think he would ever be possible of doing.
Every fucking example that you tried to smear me with was me actually pointing to something else that could be affecting you. He even brought up the clip of me saying, if you get help. We all need help. Everyone on this planet needs help. I don't care how you get it. You can wander into the jungle and go on an ayahuasca trip. I don't care how you get your help or what you define as help. But if it helps you, that would be good. Because right now it doesn't seem like you're getting much help. The main criticism that I was seeing online with my video from Ethan and Hila is that I didn't mention the CPS call.
There's really just one central point that I want to make here. My good friend Ian, in his hour-long takedown, did not mention one time Child Protective Services. Not one time.
There was not even one mention of CPS.
And a lot of the clips he uses is us fired up from the day that CPS came to us.
So like
without even explaining that at least that's the context, it's pretty cowardly.
I wonder why I wouldn't mention the CPS call. Could it be that the CPS call happened the same day that you were shit-talking me and I didn't have any chance to defend myself? You just immediately, in the same podcast right next to each other, said, CPS call was very traumatic. And then you said, fuck Ian and Anissa. And you linked those together, you kind of layered those flavors, and then Anissa and I got a bunch of harassment. We had nothing to do with the CPS call. What are all these fucking comments on your Reddit saying like, it happened because of the CPS call? I don't entirely blame your audience for getting confused because number one, it's a fucking cult, and number two, you can't even get the timeline straight. So if anyone's watching your dumbass, their brain is also gonna get scrambled.
Be friends as long as they're getting something out of it. So again, he's not showing the context. What was the okay, I'll play this part. Did you guys ever find the context of what I was talking about here? Because I feel like I wasn't even talking about him. I could be wrong. I just don't remember ever saying like, if I did say that,
I thought you were talking about them, about Anissa and Ian in that clip.
That's the same clip of
It's all the
when
part of the same
CPS was
clip.
called.
Yeah.
Same clip.
It's part of the same conversation.
You completely wiped your brain of what happened during the CPS stream. That's not my fucking fault. That's no one else's fault but yours.
All I wanted for you to do was say the bare minimum of like, hey, this is fucked up. This is not true about CPS, whatever, like the bare minimum. It came up because they were talking about it on their fucking podcast. By the way, they're the ones that like started this conversation by talking about it on the podcast. Be like, hey, I'm not getting involved.
I think that was their response after you guys initially called them out.
This is what I was talking about. You cannot have something terrible happen, be like, yes, let's make some content, and then shit talk your friends of 8 years.
I'm so fired up, I don't even know what to do with myself, which is why I'm crying. On the other hand, I don't know if that's a good state to be in life.
That's that. Kind of spitting.
And a lot of the clips he uses is us fired up from the day that CPS came to us.
For anyone confused about the timeline, Ethan was talking shit about us on his Instagram before any CPS shit. He was also talking shit about us on his podcast before any CPS visit. On March 7th, CPS visits Ethan and Hila, and that same day, they decide, let's do our podcast, and let's have the topic be the CPS visit and how distraught we are about that. And then right next to that, right after it, you guys talk about me and Anissa. But you don't just talk about us. You shit talk us, and you imply that we're friends with people who are doing this, who are the ones who are harassing you.
Do you have evidence that H3 Snark called CPS on you?
Did I say
like
that?
Random anonymous Redditors?
Did I say that?
Wait, what's the...
I said
So
they're
who called
primary responsible for harassing me.
Who called CPS?
What the fuck? So, I don't know.
To be honest, I'm very proud that I didn't immediately jump to Ethan and Hila's defense because when you look into the story, it actually looks a lot shittier for Ethan and Hila. And I do mean that literally. There was this H3 stream where Ethan was dumping as per usual. He was talking about his own health. He was talking about his caca breath, his dog having diarrhea, his dog having giardia.
Olive has giardia. It's a bacterial infection in the intestines that makes you have diarrhea.
His child running around putting things in their mouth.
Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has giardia.
The whole family possibly having giardia.
Oh,
and now Hila has giardia.
Shut. For real?
And now I think this morning I had diarrhea.
Oh my god.
What can I do to not get it from you?
I'm trying
to... Because I'm not trying to get it.
No, it's extremely ridiculous to get. You have to ingest my poop.
Talking about the viscosity of his child's shit.
And meanwhile, he is covered in viscous, low viscosity diarrhea.
He mentioned diarrhea a lot.
Crazy diarrheas like in the middle of the night. All the time he's having these crazy diarrheas. You wash your hands as best you can, but these are really nasty diarrheas. And then extremely foul smelling diarrheas.
So of course, Ethan, having made so many enemies over the years, other people react to his content. And when other people see that he's talking about his children getting giardia from dog poop.
Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has giardia.
People are quite reasonably concerned. And so, yes, anyone who's seeing that content might be concerned enough to call CPS, including Ethan's own chat, which, by the way, is not a measly number. It's about 26,000 at the time of this stream. So there are 26,000 people listening to Ethan go into great detail over 7 or 8 minutes about diarrhea, viscosity of diarrhea, his child having giardia, him and his whole family having giardia. They're calling it the poop house. Now what Ethan does, instead of taking any responsibility for sharing too much on his live stream, is that he decides to attack specific creators like Denims and say she was the source of the CPS call because her chat was reacting to Ethan and saying, wow, this is concerning.
Is on her platform right now advocating for our children to be forcibly removed from us by Child Protective Services.
The problem with this CPS thing is that Ethan has proven to be a manipulative piece of shit. So when he calls on me to defend him, what the fuck am I meant to do? I don't trust you, and I'm glad I didn't trust you, because in your video defending yourself, you used a video that takes context from like 3 different places and...
Okay, wait. Okay, hold on. You could have went such a different place with this. Okay, my opinion is that like Ethan probably should know by now not to talk about that kind of shit like on their podcast. I think the whole enemies thing is kind of cringe, but I get what he's saying is like, if you don't want your business out there, like don't give people a reason to like have to call CPS. I'm not saying that it's right that they do. I'm just saying it's like, I understand what he's saying in a way. It's just he's kind of ugly when he's saying it, I guess. Is this thing? Wait, is this thing got some? Hold on, let me see. See if that makes it clearer. Is that clearer? What did I just pull? Oh, it's just a little thing. I don't think that made it any clearer. Oh well. But yeah. So that's my opinion.
And combines them to make it seem like someone is coordinating an attack on you.
Love made a good point. You said, is this every comment? I believe this is a live feed of the chat. This isn't edited.
What about the top right? I thought these were
No,
selected.
it's this, I think when you full screen it. No, this is an edit. It's a cutout of the full chat. It's just enlarged
Oh,
there,
really?
over the screen, yeah.
They're different, I think.
Yeah.
It's not timed. It's not timed the same way.
But it sounds like based on this clip, you knew that it was bullshit and you just went with it anyway. Ethan Klein uses this very deceptively edited video that is just like doing this smooth scroll to make it seem like that's all of Denham's chat. But that's not what it is. And then when he's called out on it, he hides it. He moves his window over the real chat.
Also, this is not a joking matter, by the way. It can be very severe and deadly to small children. I mean, much like many other illnesses.
Reading the chat, co-signing
it's very,
it.
very, very dangerous.
Now pay
So I would
attention
assume
to
he doesn't
her
actually
chat.
have a housekeeper anymore, or perhaps he lost his extra housekeeper. So now the house is just like covered in dog shit. And he has kids, and his kids like...
Why does it have to be anyone else's fault but your own? Take some fucking responsibility. It's just so bizarre that Ethan would expect Anise and I to make a statement when Denham's herself already made a statement about it and said that she does not condone calling CPS.
So we're talking about CPS. 1, I don't condone. 2, I've never condoned it, and you will not be able to find a...
Hi, Jared.
clip of me saying, yes, we should do this, because it doesn't exist. I've literally...
What's the... Oh, well, that's easy. Okay, hold on. Let me see.
Is this the Ethan thing? I remember somebody told me about this.
I think it's embarrassing for Hila here to be like, this is so traumatic for the kids. You're trying to traumatize the children. It's like...
So basically, these people collectively got together and called CPS on Ethan and Hila's kids.
For context, this is the same person we had to deal with before.
$30K to anyone who'll make this dipshit disappear.
And now she's been on a generational run of hating against Ethan Klein during almost every single stream of hers, to the point they literally had Child Protective Services called on H3H3's family. And as you might...
Wait, what's this? Call CPS, call CPS, call
Literally
CPS.
had Child Protective Services called on H3H3's family, and as you might notice, she immediately deleted the VOD after this happened, and now she's trying to dismiss the event as nothing crazy.
Dog, you literally, the vast majority of people are, like, vast, are not remembering anything that happened to them at 3.
Man. So it's okay to do anything to a 3-year-old because they won't remember it.
It's just sympathy, right? It's just, she's just pulling, like, the IDF classic card.
The IDF,
What?
the Israeli Defense Force? What is this?
No way! No way, bro. Bro.
Have to do with the IDF?
Like, please, my life is so difficult. Please, everyone that is against us needs fucking awful experiences because we're the ones dealing with the real awful experiences.
What? I don't even know what to say. The fuck are we watching? She was in the IDF? Yeah, she was in the IDF because every single person that was born and lives in Israel has to serve in the IDF, including women.
Hila did worse to Palestinian kids in the IDF. I mean, I'm sure she's thought about doing terrible things to people when she was in the IDF.
I want you to understand that the reason why she's saying this is so she can dehumanize this woman that she's watching, like Ethan's wife, and then make her an acceptable target for bad treatment.
Of procedure.
But I was like, I really don't want you to create any bad memory here for them. Like, they are 5 and 3.
Create any bad memory for them.
Is this
You're
the
not
part-
forming memories at 3 years old, and it's very rare that you're forming memories at 5 years old. Now, yes, you are. No, you're not. It's like 4 is the cutoff, but even if you are forming any memories at 4, you're not going to be able to remember them past like 15. You have maybe 1 or 2 memories. Yes.
Okay, so then...
Talking to a random stranger once isn't really memorable for a kid.
Oh my god.
The average age of adults' earliest memories is 3.5 years old. You're not really forming memories at 3.
You just read it. That's an average also.
Pretty rare to be forming memories or like memories that you will keep.
You see the goalpost moving? 50 memories and memories that you will keep.
Like I can remember maybe, I don't know, 5 things that happened to me, maybe.
Oh god, this is really
And you can't even take care of your fucking kids. Why don't you tell your wife too? She should be taking care of your kids too, both of y'all. Instead, you're posted up complaining about how you got CPS called and they're investigating you, homie, and you're posting on Instagram. Oh, I hope his kids get taken away from him. Oh, I hope so. They would be so much better off. Fuck. And you can't even...
Who does this?
Oh, I hope his kids get taken away from him.
So they've already made up their mind. They're not calling CPS to investigate. They're calling CPS to do something in order to make this person's life worse. Ethan needs to lawyer up and sue these people. I hope he does. These are people who are making false calls to real government places in order to execute an internet beef. This is disgusting behavior. And all of these people like Denham's downplaying this. Oh, that's not, oh, but you're not getting memories at this age or whatever. Like, get the fuck out of here. This is so disgusting. Why would you talk like this? Why would you act like this? It's outrageous.
It's very, very, very dangerous when infants get the same sicknesses that adults get. A small infant that has no immune system shouldn't be catching anything. No wonder this motherfucker is always sick. Yeah. Yeah. It all makes sense now. It all makes sense. It makes sense why he doesn't care about Palestinian children when he is neglecting his own. How is this happening? How is this happening? How?
Okay, you guys, don't need to worry, okay? This may or may not be me with the IDF. Tell everyone, I'm involved! In case you're wondering, that is actually me in Israel at an IDF thing, wearing an IDF jacket. That is for real, for real. You see, look, hold on, let me see if I got the Jew right. I think you can see the Hebrew on there, right? Oh, bro, look, I'm wearing one of my quartz necklaces. I still got a different one. But yeah, look right there. Wait, you guys can't really see. But right there in the middle, that's like a thing. Fit to screen. There you go, that's me. So funny.
Oh, how is this happening?
I prefer really not to speak. If I speak, I am in big trouble. In big trouble. And I don't want to be in big trouble.
Given Ethan Klein credit on multiple times or multiple instances, and I will do it again right now, for not showing photos of his kids.
Part of my criticisms of Ethan initially was the openness. I think it's a problem that you were that open, Ethan.
Well, you know I'm very open about everything. It's part of how I wanted to conduct myself and how I wanted to relate to the audience is to be open as possible about every fucking thing in my life.
It is not strictly a benefit to be as open as possible on your podcast.
Ethan was just sharing his thoughts. What we were thinking, we were speculating.
Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has giardia.
We were speculating.
Oh,
and now Ela has giardia.
Shut.
Be open as possible about every fucking thing in my life.
Really? How many siblings do you have? I don't know, dude. The internet's too fucking weird to give out all that information.
Oh, you don't even want to say how many because you're afraid that it will somehow
by all means,
compromise
keep
your
talking
privacy.
about it.
On top of Ethan characterizing me and my wife as anti-Semitic, he also takes a dig at my tattoos.
Bro, you literally look like a fucking free tattoo pack that you get for 25 cents from a windy thing, bro. Like literally my kids have cooler fucking tattoos from Chuck E. Cheese. Bro looks like he just went to the menu.
Okay, but that's just true though. My tattoos are at least cool. I don't know, can you see them? Wait, let me go down. This one's cool. This is like the most Ian and Anissa tattoo I have. It's kind of cool you can see them like that. But I kind of designed mine. Mine have like a deeper meaning. But I don't have any other ones on this one. This one I got Blackbird. I've got those Alyssa signature, Alyssa logo, coordinates to Disney Castle because I used to go to Disneyland all the time. Cancer because I'm a Cancer. Oh god, 5/6 December, equality, Woodstock dancing, an axe because duh, a ducky because duh, and then peace sign because peace. And that was my 23rd birthday. I got that. And then this from the Vegas shooting, beautiful mess from Jason Mraz. Semicolon for obvious reasons, and then the one that I designed about my brother, the quartz, and then it's got my brother's initials right here, and then the tulips. I designed this one. So yeah, education connection. Sorry.
You was like, I'll take that one, that one, that one, that one, that one, and that one.
I have quite a few options here. I can show your tattoos in all of their glory, or I can show that your tattoo made it to the top of awful taste but great execution subreddit, which is not a good thing. I mean, it might be a good thing for
the greatest thing a man can do for his children is to love their mother. Real quick, why do all these people not just like get off Reddit? That's it. That's my question.
great execution subreddit, which is not a good thing. I mean, it might be a good thing for the artists that you work with because that means that they did a good job from a technical standpoint, but it's sort of a failure in every other aspect, particularly the decision-making aspect. If you want to go tattoo for tattoo, Ethan, we can do that. You want to keep it to other things? We can. I'll give you that option. Ethan also talks about the potential CTE that I might have after boxing.
Yes.
Ethan, your whole system is scrambled.
No, your brain is scrambled from getting punched in the face too many times because you don't understand the situation. Some people are saying the CTE is starting to take effect, I guess. That would be comforting if there was some explanation, at least.
Any amount of CTE that I may have endured after doing 2 boxing matches, I'm going to say is preferred over having to share the load of doing 50 jumping jacks with my wife.
What if we do both do them? We'll both do 25 at once.
25 each?
Oh my goodness.
Great form by both.
Really nice.
That's cool. I kind of like this. This is cute.
They must work out.
Also, why are you talking about CTE at all? Like, you've continually illustrated that you can't keep track of anything.
It came up because they were talking about it on their fucking podcast. By the way, they're the ones that like started this conversation by talking about it on the podcast. Be like, hey, I'm not getting involved.
I think that was their response after you guys initially called them out.
He can't even keep straight who attacked who first. He thinks that our podcast where we're expressing sympathy for him and Hila was the impetus for him talking shit about us. I much prefer boxing-induced CTE than harassment-induced CTE. Ethan acts like we're such great friends and that like he shared such intimate moments with me, but it's all horseshit. He's lying. Like the whole thing is a fucking lie. He's manipulating his audience. We did not have a close relationship.
You guys were buddies for a long time.
He texted me like one time like, hey dude, we should talk this out. And I was like, I don't feel like having this conversation right now. That's it. So Ian kept trying to get me on the phone or text with me. And I told him, dude, honestly, I don't feel like having this conversation right now.
Okay.
Fair, right? I just didn't want to do it. Okay?
Just in that particular moment,
and then
or like at all?
Well, it turns out I didn't want to talk to him at all.
Okay.
If the relationship was that close, you would have talked to me on the phone. You wouldn't have shit-talked me. You would be curious where my brain was at and where I was coming from. There's this moment in the Content Cop where I'm trying to give an example of the cycle of harassment. Have you ever been in a comment section and found someone to argue with? It doesn't stop. It can literally go on forever if you don't want to touch grass.
I mean, yeah, this was kind of... Okay, what does that have to do with me?
I don't know.
Are you okay?
Ethan and Hila act like they have no idea what I'm talking about here. So, I mean, maybe they don't. It's a very obvious and easy to digest point. That's why I made it that way. I'm going to explain it here so everyone on the internet understands. When you have a podcast where you are constantly emotionally dumping and saying things just off the top of your head, and you're attacking other people randomly, maybe from your perspective it's not attacking. Maybe you're just commenting on someone else's situation.
He's got to be one of the most visually repulsive people. FaZe Banks, like, in my opinion, he's somewhat repulsive to look at.
And be
pedophile. Pirate Software was like weird about it. It's like, look at my old voice, it's so lame. What an obnoxious loser. She goes, I can't believe these people are so obnoxious. And he looks like an idiot who's obsessed with me, dude.
But what happens when other people comment on your situation? It doesn't feel too good, does it?
But he's like, no, actually, Ethan, the fucking Jew bag. Fuck this Jew bag Zionist baby killer, guys, right?
I don't know if that's what the video is.
That is the back and forth I'm describing. You might have thought, we were just saying that Ian and Anissa are bad friends. Well, guess what? We didn't take it that way.
Our POV is like, fuck everybody, and I don't want to hear any excuses. You're not my friend, and you never were, and you never will be. You never will be.
What we took it as is Ethan and Hila are shit-talking us. They just implied that we are okay with people using CPS as harassment, and now all of their fans are brigading us. So I am going to respond in kind and make a content cop. So yes, that is what the cycle of harassment looks like.
Okay, what does that have to do with me?
I don't know.
How about you fucking Nazis? How about that?
You might think that all of the harassment you're getting has everything to do with your politics and your idea of Israel-Palestine, but a lot of my gripes were centered around you dragging me into your shit. You know, you knew that you were going through a lot, and you were saying, I'm...
Hey, if you guys are here, sorry, okay, let me start over. Hi, welcome. Thanks for watching this stream. Please like and comment and subscribe, and if you can type in chat, because I decided to fix my chat a little bit, that would be dope, and I would very greatly appreciate it. Thanks.
I'm hurting, I'm now going to make them hurt because they're not putting their head on the chopping block. Fuck you, you're a piece of shit. I'm sure there's anti-Semitic people that are attacking you guys, but they're not me, they're not Anissa. It's not Hassan, it's not all of these other creators that you're attacking. You're not the biggest victim on the internet, Ethan. Other people can experience a horrible fucking time. And guess what? They're not getting this other benefit, which is 26,000 viewers. You're getting a lot of money and a lot of content, a lot of things that you care about from these beefs and from this harassment. There are a lot of people that you've just bullied and they have nothing to gain out of it. Frogan isn't making a bag from this. She's not getting content out of this. You're attacking her in relentless ways and endorsing so much worse harassment than what even you send her way.
The shit he said and posted about Frogan over the past
nasty,
years is
very
like
mean.
insanely nasty shit.
Yeah.
Worse than anyone I've seen. If this is true, absolutely mind-blowing, insane shit.
Hold on, it's not worse than anything you've seen. How could it be worse than anything you've seen?
Literally, no. I guess
He was
not.
very nasty.
Well,
I'm just saying, people like fucking want to like get lay down and fucking like.
I'm talking about specifically
castrate-
against Frogan.
But like he called her fat, right, and ugly, which is horrifically mean. I get called a fucking baby killer.
I was talking specifically about
That's way
Frogan.
worse than being called fat and ugly, in my opinion.
Also, on top of Ethan and Neela constantly victimizing
What was that
themselves,
even in regards to? Hold on. Am I dumb?
No, I guess
He was
not.
very mean.
Insanely not.
people that you've just bullied and they have nothing to gain out of it. Frogan isn't making a bag from this. She's not getting content out of this. You're attacking her in relentless ways and endorsing so much worse harassment than what even you send her way.
The shit he said and posted about Frogan
Very
over the past
nasty,
years is
very
like
mean.
insanely nasty shit.
Yeah.
Worse than anyone I've seen. If this is true, absolutely mind-blowing, insane shit.
Hold on, it's not worse than anything you've seen. How could it be worse than anything you've seen?
Literally, no. I guess
He was
not.
very nasty.
Well,
I'm just saying, people like fucking want to like get lay down and fucking like.
I'm talking about specifically
castrate-
against Frogan.
But like he called her fat, right, and ugly, which is horrifically mean. I get called a fucking baby killer.
I was talking specifically about
That's way
Frogan.
worse than being called fat and ugly, in my opinion.
Also, on top of Ethan and Neela constantly victimizing themselves, I did notice that as soon as we didn't immediately jump to Ethan and Neela's defense, Ethan took that to heart and he started to make that his employees' problems. Instead of just, sucking it up and taking it on himself, he decided to imply that Lena is going to have a problem with that.
A lot of this has ramifications for the crew. The way that they have it set up is basically, if Lena were to drop out, she would lose, she would have to pay back like $25,000 or something like insane. And besides that, which I told her I would cover if she wanted to drop out, she's been working really hard. And just because I'm having an issue with what's going on here.
You bringing up Lena dropping out of the fight was you publicly showing to your fans, I don't approve of this. You were saying this shit before the content cop even came out.
Which I told her I would cover if she wanted to drop out.
But now you are saying that you didn't have a problem with any of it until I made the video.
I was totally on board until the organizer put out a video calling me a psychopath for harassing his friend.
Obviously, Ethan and Neela will victimize themselves every chance they get, but when they have the chance to victimize someone else...
I don't necessarily believe that, though. I feel like... what's it say? Yeah, we got to give... what's it say? We got to give him so much charitability for Frogan when he was crying... Oh, when she was saying horrible shit about October 7th victims. Oh my god, get over it. Everybody's fat and fucking ugly. Who gives a shit? That's funny. Why is my chat not showing all the messages? What's going on here? Yeah, I don't know what the whole fucking dealio is here, to be honest. Yeah, it looks good.
Who's on their crew, they'll also do that.
You already forced Lena into this horrible situation. And again, you forced this situation.
The content cop even
Is basically, if Lena were to drop out, she would lose, she would have to pay back $25,000 or something insane. And besides that, which I told her I would cover if she wanted to drop out, she's been working really hard. And just because I'm having an issue with what's going on here.
You bringing up Lena dropping out of the fight was you publicly showing to your fans, I don't approve of this. You were saying this shit before the content cop even came out.
Which I told her I would cover if she wanted to drop out.
But now you are saying that you didn't have a problem with any of it until I made the video.
I was totally on board until the organizer put out a video calling me a psychopath for harassing his friend.
Obviously, Ethan and Neela will victimize themselves every chance they get, but when they have the chance to victimize someone else who's on their crew, they'll also do that.
You already forced Lena into this horrible situation. And again, you forced this situation on her.
Why would I do such a thing to Lena? Dude, you have as much agency as I do. You didn't have to badmouth me on your podcast. That was a choice that you made.
So go fuck yourself.
I agree. My good fucking friend.
Wait. Oh, thanks, Duck. She finally got she got a hairdo, because I did. But it's okay. This is such a fucking cheap scapegoat. Oh, now I'm not part of the organizer. Yeah, but you had a video and you put it out as part of the organ. Oh my god, this is so stupid. So now people dropped out of your stupid shit just because you made this video because you were mad somebody said something. Whatever, right, wrong, or indifferent. You couldn't wait till fucking June, as if that's fucking much of a difference. But that's the that's... I don't get it. I do not understand. I need to make her jump less. What is going on with her? She needs to chill. Chill the fuck out. Oh, where's my... Let's make her just a touch smaller. Hold on. Ah! Why can't I make this ski? There we go. That's a little bit better.
And so I stood by after all these fucking years, can't find a spine to speak up.
Oh, the organizers of this event are
full-blown ADHD. Are you talking about me? Leave me alone.
Not jumping to my defense? All right, well, maybe instead of shit-talking them, maybe I should zip it.
So go fuck yourself.
I agree. You already forced Lena into this horrible situation. And again, you forced this situation on her. By the way, iDUBBBZ, Lena's fucking having a panic attack.
So go fuck yourself.
I agree.
But you're just lobbing it to me and Anissa. I'm lobbing it back to you. You're the one who brought it up. If you lob it back to me and you say, well, I didn't have your back publicly. Well, fuck you. I'm going to lob it back and say, you're being irresponsible on your podcast, and you're not taking any accountability for the shit you're putting out online. I think that's going to do it for this video. There's a lot more that I can share, but I'll save that for the future. And in closing, I will reiterate so that, you know, there's no ambiguity about it. Anissa and I are no longer involved in Creator Clash. We're stepping down completely. We hope that the event is a massive success this year. We hope that all of the fighters get what they wanted out of it. I'm sorry that I'm such a fucking nasty person who just wants to roll around in the shit. I'll put the link to Creator Clash down in the description if you want to support them in their mission to get creators to fight and raise money for charity. You can do that down there. I will be doing that on my own, and I hope you guys have a good time. Also, for all the people who touch grass, I want to remind you to click the like button on this video, not so it goes in your algorithm or anything, just specifically so that we can add a counter narrative, or I can get an idea of how much astroturfing is out there, because I know that a lot of these fuckers, they love their dislike button extensions. And I saw that shit and I was like, what the fuck? These are all like fabricated numbers. The like-dislike ratio was like 80-20 on my video, and then they tried to create a narrative of like, no, people actually hate this content cop, guys. It's actually so much worse. Like, bitch, like, people were more upset with, like, my wife being on OnlyFans. You're not gonna convince the internet that fucking Ethan Klein isn't being a piece of shit. Like, sorry, guys. It doesn't matter how many dislike extensions you have.
We can free Palestine without being a Nazi, okay? Yeah, fuck you guys too, okay? How about you fucking Nazis? How about that?
It's blatantly and obviously fucking disingenuous. This shit blew my fucking mind. Like, this is fucking insane. And, like, dangerous. He is going out of his way to slander you as a neo-Nazi. Like, that can get you hurt.
Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend.
Okay, what's
that point? Just move on. Cut your ties. Deal with it. and don't try to, like, you know, become a snarker in your own right.
Well, I just wish I cared more, but I don't. So, also, for the lulz, here's Abby Blackbird in the IDF. Okay, I'm done. Bro, so funny. Actually hilarious. Anyways, ooh, I forgot I have this camera. So, this is the other one I made. I like the colors. I just happened to put these colors together. Okay. So we got PLUR. We got smiley face. We got dino. We got dino. We got PLUR. 2 PLURs. Well, 3rd PLUR, but it's on the bed. I threw it over there. Toss. Toss, toss. Toss, toss, toss. Alright. So what's next? What do I got? Okay, let me see what I got here. Hold on. Discord. 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 Alright. Oh, shit. I pressed the wrong thing. Okay, so we did that. Oh, I wanted to watch this. Okay, so I guess PARRY made fun about Dylan Burns. And I guess it's really funny. So let me change my title real quick. Actually, I'm going to leave it like this so people click on it more. Okay, hold on. How long is this segment? Do we want to just get into, do we want to cook a little bit before we get into the joke? How long does he talk about Dylan Burns for? Okay, here we go.
Ugly retard, who's so fat he doesn't fit in the fucking bulletproof jacket or whatever at the Ukraine, you know, the tour guides for Ukraine are putting on him. He basically went.
Oh, real quick, sorry. If you don't know who Dylan Burns is a political YouTuber, or was. He had this thing called I don't even remember what it was called, to be honest. Somebody could tell me if they know, but some stupid show that had a panel. Yeah. So there's that. And then he went to Ukraine to do like out in the field reporting. And then I guess recently his house blew up, and I guess that's the joke. So we're gonna figure that out.
To Ukraine so that he could like pretend to be a real journalist, and then he just spent the whole time flirting with women and like being a sex pest tourist to the Ukrainian forces, right? And wow, you did really, Dylan Burns did really impactful journalism, right? That's why when you look up Dylan Burns, you'll find, wow, Dylan Burns, journalist for CNN. Oh wait, no, it's just him talking in a microphone, and he could do it anywhere. And none of his videos. None of his popular videos. He has some gay retarded quote-unquote documentary where I went to a nuclear power plant in Ukraine. And nothing of interest happens, and he pretends, why isn't anyone watching my Ukraine coverage? Because it's bad coverage. You're not doing a good job with the coverage, retard. Oh wow, amazing channel here, guys, where he posts the very obviously you're not as poor as you pretend to be, and
okay,
also you
hold
didn't live in
hold on. Sorry, I
without being in Ukraine.
Fast.
I thought he was bisexual or something. Yeah, no. Dylan Burns is bisexual. Bi stands for bitch, because he's into that bitch Professor Flowers, I guess. He's into that bitch Professor Flowers. You guys know Professor Flowers? She like lies about literally her name is a lie. Wait, not Professor Flowers. No, not her. Another retard. Who's the idiot loser retard that Dylan dated? And when he pretended he was gay, but he was dating her secretly. Who's the loser bitch idiot retard that Dylan Burns did that with, guys? Do you know? It wasn't Professor Flowers. It was someone else. Remember when I got Charm Hole and Dylan to debate the week before he went to Ukraine, and he was thinking about being molested while talking to a Polish cabinet member? I don't remember that at all. I don't remember that at all. That sounds very cool. Who's the... Okay, what's this guy... What's the other guy's name? Prime K's... Dylan... So basically, this liar... Her name... Also, Professor Flowers is also a liar, by the way, to be clear. To be 100% clear with you. She's also a liar, because she pretends she's a professor, but she's not. She's like a fucking bachelor student at most. Katarina, that's it. There's this retard loser, Katarina, who, this Dylan Burns, totally gay man, who's never been seen with dating a man or talked about dating men in any way in his entire life, but he's totally gay. He just so happened to be dating this woman, Katarina, that he was living with. Wait, because of that, he tried.
Dylan Burns dated Katarina? No way, bro. Who was the other guy that Katarina had fucking... Dude, Katarina is a fucking... is a hilarious one, dude. Hold on. How do I... Katarina? Katarino? What's up, Shakes? Retells internet drama. Call me Carson Katarino. Oh, this shit.
Hey guys, I'm sorry this took so long to come out. I was processing things and thinking things through, and this is my first time going through something like this, and I wanted to go about it as best as I possibly could. And I want to be honest. My relationship with Carson was very complicated. I had a boyfriend at the time, and neither Carson nor my boyfriend at the time knew about each other. And while I was clear with Carson that Carson and I were not in a relationship, I still led him on and ended up hurting Carson and my boyfriend at the time very badly in the process. I am now seeing a therapist, and although I didn't realize it at the time, I was dealing a lot with depersonalization, and I felt like I was two different people living two different lives. I felt like a passenger in my own body. I ignored very conflicting feelings and thoughts, and I was very lost and confused. And I didn't know what I wanted or what was important to me. And this was when I got involved with fits. And I handled it very similarly to how I handled previous things.
Alright, so we get the point. Gee, wow, how entertaining of a human being. So that's Katarino. She was dating fucking I know this is a re-upload, but I want as much people to this load of bullshit apology. Yeah. This is the worst apology I've ever seen. Wait, should we play the whole thing? Hold on, let's play the whole thing. This is funny. Oh yeah, so she was dating Call Me Carson, and she was getting a freight train run on her. Goes gaming, Jesus.
Realized a lot, and was very
what
lost
colors?
and confused, and didn't know what I wanted, and made a lot of bad decisions because of that. And I hurt both him and Carson, and their friendship as well. And Carson and I streamed together, and his community very much saw us as a couple, which we encouraged, and it felt really good to have such a positive impact on so many people, and I'm sorry to all those people that I let down and disappointed. There are so many things I could have done better, and I was lost and confused, and I ended up hurting people that I cared about. And in the future, I want to be better, and I want to focus on myself, which is why I'm taking further time off streaming. And I'm working through my depersonalization. I'm still seeing my therapist, and I want to live my life more openly and honestly. And more than anything, I want to be honest with myself, which is something that I've struggled with a lot. And I'm sorry to everyone. I'm sorry to my community and anyone that I've disappointed or let down. I'm sorry to Carson's community. I'm sorry to Fitz's community and anyone else's community who was affected by this. Anyone who had to deal with this drama in their chat. I'm sorry to Tempo. I'm sorry to Fitz for hurting his image and his friendship with Carson. I'm sorry to my ex-boyfriend for handling our relationship so poorly. He's very much a victim in this. And Carson,
He's a victim. You were just fucking in an E relationship. Chill the fuck out, dude. Oh my god, this is... Okay, alright, I get it. Okay, alright, okay. Back to this.
Canceling Brian Case because he's a loser, and people let Drill get away with it because I mean, why the fuck would Destiny do anything about it? I mean, it's not Destiny's morals or anything, right? So, well, plus, Dylan Burns, hosted panels or whatever, so he's the only one who could do it. He's the only, we needed to let Dylan Burns be a gay retard so that Trump doesn't get elected. Which worked that one time, because it was against Biden. But, anyway, this fucking liar, he has this stupid retarded girlfriend, Katerina. I don't have a picture of her, but she basically, like, pretends that she's, like, a fucking physics PhD, but she's, like, some retarded student. She doesn't say anything. You can tell she's full of shit, basically, in her debates, but I don't... Anyway, that's like an aside. My main point about Dylan Burns' TV, the TV stands for television, guys. That's why he's not on television. Dylan Burns TV, the loser Dylan Burns TV, he went to Ukraine, didn't do anything while being in Ukraine. He's basically in Ukraine for like cheap rent. He's literally in Ukraine, so his rent's cheaper. That's the only reason Dylan Burns is in Ukraine. He doesn't really do anything of interest. He does a photo op, which is what I show here. He does this photo op where he can't even fit in the fucking bulletproof vest because he's so fat. He does this photo op with the Ukrainian military, where this guy is very obviously unhappy to have to teach this retard how fucking mortar works. And he just like LARPs as a journalist when he's like a sex tourist, basically.
LOL, I can't forgive you because you're so fucking slow at talking. So real, dude. So real. Dude, the light's behind me. So if you see me do that, that's why. I can't. Hold on, let me scooch. There we go. Is that better? That might be better. I don't know. Anyways.
And yeah, he also lied about being homeless, right? I remember there's a couple of things that this Dylan Burns guy has talked about his past. He said that his mom did heroin while he was a baby, and that's why his face is so ugly and why he's so retarded. He said that his mom didn't pick him up one day after school, and the guy molested him. Some random guy molested him in the darkness of the night because his mom didn't pick him up. He said that he was homeless.
Bro.
Dylan Burns said he was homeless for a period of time, even though later on, if I find this lying retard's Twitter. So Dylan Burns says he's homeless. And what's one of these accounts? So Dylan Burns, another retard Dylan Burns. It's gonna be hard to find probably because I bet he's on Twitter all the time. X cancel. Oh, yeah, Tom? Is Twitter getting you excited, Tom? Is that it? So this lying retard. So he says he's homeless. I don't have the clip where he's on a stream whining about being homeless. I just remember it. Oh wow, amazing coverage here, Dylan, you fucking loser. Anyway, if at some point was like a month ago, dude, how fucking often does this retard post? I have to go to photos and videos. Is it the photo of his house? No. Well, basically, guys, he lies about being homeless, and we know he lies about being homeless because then he made another post whining for sympathy about his house burning down. So very obviously, so you're saying that your childhood home that your dad lives in is burning down, but also you're homeless. That doesn't really make much sense, does it, Dylan? Or that you were homeless. So your dad, who you lived with as a kid, his house burned down, but as a kid you were homeless. Can you square that circle for us, Dylan? You fucking liar. So yeah, Dylan lies about having been homeless as a child because he wants people to feel pity for him and throw money at him. He lies about being a journalist. Also, the reason his house burns down. Yeah, look, see, there's a post about... Okay. No. See, look, this is a post about it. These are his... Look what salvaged in the fire. This is the only mug I have that survived the fire. The only mug I have that survived the fire. Now, you might think, oh, I mean, Parry, even if he lied about being homeless, it is kind of sad that his house burnt down. It is kind of sad that his house burned down. I believe one of his cats died. Or is it this cat that died? And he's... Oh, look at this fucking gay retard with his gay fucking Casio. I have the exact same Casio watch, but mine's silver, which makes it good. But Dylan is gold because he's a loser.
That is a funny cat. Look at the little tongue, though. Look at the little tongue. Blech. Blech.
Makes it good. But Dylan is gold because he's a loser. Yeah, look, see, there's a house. See, I told you his house burned now, guys. Anyway,
Jesus
so
Christ.
gay idiots lying loser.
Fireman gone. Got to go through it. Nothing left. Camera gear, electronics, family records, personal documents, mom's urn, everything. Won't post any more pictures. It's all the same. I'll see you when I see you. Thanks, firemen who came out and do what they could.
Loser Dylan pretended that he was homeless, but also, oh, my house burned down. I looked it up. He didn't live in this house, by the way, for years. Yeah, I'm wearing it right now, Cohort. It's very, very cool. This fucking loser lost just about everything in a house fire, which he didn't, by the way. That's just a lie, because he didn't have anything at his house, because he's What do you mean lost everything? You lost your fucking. We've seen your sets, man. You didn't really. And anyway, the point I wanted to make here, other than that Dylan is like a desperate for a pity retard loser, the point I wanted to make is what is the point I wanted to make? I don't remember, guys. Oh, yeah, the reason the fire started is because his dad or whatever left like a bunch of fucking lithium-ion batteries next to a microwave or something. And it's like, oh no, it's so sad, my house burned down after my dad set my house on fire. It's like, yeah, no shit, retard. You put all these fucking C4 bombs in your house and they explode. Oh, what was Dylan? What was that? This is like the most avoidable fire of all time. And you can see from the picture of the house here, by the way, it's not like it's not like it's turned to rubble. That's still a fucking house. You didn't lose your house. You lost a room in your house where your dad was charging his electric scooter and his lithium-ion collection for some fucking reason, and the cat was in that room. Apparently the cat died, which is sad. But it's kind of your fault for letting a cat in a room with a fucking bundle of kindling and a fire hazard, you fucking retard. But what, we're supposed to feel bad for you and your dad because you guys killed the cat? Because you're so incompetent that you put a bunch of fucking fire hazards in a...
Fuck you and fuck your cat. Perry's just like, fuck you and fuck your cat, dude. Bro.
corner and like just left it there for months, I guess. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Unless his dad has like fucking Alzheimer's or something, then no, I'm not gonna feel bad for you because this house, which you had, even though you pretended that you were homeless and you want pity for that. So you want pity for being homeless as a kid, even though you had a house, you were just lying about that. But you also want pity for your dad setting your house on fire because he's in an extremely avoidable way. Oh, my dad killed a cat, guys. Feel bad for us. Right. It's like, and then he like pretends, he LARPs, right? He pretends like, this is all I have left is this book. All I have left of my house is this one book and this other mug and all the other stuff, I guess. This one book. It is a cool mug. It looks cool how it's like burnt. Anyway, it's like, but we can see your fucking house, retard. That's not all you had left, is it? That's all maybe you had like a room sort of fire. But clearly your house is still, there's plenty of stuff in your house. You lying fucking piece of shit. And it annoys me because it's like, Harry, are you really gonna go after someone whose house just got burnt down? But it didn't! It didn't get fucking burnt down. He's just pretending it did because he wants the sympathy. He's such a fucking self-obsessed fucking loser. I mean, it set on fire. It didn't burn down, but whatever. That's all I have left, except for, I guess, this room over here and this room over here and the room back there. Except for all that stuff. That's all he has left, guys. Well, yeah, because that's how he fucking talks about it. Bamba. He talks about like, I'm like a Ukrainian sex slave. Everything's been taken from me. Now, Dylan would know all about that, wouldn't he? Wouldn't you, Dylan? But it's just so annoying. It's so annoying. This guy's such a loser.
People were telling me, hey, reach out to Dylan.
Anyway, so he's like a liar. He lies about everything. He lies about being gay. He lies about his family upbringing. I don't even think he was molested. Show us proof you were molested, Dylan. Why would you lie about so much? You lie about everything else. Why should we believe you when you say your tragic story where you don't cry because you're so stoic that he doesn't even cry while talking about how his mom forgot him in school and he got molested? Show us proof you were molested. All right, I won't believe you. I won't believe you. Why would I? Why would I fucking believe you? You've literally just lied again and again and again. And the pattern is, this is the pattern, right, guys? The pattern is, I had a sad upbringing. I'm so sad. I've been through so much. That's how he got a political position, right? That's how he got a political position, is by talking to the Mike Gravel guys who are like, basically they were like the Bernie Sanders, but more left-wing. And the guy's dead now, but whatever. He was like, I'm heroin, baby. You get a position there. You get a audience from whining about being molested and saying that you're gay even though you're not, right? And now, so we've seen a lifetime basically of Dylan lying and benefiting from lying for sympathy. And what, we're just supposed to believe it? We're just supposed to believe it? He's still fucking doing it. He's still lying about his house burning to ashes. We can see the house, retard. And we know, by the way, he doesn't mention in his tweets the stuff about the reason the house got set on fire is that that his dad just left a bunch of lithium-ion batteries in a corner. He doesn't mention that in his tweets. I figured it out because I looked up for articles in Maryland to see if anyone was talking about it, and they say that's the reason. Nothing left. Yeah, okay. Obviously, I can see the house is damaged, but there's still a house. You fucking retard. So there wasn't nothing left, was there, you stupid fucking lying piece of shit. Anyway. Come on, Parry, he did lose everything, LMAO. Except he didn't lose everything, did he? He wasn't even living there. He lost the stuff he left at his house. No, he lost the stuff he left at his house. Oh, no, oh, jeez. You mean all the stuff he doesn't care about. He lost all the stuff he doesn't care about. Wow. And he still has fucking property. He lied about being homeless. I pray you never need to deal with a fire, bro. It's wild. Dylan does good journalism. Dylan doesn't do good journalism. Dylan's journalism is dog shit. He's never had an interesting story. He's never asked interesting questions. He's a bad journalist. He's bad interviewers. He lost his grandma's ashes. Well, he didn't lose them. He just misplaced them. I guess that is the type of losing them. They're just a bigger pile of ashes now, aren't they, Duckbringer? Anyway, it's like the idea that this fucking loser, lying retard. How can you use the ashes in a fire? They just added to the ashes. Anyway, this fucking loser, lying retard is like, I lost everything. Okay, I don't like talking about my past, right? But I've lost stuff. There's been a house where I've had stuff and I can't get that stuff. But I don't sit here and be like, everything I've ever had is gone. It's gone. It's gone. Because I'm not a crybaby fucking sympathy-baiting loser, okay? But this guy is. And he wasn't even living there at the time. He wasn't even living there. It's not like he had to, I have to move homes because my house is on fire. My house is on fire. Yeah, it's true. I will admit, Duckbringer, we don't really have fires here in Malta because we build our houses out of stone like non-retards. That's true. You're such a fucking sympathy-baiting loser. You lied about everything. Obviously, the house got caught on fire. Oh, I lost everything, except you still own property, don't you? You thought that you were like a homeless fucking orphan in the middle of the street. But it turns out your dad's a house. So very obviously, you're not as poor as you pretend to be. And also, you didn't live in that house. You lived with your girlfriend for the longest time. And after living with your girlfriend, you went to Ukraine. So the majority of the stuff Dylan's owned the last like 5-6 years of his life isn't at this house. But he's claiming he's lost everything. Did he have fucking cash in the fucking mattress? Probably not, right? He still has a bank account. So first to sit here and be like, oh, he lost everything. What do you mean? Family records and pictures? Are you kidding? What do you mean you lost family records and pictures? You're fucking my age!
Hold on. Sorry. My shit just stopped shitting. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Can I just put... Hold on, let me put this here. It's kind of a mess. Give me a minute. Alright. Hold on. Alright, so... You got a new one? You got... It says, wow. Wow. And smiley face. Smiley. No dinosaur. Dinosaur. And, yeah. So... On the bed.
Hey, you're my age, Dylan. Your pictures are digital, you lying piece of shit. He's just a lying piece of shit, guys. He's a lying piece of shit. Oh, I hate this guy. Now, personal documents, I agree. It's annoying if you had your passport there. I mean, he didn't because he was in Ukraine. But maybe his dad lost personal documents, right? Or maybe he had, like, school records or whatever. God, jeez, I'm sure those are really important to you. Oh, I won't post any more pictures. It's all the same. I'll see you all when I see you. Thanks to the firemen who came out to do what they could. By the way, it's like... He did post more pictures, so he just lied about that, but whatever. I guess it's okay for him to lie, because he's traumatized or whatever. Parry, oh, it's no, you have to give infinite sympathy to the liar, You have to give infinite sympathy to the liar who always makes things sound like a bigger deal than they are for sympathy. You have to give him infinite sympathy.
Bro.
Duckman, obviously fires are bad.
Can you have one? We can maybe work something out. Ghost Gaming. It's funny that his mom died in a fucking horrible house fire with their cat. That's fucking crazy. Not that the mom died, but the urn died. It's kind of fucking crazy, dude.
Bad. But Dylan, this is like one of the best fires you can have, right? You weren't at the house. You obviously, it's, it's like, did this cat even die, by the way? Or am I just making that up? Did this cat die? Yeah, he did. He had, his cat that he's had since he was 7. So a 20-year-old cat died in a fire. That's crazy. I don't know. What has he lied about? He lied about being gay. He lied about... we have no evidence about this terrible... He lied about being gay, he lied about being homeless. That's enough for me. He lied about being gay, he lied about being homeless. His cat did die, okay? His cat died, his 20-year-old cat died. That is sad, to be clear, that is sad. But it's just like the infinite sympathy baiting. He's such a loser. His cat died, and you were laughing fatly at him. I'm not laughing fatly. No, his cat died, and I'm saying this fucking loser is a sympathy baiting liar who lied about being homeless, but now he also wants to... So he wants the sympathy for being homeless, and now he wants the sympathy for his house that he lied about being homeless the whole time. That's all I'm pointing out. That's really all I'm pointing out. Also, he lied about being gay. I mean, if you're asking me what he lies about in his Ukraine coverage, not really anything, because I don't know, I don't watch it. He doesn't say anything of value, so I don't even know if he has the ability to lie when he says nothing real. So, he does good journalism. What fucking good journalism does he do, Duckbringer? That's a serious. I know I asked it in a mean way. That's a serious question. Like what I've seen some of his documentary stuff. His interviews are shit. His narratives are boring and they're very predictable. Nothing interesting, really. He's no Louis Theroux. Let me just put it like that. His jowls are jiggling. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh, Tony. No, they're not. Take that back right now, Tony. Take that back right now. He embeds with crews in Ukraine, talks to people there, right, and then he doesn't ask them. He talks to people. He doesn't ask them anything interesting. He doesn't post any ancient documentaries. It's possible, right? Guys, listen. I understand what you're saying, Duck Ringer, but as it happens, I also been to Ukraine and have these epic interviews and these epic conversations with real Ukrainian crews, and they're all behind this red curtain. Will I show you these interviews? No, but I did them. I totally did them, guys, for sure, totally. This is on-the-ground journalism. When you are too fat to wear a fucking bulletproof vest and this fucking Ukrainian guy has to babysit you instead of actually doing anything of value. Because Ukraine news daily, which is depressing, and so anyone who does that all day every day gets my respect. I love people. I love Ukraine. I don't even have that level of dedication. Well, listen, I understand. He's providing a service. He's just doing it in a really shitty way.
Bro, where is this part that fucking Quayla sent me, dude? I gotta find it. Hold on 1 second. Also, I have breaking news, but hold on. Quayla sent me this timestamp, and I want to make sure I watch the timestamp. How much longer is on this? 4? Oh, okay, hold on. We're gonna
2CYA0. Or is it O? Right now explaining that Dylan's analysis of I'm literally try to well, that's the only thing. Yeah, but he's doing coverage, and then I'll say, yeah, bad coverage. You should be ashamed to have him associated with you. That's what I'll say. Do I even believe that? I don't know. I'll figure it out.
You guys want the breaking news first, or do you want the
fucking? Fine. Okay. Do you guys know of a good OCR program? You guys know of a good OCR program, guys?
Okay. So we're gonna do this real quick. Breaking news. Breaking news. Close that. Breaking news. Breaking news. First of all, I was in the IDF. Just kidding. False. I was for a day, okay? I had a jacket for years, and it smelled like Israel. I don't know how to explain it. Jackets just be smelling like things. But breaking news, other than what was in the video. But breaking news. Also, hi, Astro John. Wait, please don't pop up all my... I don't know, anybody else have that issue where, like, you pull up Creator Clash and all of a sudden it's pulling up all your fucking DMs? Okay, Creator Clash. Okay, let me try to read this right. Are we ready? I'm horrible at reading, just... Okay, can you guys hear me? I was gonna breaking news and then I unplugged my microphone like an idiot. Okay, let's do this. Nope, that's not what I meant to do. Let's do this and this, and hopefully I remember to put it back, okay? Okay, you guys ready? Wish you could zoom in more. Hold on, let me try to do this. Okay. Ian and Anissa Jomha have made the difficult decision to fully step away from Creator Clash, both publicly and behind the scenes, and are relinquishing ownership of the event. This decision wasn't made lightly, but it's necessary step forward, returning Creator Clash to its core purpose, bringing communities together for a night of boxing fueled by passion, discipline, and the goal of raising money for causes that matter. Since the beginning, this event has been about more than just the fights. It's been about creators pushing themselves beyond their limits, fan rallying behind something positive, and using that energy to do some good in the world. Since Creator Clash's inception, we've been able to raise meaningful funds and awareness for charities making real impact. That mission has lost focus in recent weeks, and it's clear that for the event to move forward, things need to change. We're making space for that change now. That's funny. As a part of the fallout, both Harley Morenstein and Lena Ayad have stepped away from their scheduled fights. While we're disappointed to lose those two creators who brought so much heart to this event, we understand and respect their decisions. The fighters still on this card have been training for months in silence and sweat and in the shadows of everything else going on. They deserve the spotlight, not the fallout. This event was never about any one person, and it shouldn't be defined by internet drama or and it shouldn't be defined by internet drama or personal conflict. Our hope has always been that this event could be a force for good and a force for good. Okay, well, let me start. Our hope has always been that this event could be a force for good. One night where entertainment, effort, and community come together to support causes that matter. That hasn't changed. If you felt disappointed or let down by the noise, we hear you. But we hope you'll continue to support the people stepping into the ring. They've worked hard, and the charities we fight for are too important to let the mission get lost. Thank you for being here. We're still fighting for something bigger. Creator Clash. Dun, 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 dun. Thank you for being there. Breaking news. Damn, if iDUBBBZ content cop didn't suck dick before, it sucked 100 dicks now. I mean, I don't remember who. I want to say even Tommy C possibly was like, oh yeah, they're just going to have to get investors, which honestly kind of makes sense. I'm just curious who those investors are. That's my biggest question. But the investors are not happy about Anissa and iDUBBBZ's decisions. Let's just say that. Unironically, though, what is the process to getting a refund for the event? You need to give a way for people to get refunds if they don't want to support the event. Unlucky. Comment Cop is so funny. Dude, Comment Cop is actually hilarious in the irony of things. But yeah, that's breaking news. We'll keep watching this because it's about to get to the funny part.
You guys know the good OCR program. It's very important that I find this Amazon wishlist to mock, okay? Great.
So Perry's about to find the Amazon wishlist from Dylan Burns.
He will argue with you for several hours and probably crash out. Sure, that sounds great. Yeah, that sounds great. Just I'll link you my Discord and tell him to join and go into waiting room if he's interested in arguing about why Dylan Burns is or isn't a loser. Let's see. So, I'll do it fucking manually, fine. Whatever, I'll do it manually. So, www.amazon.com/hz/ls/caps lock 2 CYAOWD2BUB, or does this 88A? Is that it? Did I get it, guys? Is it LS? Is that it? Which was slash L 2 CYA0? Is it OW D2BU 86A? 86A. Guys, it's 86A. What? Why would you? Hey guys, it's me, Dylan Burns. My house burned down because my daddy left 50 lithium-ion batteries in a pile in a corner. Please help me rebuild my house by buying me 50 rechargeable lithium-ion batteries so I can throw them in the corner and burn my house down all over again. It's just...
No way.
Why would you... Why would you... What do you want? It's the first result is the fucking battery to burn his house down again. Did you learn nothing, man? Did you learn nothing? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Me when I'm Dylan Burns. Me when I'm Dylan Burns. Me when I'm Dylan Burns. Me when I'm Dylan Burns' father. Me when I'm Dylan Burns' father. How was I supposed to know that he would put them all in the corner? I just bought him the batteries because I thought he needed them.
Bro, that's actually hilarious. Okay, so enough of that. Also, if you guys can type in... I finally swung it. I don't know where it is, but I just hit... I think it's down for the count. I swung at the stupid fly that's been flying in my face. I think I got him. Anyways. So that's that. I'm going to see if... Ryle's usually pretty good about putting up segments from last night. Did he not? Oh god. Is Twitch easier to find streams on? I don't know if his streams are on. Is it do kick? Sorry, that's not what I meant to do. Oh, this is 3 days ago. What about kick?
Hey, but the speak.
Okay. Yesterday. Wait, was that? That wasn't 2 days ago.
Once.
I said.
I felt like the deadline.
Hold on.
I'm done. I need to pander to the right wing now. The contingent on the left that's had rising anti-Semitism over the last...
Yeah, but I think it's...
herself.
Back the money, and I was like, okay, what? Like actually
came out about being trans.
Or speak.
All I could think while I was watching these Israeli children being shot in the head is, doesn't Hassan fucking suck?
With the smugness.
Oh, okay,
Just
here,
talk
it's
about the
for
smugness.
this.
Like,
I know because I...
relationship is wounded with
Or don't say anything. Don't say that you're going to say nothing. That is so annoying and stupid.
So...
It's not gonna help other people, right? Like
I'll let this play for a second. TLDR, if you've been around and you know about the PV stuff, Beckett of Craps was kind of like a whistleblower with a lot of it. And the way that he just kind of found out that like these people were getting paid to do these panels, and it wasn't as like transparent that they were getting paid by Rebellion Pack to do these panels. So pretty much like in a way it could have been influenced by pretty much money, these debates happening in the first place, let alone the conversations happening. So the fact that people weren't necessarily transparent about it obviously upset people, yada yada. So matters who I got it from. But I got this. Hold on. Where's the fucking clip? I got this yesterday from someone.
Hold on. We'd already made the
got
video.
paid by that dumb bitch.
And when we got paid by Brianna Wu, she offered a tip, like a donation.
How much?
I think it was like 500. I'd have
You
to
sold your soul to Brianna Wu for
No. She offered more, and I killed all future projects because we actually had an entire series planned on the leftist contingent of Twitch. Brianna, absolutely, those signal chats with Keffels, where she's like, oh, I want to give money for this. She was absolutely doing that to multiple channels because she did it to us. So,
but how much do I get for 600?
Absolutely. The only reason that I held back on this is because Jenny and Brianna were still cool, and they're not anymore.
Like,
well, this is the insane thing. We were going after Demon Mama anyway.
Yeah.
But she wanted to pay afterwards, and then wanted us to go after people like President Sunday.
So, question: did Brianna Wu possibly give Stardust money for that debate with President Sunday? Is my fucking question. She'll never answer it, or if she does, I'm interested in her answer. I don't think she'll ever actually answer that, but it would be funny if she did. What phone? Jesus Christ. Hold on. But yeah. So we're gonna watch
Fucking Christ.
Which is
wow,
why
I guess
I
there
vetoed
really is a
all
deep
content.
state in content.
Hold on.
Yeah, okay. So that's that. So we're gonna watch JSTLK have a conversation with Beckett about it.
Okay, no.
At least
like,
say
fuck, I was
please.
happy. I was happy to wait. Like, I'm fucking getting messaged about shit about
It's gonna
me
be like
cutting
6
the
hours.
VOD, and it's like, fucking, Beckett's upset.
Do you want me to open this clip and play it for my stream? None of them know what it's about
play
yet.
it for the stream. Play it for the stream. I want people to see
Well,
it.
hold
I
on.
want people to see it.
Okay. Beckett is drunk, by the way. I am completely taking advantage of him. He has every right to be extremely angry at me tomorrow. But I'm agitated. So now he's fucked up. He's actually fucked up. You can hear it in his voice. You're
I've
gonna hear
been
it in the
waiting
clip.
for this. This has pained me. Play the clip.
Hold on. We'd already made the
got
video.
paid by that dumb bitch.
And when we got paid by Brianna Wu, she offered a tip, like a donation.
How much?
I think it was like 500. I'd have
You
to
sold your soul to Brianna Wu for
No.
Beckett is, okay, he's the Lungenpress for Brianna Wu. Beckett is literally researching all of the Brianna Wu hit pieces, okay? That's who Beckett is.
She
in his
offered
soul.
more, and I killed all future projects because we actually had an entire series planned on the leftist contingent of Twitch. Brianna, absolutely, those signal chats with Keffels, where she's like, oh, I want to give money for this. She was absolutely doing that to multiple channels because she did it to us. So,
but how much do I get for 600?
Oh my god, I didn't even realize, but Beckett was like proto-progressive victory. Paying content creators to have your opinions? You were like
And I killed
proto-progressive
it.
victory.
And I killed it. She only paid us money after the video was fucking done. I want to be really fucking clear. I killed all future content. I did not go after the leftists I fucking hated. The idea of supporting anything that we wanted was fucking disgusting. And the only reason I'm here is because, listen, I'm very hammered. I talked way too much about my sector tonight. And that's why the VOD was killed. It was not to do with the Woo stuff. Everything with the Woo stuff, if people want to ask me about now, I am public about it, and we are going to
Right.
bring out a video about it.
What did Woo
fuck
want?
this shit.
Because I don't know what that means.
Woo wanted hit pieces on other leftists.
Like who?
Like anybody who was going against her.
Like
So,
who?
like people like Demon Mama, like people like Sunday, like any of the extreme people who were going after her.
Oh,
so
bizarre.
yeah. So yeah, like I have no problem talking about this. I want to talk about it for ages. I thought it was fucking ridiculous. Like again, when we were doing freelance work as the channel, listen, I think it's reasonable to be protective of sort of client contracts. we're not doing that anymore, and the stuff I want to talk about is outside any NDAs that have been signed by the channel. And it should be talked about because ultimately I sort of laid off generally because Jenny and we were friends in the same way Sunday and I are friends, and Jenny laid off Sunday.
So,
but yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. So you guys decided not to do a hit piece on
Bigger
Sunday because you
waste
like
of
Sunday?
money than making a hit piece on Demon Mama. She
No,
just have money to burn.
It's not to do with the hit piece. It's more to do with the fact that like, look, there are people I like that Jenny doesn't, in the same way that Jenny likes people I don't. And
Who the
we
fuck
sort
is
of
Jenny?
Jenny's the other half of Cope and see Jenny Matrix. But like, what's a good way to put this? Like with any fucking friendship, you sort of like make the decision of go, well, we kind of have a neutral position on this person because we both disagree, and that's broadly how we viewed it because it's it's a working relationship. But yeah, like I think that's reasonable. I think that's reasonable with most people.
Wait,
in
I
fact,
can't
the same way
pause.
that
My
until
bunny's
recently,
covering
until
my
the recent
pause
stuff came-
button. Yes, I stream. I'm sorry, Isu. Hi, hello, how are you? Hope you're well. Why? Who told you? Who said something? But yes, I stream. I haven't streamed in a bit because my internet. Okay, TLDR, my internet wasn't working. All he literally had to do. Why did my jump 10 people watching me? All he had to do was reset the router, and so yeah. But yeah, we're just watching this. Hi, Scorpion from Mortal Kombat. I fought that guy a couple times in Fortnite recently, actually. I'm a little quiet. I'm quiet? Wait, hold on. Let me make sure my right mic is on. I'm quiet? Do I have to put it closer to me? I don't know. Hold on. Nope, that's not what I meant. I always press that button. Properties. It's just my mic. I don't know why it's being quiet. Chud raid incoming? Why? Shut up.
Matt Jenny was far more pro, Destiny than I fucking was. In the same way a lot of people frankly were. But yeah, with Woo, we kind of laid off that content, and you can, if people want the timeline for when I had a conversation with Woo, it was about a week before she turned up on Now Recording, which is not a fucking coincidence in my opinion. I again, because the VOD's been taken down because I'm hammered, but yeah, Woo and I had a conversation. I still hated her after it. I still didn't fucking trust her.
Anyways,
I've been waiting for a chance to go after her for fucking ages.
But
Yeah,
you are
this
saying
isn't
that just because
Hi Gonzo, thank you for watching.
but you are saying that just because
Oh, thank you, Liberal Chad, for following. Maybe that's better if I play it like that.
I'm not. I just want to be really.
If you're here, like, comment, subscribe. I'm watching Beckett getting questioned about his clip, talking about how he made content for Woo but didn't make content for Woo. If you followed any of the PV stuff, super funny stuff. What else? And yeah, welcome to the stream. And oh, and I'm making candy for EDC. I don't have any examples because I keep throwing them on my bed, but that's what we're doing. But hi, hello, welcome. Where did you guys really come from? I don't believe you came from Chud.
You fucking clear and open about this. I really fucking don't like Vogue.
Why else does she suck other than the hit
Hold on.
pieces?
I just need to
Hang
cut in
on,
really quickly and say,
no.
Now Recording is Beckett's podcast that he ran with a couple other commentary people. I don't have a very big commentary audience. Beckett doesn't know that. Beckett told me about some of the stuff previously, so I think he thinks you guys are very informed. Most of you guys would not actually be up to date on everything he's talking about.
Hi, Perry.
Basically, Woo is trying to shape opinions on.
Perry, I just finished watching your whole segment about how Dylan Burns burnt down his house with lithium batteries. Well, his dad did, and then I came back and this isn't Perry. Hi, welcome. Dylan Burns burnt down his house with lithium batteries, and then the first thing on his wish list was lithium batteries, which thanks Quayla for that because it was fucking hilarious.
Certain lefty people, especially people who criticized her. Anyway, continue.
I watched a bit of Chud's
Yeah, like,
coverage on
because
Woo,
I've got a couple of DMs about this. I think it's reasonable for Jenny to stop my stream while I'm ranting about, because she's trying to protect me, which is fair. I probably shouldn't rant about my industry. It probably has bad implications, especially if I want to work for a fucking water company in the long term. But generally speaking,
Yeah, I've hated Woo for a long time, and
Why?
I laid off because they were
What are your
friends.
top 3 reasons?
Woo, okay, top 3 reasons is the total biscuit stuff. Woo basically manipulated the whole Gamergate situation to promote herself, and she is an incompetent, useless fucking wretch, and always fucking has been, who essentially uses basically other people to build a platform. If you guys want to hear me talk about the PV stuff, that's very simple. She came in, and I've spoken to Soyatel, who did the original recruiting for Vosh. I've made this public, by the way. This is public. You can talk to Rezi about this. I've made this very public. Soyatel did the original recruiting, and then Woo came in the midterms of like 2023/2024, technically, of bringing in political streamers, and they didn't disclose their kind of funding brackets. That's why I fell out so badly with Wick TV, and I was like, "You're not disclosing that buy-in to your audience. That is bullshit." I've had no issue saying that, and I've had no issue saying Woo was a piece of shit for that. The one thing I can't prove, and I've never had testimony for or any inside knowledge, because nobody will, I guess, admit it to me is the best way to put it, from the sort of recorded interviews I've already released. For those that are interested, these have been released, is that something happened between Woo and the owner of PV, and nobody will tell me what it is because they think it's unprofessional. So yeah, this is literally just me being... Go on.
I think she was just overbearing on everybody else who was around her. That's
It's content related to a stream I watched that is now deleted. What is?
what I've heard. I don't think something happened with the owner. I think the owner was like, "Hey, can you stop being overbearing on everybody else?" And she was like, "No, I'm doing a great job." I think that's more what it was. It was like friction between her and people she was working with, but she recruited people, I guess. She handed checks to...
Yeah, I think that's a fair take. I'm just trying to be like very quickly transparent about everything, because I'm getting DMs about you took a VOD down because of Woo. It's not because of Woo. I'm very, very happy to talk about all the shit I know about Woo, and I am probably going to work on a piece to release on Woo within the next week, because we're at that point. So
okay. So when you were telling me about this last night, you were working through some feelings then?
I was working through some reservations with where the source is of that, right? Because there are some things that, frankly, I can't release because of, as gay as this sounds, it is a reality, client confidentiality. I will not talk about what the... I wasn't involved in this. I want to be very fucking clear, because that is not an aspect of what this channel has done that I am really involved in. But it is something that I'd remain confidential with. Other elements, less so. I have less concerns about, because they are to do with channel payment and what actually happened with that relationship. So yeah, very happy to talk about that within the elements, not just of an NDA, because frankly, I'll be honest with you, the NDA is a joke, more just professional kind of courtesy. But there are elements of this that I think extend beyond the bounds of that, and I think Jenny feels the same way. So yeah, I would expect something out from us, depending on my sort of work ethic, within the next week. But also, I know that's been a comment that's been thrown out there, of the VOD being privated, and that's just not the case. It is purely to do with the fact that
basically nobody knows what you're talking about. But this VOD was Beckett doing a drinking game while he watched Hassan and Ethan debate, and clearly he got more intoxicated than he planned to, and now he's here talking about some other stuff. Okay.
Yeah, I don't care about the other stuff, but I do care about the Woo stuff. The sweeping for Woo is disgusting and visceral, so I do want to defend myself against that on a rare occasion, basically.
Okay. I'm trying to think of questions to ask you before you run off. Jesus, I just opened your channel and started spamming music. Okay. Jesus. So
logistical.
I'll take him from chat as well. It's fair. It's fair.
Does he know
I'll
the
take him from
person
chat.
that we know that
Sure.
would know stuff or not?
No.
Okay. Do you think they would talk to him?
Don't mention it anymore.
I'm obviously
but
not going to say the name.
Maybe.
am I?
Maybe. Yeah. I literally anything like this. Just message me if you want to ask questions. I get it. You think you're being sneaky, but you're not as sneaky as you think. So just be careful.
Yes,
with
I
everything.
am. Shut up.
Listen. I'm super blunt
He's
with this at
literally
this point.
drunk.
So talk to me.
I could say anything, and he wouldn't.
It's a bunch of
remember
sober people
any of
watching the
it.
stream, Kelly. It's a bunch of sober people watching the stream.
Fuck me.
I don't care.
Yeah. So wait, he isn't going to go into it. He's just doing that. I will talk about it later. Like, no, you can ask me questions now. Ask me questions now. That's absolutely fine.
Bro, Beckett is wasted.
By the way, I will eat the criticism that...
What the hell?
I will eat the criticism of the fact that Woo was essentially offering people money, which has been shown in the Signal conversations with Careful's, is something that wasn't disclosed. I will eat the criticism for that. That's probably... It's a really
saying
fucking
that you
difficult
did
one.
videos based on getting paid to do that research, and you didn't disclose that those videos were paid for, that you had compensation for the research done before you made
No,
the
no,
videos,
no,
right?
no, 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 no. Let me correct you. I was paid after the fact of the video was made, and then when further, like that was paid after the video was made, and we were offered further money, and on the basis of that offer of further money, I killed all future projects.
Okay. I mean, that's, I don't know. Does it seem like that ethically bad to me?
But if people want to criticize me of the fact that I didn't sort of like scream to the rooftops about the fact that Wu was doing this, I think that's fair criticism. There are reasons I didn't do that, but like at the same time, yeah, sure. I think that's pretty shitty behavior from Wu, and I think I can eat the criticism for not screaming, considering how much I fucking hate Wu for that.
Sure. I remember you criticizing Progressive Victory early on. But maybe, do you think like, do you think you're holding back on that criticism, or do you think like the fact that your partner in your channel having a relationship with Wu and that not really being disclosed, or at least especially the financial relationship not being disclosed, do you think that affected your coverage of Progressive Victory early on?
No, it didn't. You can kind of see that from the fact that I tore Wick apart and tore anybody involved into Progressive Victory apart, and also that while Jenny worked with Wu, I didn't cover anything positive to do with that organization, and actually my criticism was very heavily against them through that entire fucking period.
So would you say that it actually did affect it? It's just not in the way that like that question seemed to lead to? Like it did actually, but you were like, oh, I have proof that this person is trying to shape opinion because they've offered me money to shape opinion. And so I feel like I'm almost positive that Progressive Victory is doing this. Would you say it shapes your opinion in that way?
Do you know, that's really interesting. I'd never considered it that way, but perhaps it did make me more critical of Progressive Victory. If people are like, well, Beckett went really fucking hard at Progressive Victory. Yeah, I mean, fuck that organization and fuck Wu, I think has been my byline for that entire thing. Though it should be worth noting that by the time I was like hitting Progressive Victory criticism, Wu was already on the way out. Because that's the nature of the shall we say turbulent really relationship she had. Yeah, like, yeah, I mean, like I would say okay, being completely cynical, there is a step-off point where I stopped being as critical as Wu because of her friendship with Jenny, but not because of any financial motivation. Wu paid us once, I killed that relationship, but because of Jenny's friendship with Wu, in the same way that I have friendship with other people, and Jenny stepped off that criticism of other people who she dislikes, I did ease off and wasn't actively criticizing the shit Wu did, with the exception of when Wu was fighting with Queeman, because that shit was fucking hilarious. But I probably didn't criticize Wu as much as I wanted to because of their friendship. I think that's probably fair to say.
Can you talk about how that relationship broke down between Jenny and Brianna Wu? Because it seems like you keep referring to this in a
sure.
past tense. Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. So essentially, Wu commissioned us, like many people have, I should be absolutely clear, for research work in 2024. We have worked with multiple creators to provide scripts and detailed research for multiple videos now that have done quite well.
Bro,
Wu paid for a long-term contract. And ultimately, that relationship... let me say this, because I probably say this in the video. That relationship was not pleasant for the channel because of... shall we say, the difficulties in receiving payment. We were not paid on time. We were paid eventually, though I'd have to check the finances to see if we were paid in full. And the general relationship was not pleasant. Jenny did a lot of work and felt, shall we say, not particularly valued, which did not make me happy. Jenny means a lot to me. She is very close friend. And I was particularly annoyed. I'm trying to be as like sort of like unemotional as possible. After that relationship like fucking broke down completely, and Wu was fairly vindictive after it. I don't want to say too much because I can't like evidence it on this stream because I don't have so I kind of want to be a bit cagey, I guess, but as much as I can evidence, I will once that's sort of cleared in a video in the next week or so.
Yeah, sure. So basically, you guys were paid $500 after the fact for a video, but was Jenny being paid on the side for different things? Because some people are suggesting to me that maybe you might have referenced Jenny getting paid for some of the other stuff, but I'm guessing that is what you just talked about, that Jenny didn't feel valued, maybe wasn't paid.
Jenny was paid. This was so at the point when Jenny was brought into a project, and I will not talk about what that project was, either in a video or here, because I do not just because of the NDA, but I do not think it is fair to anyone involved in that project. Jenny was brought into a project long after the Demon Mama video, which was separate, and was paid for.
Okay, in terms of the payments from Wu, was it after the 500 or before the 500? So it was after the video.
After the 500.
I have no idea who any of these people are. Brianna Wu, Beckett of Crabs, and then Jenny is who helps write the videos. Also, I'm showing a candy. Hold on. And then I'll do more elaboration. So I got dance. Dance. Why can't I? Why is it not? There you go. Dance. And then, okay. We're good, right? I'm not showing anything I'm not supposed to. Okay. Not that I have anything. Smiley face. And then little dinos. Wait, that's a star. That's a little dino. Wait, did I only do one? I only did one. Just the green guy. Alright. That's what we're doing here today. Jenny Matrix helps with the Cope and Seeds channel. Let me... iDUBBBZ. Hold on.
100. Yeah, long after the video. Probably about...
Wait, what? That works. Da 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 da. Cope. I don't know why my thing keeps going in caps lock. But, oh shit. Here, I'll fix this and then I'll put it back. Oh shit, I can't. Hold on, I gotta... Wait, does it move? Okay, hold on. Been to EDC before? Yes, this is like my, 5th year, I think. So there's Cope and Seed, Jenny Matrix, and Beckett of Crabs. The video that I think they keep referencing, or they will reference, is the, sorry, let me brain, is the Demon Mama one. This one. It's like their first one that they kind of did. Which, in timeline, November, this would have been about the same time as the Progressive Victory stuff. Actually, I think this is even a little bit before, if my memory is correct. Because I think... if my memory is right, it was about the same time. Anyways, so that's that. Hopefully that helps. I guess Jenny is more long form content because I have not caught her once on a podcast. Granted, I don't check daily. So Jenny is like long term, like she's used to do a lot of sorry, I'm not doing words right now. She did a lot. She's really good at research, let me put it that way. She also used to do a lot of what was it called? Like debates and Twitch panels. There's like an infamous one where like her and let me see. Jenny, hold on. Jenny Matrix Bunk. No. Let me see. Stardust. Let's see if it pulls up that way. No. Anyways, it's a panel that exists and it's really funny. But she goes back and forth with Bunk and calls him an F slur, which is funny. But yeah, back to EDC. Yeah, this is like my 5th one. I've been going on and off since 2016. I couldn't count all of them, honestly. I'm not going to talk about Rule 11. Beckett can speak on the redacted. I don't know what any of that means. Okay, I'm just an innocent bystander making candy. Why is this not wanting to stretch out? What is happening? Do you guys like J-Stock and them being big? I kind of do. I kind of like it on the screen. It looks cool. Cool? Everybody cool? Also, my little guy has blue hair now because I have blue hair.
I guess we're talking mid-year, so 6 to 8 months. So I'd have to get the dates. That's an estimate. So it's significant. The 500 and again, the 500 itself is an estimate from my memory. But
yeah. Nobody's expecting. Trust me. We can all hear. We can all see that you had a couple drinks. We're not expecting you to be precise right now. I'm expecting you to be, as Brianna Wu would put it, directionally correct, not necessarily. Like
I would say just from information I'm getting on the fly a little bit, that so the Demon Mama video was in November when it was released. So after that, now I'll also be candid. We had videos planned on Xanderhall, We had videos planned on Xena and Poppy. We had Xena videos planned on, I think, a couple of other far leftist people. There was even discussions about like sort of bigger creators like Vosh. I killed all those projects, and at the point where Jenny came on to actually work with Woo as a sort of like freelance researcher, that would probably be of May 2024. So like you are talking a significant sort of like 6-month period between those two things, right?
Sure.
And
Okay.
I should be clear that when Jenny came on, that was nothing to do with the channel, and you can go and check my channel to see my coverage. My streams are very well labeled for this, that I was not doing political content at the time, and obviously the fact that I'm friendly with Sunday still is probably a sign that I was not going after particular people that Woo hated, right?
Sure. Would you say, were you like directed to go after Sunday? Like, obviously you got paid for the DM video, but was that like suggested to you? Like, hey, maybe you should go after President Sunday. Maybe I'd pay you for that.
So what I would say is the fact that there are certain people Brianna Woo does not like, who there is, there may have been an offer there. But again, I am doing this from memory.
That's a yes. I'll say a solid yes. Allegedly. In some world, I'm sure.
I know that Brianna does not like Sunday. And as I remember it, I should be very clear. As I remember it, and that should be taken with all the pinches of salt that are available. That
Oh, you know this guy hangs out with I'm gonna read that in a second. You know that Beckett hangs out way too much with commentary people when he has to do a disclaimer over everything. That's one of the things I had to unlearn so bad, was all the disclaimers. Allegedly, supposedly,
it's like, well, there might be money there for it, basically. But like, again,
kind of in an indirect way of like, I don't want to, I'm not directly saying it, but like, hey, you
it's
know,
not, it's like, again, I will like say like Brianna was never trying to direct the content. It was like,
okay, so enjoy EDC. I covered Camp Bisco as a photojournalist the year Hell's Angel, where security and a bunch of people died, so EDC is safer bet probably. I didn't know what Base Nectar looked like because it was for the radio station. I just sat with him for a while thinking he was festival staff. That's funny. I have some pretty funny EDC stories that I might elaborate in later, but EDC is always fucking fun. I'm excited for many reasons.
Like, well, there might be money there if you do take that angle, right?
Also, if you could like, subscribe, share the stream. We're just vibing today. Like I said, I gotta do this. My goal is 100. I think I've already hit it. I haven't counted it all, but I think I've already hit it. I'm just kind of vibing at this point because I have obviously so much. Oh wait, you guys can't really see. Hold on. Let me make my shit not look so fucking awful. Okay, well that's about right. Oh, that's the wrong one. So. But you guys can't even really see anything. I'm not gonna, but this is kind of everything that I've got going on. I guess this is kind of like a better way of putting it. So, I got a lot going on. Letters, candy, string, a little Pac-Man dude that maybe I'll use. Who knows? I've got a lot going on, so we're gonna be here a minute, hanging out.
And again, like, I should be very fucking clear that when that occurred, and I said, I'm not comfortable with this, there was no pushback from Jenny. There was no, oh, well, we should do this. Like, Jenny hates some of these fucking people, and she also saw the issues, despite the fact she hates these people a lot more than I fucking do, and killed the content. And that is actually one of the big reasons that Jenny is not a presence on the channel, is because, frankly, it's Brianna, which is frustrating. And again, from a presence from the research side, the experience with Woo kind of tarnished shit, and I'm not happy about that. I will admit to that bias. It fucked a lot of things for us. It was a bad experience.
I don't. Oh man, I don't want to just give myself away as like a valueless reprobate, but like I just don't understand how that could possibly be a thing. It sounds like you guys made fairly morally sound decisions most of the time, and like I don't understand how. Like it seems like you're suggesting Jenny's like, well, I'm really, you know, conflicted on this now, and I don't want to be doing this because it's kind of been soured by Brianna. It sounds like you guys didn't really do anything necessarily wrong, so that doesn't make sense to me. But maybe I'm misunderstanding you.
Well, here's the issue. I would look. I think for those who've known me for a long time would know that I am fairly cagey with the relationships I hold quite close. Jenny is insanely principled. I know that some people don't like Jenny, but like she's insanely principled.
I don't know who she is, so.
No, it's fair. She would never allow Brianna to direct content in the same way I wouldn't. My contention was the fact that Brianna would pay for it at all. For me, that was enough that it would tarnish it. There's something about the way Brianna operates that's always kind of been fucking disgusting to me. And that hasn't changed. And frankly, looking through kind of Jenny's interactions with her hasn't really done any favors, because I'll be honest with you, there's like plenty of times where I have watched Jenny sort of like look at what Brianna has been saying and being like, what the fuck are you doing? And trying to message Brianna and be like, dude, shut the fuck up. So if you're wondering why Brianna has become more unhinged on Twitter, it's because Jenny and other people, not just her, have stepped back from the optics checks. So now Brianna is sort of like unchained, just posting random shit. But yeah, generally speaking, from my perspective, I didn't want Brianna involved in any way with the channel. And from Jenny's perspective, she didn't want to be cucked. She doesn't want to be cucked by me either. She's, she will do what she wants, despite what I may, if I want her to be more of a scalpel than an axe, she will go at sort of like hatchet mode when she wants to. So yeah, we kept her away from the channel. So yeah, I just want to be super clear. She tried to be involved, and we killed that very early. She was never involved with this channel.
Okay. All right. I'm trying to think of what I might be missing here. Oh, there's probably other questions I should be asking here, but like I'm still a little.
Twitter drama is lame.
Yeah, I know.
What's the Twitter drama? I don't know any of that's going on. Fill me in. Other than the fact that Anissa and iDUBBBZ dropped, which we all kind of saw coming, to be completely fair. Trying to find glow in the dark beads that match. Do I have any more orange stars? Come on, one more orange star. Nothing. What a fucking bummer, dude. I guess we're doing yellow stars or pink stars. I can't talk today.
It's like a fucking. It's like a burst, and I get that.
It's okay.
It's one of those things that I want to talk about for fucking ages. So like this is probably coming out of the thing. Like I'm happy to take shit from chat as well. That's really not a problem.
Sounds like guilty. Twitter drama.
I am annoyed that.
No, it's Brianna Wu drama, which is almost as bad, to be honest. What if I do? I don't know how these sit. I can kind of do something like that. It'd be kind of fun. We'll see.
Like there's a reality with content creation that you sort of like, especially when you're sort of in a partnership, you sort of make compromises. Again, like I'll say the same thing I said earlier. If people want to have a
holy rambling man, dude,
I think that's fair. But at the same time, I think if you look over my content and do the work.
Wait, is the compromise that you just didn't go public with this immediately? Is that like the compromise was like that was the right thing to do, but your compromise was like shutting down the projects that would have benefited the person trying to pay you, and then you just moved on to other stuff?
We moved on to other stuff. I don't think it's it depends. It depends how you look at this. If you want to make the argument that I should have gone immediately public with the fact that Brianna was offering money for hit pieces, I mean, I'm kind of in the middle ground in the fact that this is what a lot of people do with content in that bracket, and the channel was just starting, and then I.
Abby, let's argue with people sometime. I need you to get back in the pool, dude. I don't have it in me to argue anymore. I wish I did, cause like, dude, I'm just not that good anymore, to be honest. I don't have it in me to like yell and stuff. As you can tell by my 1 HP voice. Bro, what the heck? I was trying to find this part where in Parry's stream today. That was so fucking funny. Oh god, whatever.
Kind of was like, well, fuck this. We're not making that content. But yeah, sure, you probably made that criticism of me. I probably wouldn't fight you too hard over it. I think that's a reasonable criticism for people who hate Wu. And
I would say
I certainly probably would make that criticism of other people, so I can't get too mad at you if you do.
Sure, I would say that probably to me, like, I don't think that that's wrong. I think I take this much more as a job than most people do. Like, a lot of people that see this as like totally just moral signaling, like you are just putting your morals on stream or on video like all the time. I don't really see it that way. I see it as much more of a job. So I don't really, when people make like choices that are more about preserving professional, I don't know, like I don't think you've like sacrificed integrity here. I would just say that probably through the whole PV thing, if it had been revealed that Brianna Wu was like paying people who'd done hit pieces on people she didn't like, probably a lot more people would have been circumspect of her being of like the recruiter for this, right? Because obviously there'd be certain people getting avoided, certain people being brought in. You know
yeah, I can admit to being taken in. There's an element here where, like, I don't know, I saw the fucking signal chats with Caffles, and I'm kind of like, oh fuck, I didn't realize it was this widespread. I thought it was just like, you know, Jenny and Brenna were good friends, and we were planning to make the content anyway, so Brenna's offering to support that content. So, like, I didn't see it in the same way. That, from my side, is naivety, and I think worthy of criticism for me. Like, again, I'm really not trying to dodge her. That said, there is a clear up kind of element. I think you can tell this in the fact that, like, I didn't have to talk about any of this, like, even with the stuff I wouldn't say last night to you. And I said some stuff to you after the stream. But I've been wanting to talk about this for a while. I'm not the sort of person that's really worried about personal criticism towards me. I think that's fair enough. Regardless, I'd like to get this side of Brianna out, because this side of Brianna is, I think far more honest, and I think far more damaging. And I honestly think fuck her. So you know, if that's going to have a little bit of a burn effect on me, I'm happy to take it.
Okay. So in those like signal chats, was Brianna? So I didn't get to that part of the Woo video, right? So was Brianna offering Caffles money to like do hit pieces on people in the same way, or do research, or like give her dirt on people? Is that what she was paying Caffles for?
I
or was there offers
do
for money?
not know the. Can we bring up the fucking signal chats so I can sort of like see the comparisons? I have seen the messages, but I can't
link,
remember.
I'd have to go to the dead domain video and scroll through it. Hold on.
Yeah, like because again, like I got a couple of messages from people that I respect on this, generally in this space. I know this is going to give some of those people a fucking ego, but I am actually very happy to talk about it. Hold on. Is Beckett's connection to Wu why he was defending Ethan's schizo anti-Semitism takes? No, it's not sick, and I wasn't. Like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. We can talk about this publicly, sick, but I have actually never defended that from Ethan. I literally don't know what you're talking about.
I need to go to bed.
Listen, it's only like it's like 4 o'clock. Kelly, don't go anywhere.
Yeah, I went to the
Kelly, will you
gynecologist and they took my blood.
Kelly,
I'm
will you play
tired.
Vampire the Masquerade with me?
Probably not.
Okay, well that's gay. Go to bed.
Okay, all right. Jesus. Bring on Sunday. I don't know if having everybody pressuring Beckett when he's listen. I can be a little more discerning for like
actually,
what I think
with this, I actually don't listen.
I don't want Beckett to be gang raped while he's drunk. Okay, it's very.
I actually, I know I'm fine. I'm actually better when I'm drunk. Weirdly, especially in situations like this. If people want to come and talk to me about this, I am insanely happy to talk about it. Like unironically. So if Sick wants to come on, or Sunday wants to come on, or anyone wants to come on, I'd actually, you know, like I'm very happy. Genuinely, like I'm back in bartender mode. It's quite nice. I'm enjoying it. I can't believe they canceled my stream because I was like fucking ranting about the environmental sector. It's very depressing. I'm not allowed to do that now, apparently. I only posted a meme because I am not trying to drunk press him. It's not a good place to be. I'm not talking to Beckett right now. That's fair enough, Sick. I know you've messaged me and I haven't like literally read the DMs. We can talk about this off stream if you'd like to. I know you hate Wit as well. It's fair enough.
A couple people are just asking. Yeah, you can, Ico, if you want. You got to join the general chat. Yeah. Move you in. We're in the Discord that you're in, Ico.
Yeah, let's talk about Woo being a piece of shit and me.
Well, yeah, I think some people just asked like, were there other people she talked about, like other than Demon Mama? Like, could she suggest any names to you? And then I don't know. Yeah, that would be one.
Well, let's grab people in, and we can start talking about Woo.
Because
in some ways, I can. Oh fuck. Okay.
Yeah. Did she suggest other names to you, other than the people you've listed so far?
What'd you say? I'm up towards 1K. Am I really? Bro, of course when I don't try, homie. I'm not up towards 1K. I'm at 590, which is honestly, I don't know how I keep getting subs, to be fair, but thank you. I'm halfway towards. Oh, I'm sorry. I can't read. Excuse me. What's it saying? This is what we're gonna do for comments from now on, so I can read what the fuck they say, okay? Listen. It says, I'm glad Perry rated you. I've subbed, but also last night was really something else. I had no idea. He kept going on to JSTLK. I'm not getting into detail because I'm also a policy person. Cope said stuff. Well, he's free of Stardust, so, you know, I give him a little bit of leeway to have a, what I call a rumspringer. It's none of your business. But a rumspringer, okay? Oh no, I was like, no way fucking Chud's still alive. When did he end? Oh, he sent people to Loner Box? Boring! No, just kidding. I like Loner Box. He's alright. Also, I wasn't doing that to, like, zoom in on you. I literally cannot read, and I don't have my glasses on me. They're in the bag that's next to me. I could totally go get them.
Is there any names you got given?
Fuck. I think there was a general sentiment at the point with Wu against the leftist contingent. I'm trying to remember people, but like Demon One was a major one. Sunday was another. I've been told that Xanderhall, I'm actually wrong, wasn't one of them. That's pretty much it. I imagine, like, here's the thing. It wasn't so much a suggestion to us as much as if you do this, there's money in it. So, like, I would expect, and this is an expectation, it should be taken as such, that if we did a video on Hassan, for example, there might be money in it. Or, like, because we had a whole series planned, like the Demon Mama videos in my, like, fucking cringe art style, that would be, like, kind of a hit on those leftists. Because the Demon Mama video did well for us back in the day, like, especially for, like, the first video for a channel. And that was very much the sort of like, oh, this would be great. But also, like, you're talking about, like, oh, dude, like, late 2023, it's a very different environment.
Yeah. Okay. What am I trying to ask now? I get what you're saying. Yeah. I'm trying to think if this was all coming after October 7th, because that's what it sounds like. November was the Demon Mama video you got paid out.
It would have been. So. Yeah. It was post October 7th.
I added you in the Discord you're supposed to join. Okay. Look at your mentions. Go find the one, and then find the one where I added you. Thank you. There she is. There we go.
Hey.
Hey.
Rules. Let's fucking go, babes. How you doing?
Hi, I'm good. I just caught up on super speed, and I was just wondering if I could ask a couple questions.
Yeah, please.
So with you said that you had videos lined up on like lefty people, right? Can you tell me like who they were, some of them?
So so I never wanted to do a video on Sunday, because I've been friends with Sunday for a very long time now, which is ironically kind of insane to say. I'm trying to remember who. I'm trying to remember I'm trying to remember who the fuck existed at the time, but I guess like kind of the Demon Mama crowd.
Xanderhall? Like,
well, I've been told that Xanderhall was never been on the list. But
we did
Vosh
cover all
may have
these.
been,
I can give you the names.
We did?
Yeah, super far lefty. So Vosh, Xanderhall, Xena, Poppy was a planned video. Xanderhall was named, take it back, possibly going after Vosh. And then basically when it was like, and I believe that Beckett they already had plans to do these videos. It wasn't that they were being offered money to do it. It was like, hey, basically if you stay the course, there'll be more money in it for you. And Beckett felt uncomfortable with that.
Yeah, I didn't. I deeply did not like being an attack dog.
Brianna Wu wanted those videos?
Yes, indeed, because Brianna Wu wanted to go after leftists, and we will talk about.
What about PV? Because they were a part of PV.
Well, see, here's why things get fucking interesting with Brianna, because the PV stuff's frankly fucking bizarre. Like, Brianna would bring in certain people, like, when you think about sort of the PV people, like, you and I would criticize, like, Wick or Daria, Solanobox, Rally, whatever. These were all people, as far as I can tell, who were brought in by Brianna or by sort of, like, adjacent recruitment periods. The Vosh sort of contingent seemed to still exist as a Vosh contingent. So I've spoken to Soyatel about this, and I have released that interview. If it needs a full release rather than through Reservoir Stream, I can do that. But originally, Progressive Victory existed as we should recruit people, yada, yada, yada. And then when Brianna came in around, I guess, late 2022, early 2023, she started bringing in people like Wick, and the Twitch rules had changed. And that kind of built its own contingent of those kind of people. And that's kind of the Destiny crowd. So there is a distance between those. Brianna seemed to not understand that distance. She still had her own, should we say, I don't want to say vendetta, but like...
I feel like... Okay, I'm very interested to ask. Is it possible that she actually said, that she actually could have suggested to you guys some of the old PV contingent? Because it sounds like those are the kinds of people she was sniping at, right? I think there's like Riverboat Jack. It's all the people who went to the New York event with J-Reg and some other people. All of those people would be in the original contingent of PV, right? Be Riverboat Jack, Vosh.
Yeah, those are all people brought in by Soyatel. Yeah, those are all people. So what I've got in the interview with Soyatel is originally Progressive Victory, and this is where my sort of like story with Progressive Victory starts, I guess. Originally with Progressive Victory, they brought in, and you can see this from the midterms, and I guess 20, I don't even know what it would be, like fucking the first band, whatever the fuck that was. I guess it'd be 2020 actually. Streamers promoted themselves as being partnered with PV. I have Soyatel on record as going to the leader, Dan, or like the kind of organizer of PV, the person who owns it, and saying, hey, Twitch's rules have changed, and now you can't promote political content or be sponsored by it, basically. And that's where you see the second wave come in, where streamers were saying, oh, you know, I'm not sponsored by PV, I just go to this weekly meeting and they give me $1,000. And
that's crazy.
Oh, dude, have you not seen this footage? Yeah, like, I showed this on Reservoir Stream. Like, it does seem to be the fact that this was very intentionally pushed, and that remains my sort of base opinion. Of what
I haven't gotten too deep. Like, I know about Progressive Victory stuff, but I didn't like pursue it on my own. What's occurring to me is like, I wonder if she was using any of PV's resources to pay for these things on people, like wanting to pay you guys.
Okay, I can say this because, oh fuck. Okay, I need to be really careful about what I say here.
Okay.
Okay, sorry. Give me just a second.
Okay. Yeah, fine.
I would say that given the fact that we were not paid through the channels that we should have been, that Brianna was not using PV money to bring people in. Because part of the reason that I can even talk about this is Brianna's method of paying us violates the NDA that was signed.
Can you expand on
No, I
what
can't.
you're talking? No.
No, that's all I can say. I'm trying to be sort of fair to the fact that
President
I do not
Sunday
think
enters
Brianna
the
misappropriated
chat.
Funds
Wait, hold
because
on.
I think Brianna is too.
President Sunday enters the chat. This is the best part. I don't know if this is the best part. I just assume anything with President Sunday is the best part. Bro. President Sunday enters the chat with like, remember fucking, who was the guy, the little fucking ferret dude? Dude, every time, that just was Sunday do what Sunday do. Dude, it's so fucking, so good.
Too incompetent to misappropriate funds.
Look at this, the gang's back together.
Oh, I love it. How you doing, Sunday? Are we using a dog's name now? Are we doing?
No,
Sorry, I'm very
still in
drunk, so you
denial,
have to
not
deal
yet.
with it.
I'm getting there. So.
Dude, this is what friendship does to a person. How you doing, bro?
I'm doing fine. So I only caught like a few minutes of that. So the Demon hit piece that was a Woo production.
No. I want to be super
Wait,
clear about this.
hold on. Before Sunday goes, I go. Do you have any final questions? I don't want like a billion people in here at once. Do you have any?
I don't think. Me and I go get
Actually,
along. I'm perfectly happy spending back and letting Echo talk. It's all good.
Okay, fine. All right,
No,
go. Sunday.
so the Demon Mama video was already completed before we were paid. Woo had no input to it at all, and had Woo had any input to it or offered any money, I would have never released it.
Too bad. I was all excited for a second.
Oh
Yeah,
well, sorry, buddy.
No.
I'm
You said there might have
possibly.
There might have possibly been money down on offer for a Sunday video.
There was indeed. I believe again you were a £500 bounty.
That's it.
Dude, don't get fucking ahead of yourself. Yeah, I made 500. I made £500 on stream tonight, buddy. Like you're not even worth a fucking stream night.
By the way, guys, don't forget to donate. Need more hours here. Maybe do that whole entire pirate software piece after this, okay?
But yes, Woo was interested in a piece on you. But I don't want to be too. I don't want to stroke your fucking ego cock too much. But you weren't the only one. But yes, there was.
Haha, no worries. Do whatever we came here from. Parry zooming in the least of concern of a Parry chatter. Yeah. Parry's cool. I like Parry's content. Parry makes me laugh. Parry is good in between content when Chud's not streaming. Also because his stream's like already like an hour or so in, or maybe even like 2-3 hours in by the time I'm waking up in the morning. So like it's the best getting ready for work content. I don't know how to explain it. Okay. I just need noise in my ear when I wake up in the morning, and I can't get like my mind straight unless there's something. And if it's up to me, I'll just like be on like reels, like Instagram reels, and that doesn't do anything for anybody. I just need second monitor content for my CK3 achievement hunting. Monkey, I'm gonna be honest, no idea what that means. But with that, please like, share, subscribe, talk in the chat, say hi to your friends. I will leave to EDC in like a week and a half. Whew, that's scary. I need to start getting my stuff together. I've had everything in my big suitcase for like 2 months, so most of it's already kind of together. But yeah. Hyped.
There was.
It's Brandon Wu. I'm pretty sure she would pay for that for virtually anybody who argued with her for longer than a day. So.
You can kind of say this in signal chats from what I understand. So yeah. It's just nice to be transparent. I hate this shit. Like, I've tried to, like, I'll be honest with you. I'll be like 5x5 transparent. Like, we don't talk about clients in the same way that I won't talk about the work that the channel or Jenny ended up. Or, well, let's just say not the channel, because there is a business that is wider than the channel. I won't talk directly about what Jenny's work was for Brianna as a researcher. The channel is just a component of the business. But what I'll say is the fact that the idea of any involvement of Brianna in direction made both Jenny and I very uncomfortable, and I killed that very quickly. It's one of the reasons I moved entirely away from politics. It's sort of last straw for me.
Oh, Brianna.
Okay, but did that?
You can disprove that.
Wait. Did that stop you from doing research for like all of commentary? Like basically once you're.
No, working with Brianna, and we will talk about this in the video that we're working on. Is the big reason, is one of the major reasons that Jenny took a step back from freelance research work, and why the channel no longer takes commissions, because we have had commissions from fairly big channels, and we have stopped doing it. And we're good at it. Jenny is very, very, very talented. But the experience with Brianna, while we eventually did get paid, was not worth the time investment or the stress, and Jenny was not pleased. And
Can I ask a quick and very sensitive, phrased question pertaining to that? 'Cause I understand you want to.
if it's sensitive, you can ask it, but from what you're saying, I might.
Yeah, if you can't answer, you can't. It's all good. I'm just curious as to, in the most general terms, the nature of the discomfort.
Can you expand on the direction of your question?
Well, when you say that it was such an uncomfortable experience working with Brianna that you've shifted away from an entire area of work. I'm just curious as to what the nature of that discomfort was. What
we were
sort of
paid
thing are we
very
talking
late.
about here?
We were paid very late.
Right.
We fought for that payment, and once we were paid, and I say we as the business, because I was not involved. I have not signed an NDA. I would not work with Woo. I want to make that very abundantly clear. But once the business was paid, the business was then cut out of that work as though the business had done something wrong, as opposed to just being paid for the significant amount of work that we had done.
Right.
And what I will say is that payment that we were owed and we had to fight for was in excess of £5,000.
Can I
Now
ask? No, go ahead.
I was just sort of very quickly, and this will be the last thing, so I'm going to go afterwards. I apologize, Echo. When you say you had to fight for it, we've seen Brianna Wu when she's fought with people in public. Was the tenor of those conversations similar to that?
I don't want to give a comment at the moment.
Okay, that's a yes. Thank you. Oh, Echo.
Bye.
Hi.
Bye.
I wanted to know. I'm curious as to like when you were struggling.
Sorry, I just want to be super clear and just respond to something in chat. You worked and got paid, so you did work for her. I want to be very clear. For me, I have never done work for Woo, ever. The business has done work for Woo, but I also want to be very clear about the business relationship that exists in the fact that I do not take money from this. I do not take a paycheck. The business is in Jenny's name, and it is wider than the channel. And I personally have never done any work for Woo and would never do any work for Woo or anyone fucking like her. I want to squash this right now. There is no contract that I have ever signed, and the only conversation I have ever had with Woo was an attempt to smooth over that relationship, and I left it. And I am actually sure that Jenny would give testimony for this, that I fucking hated her. I make a very decent living from the work that I really do. I would not take money from Woo, and I cannot be bought. And in fact, in that conversation, I said to Woo in it, I cannot be bought. You can say distancing, omnipotent, and it is. Like, I will accept the fact that the business I am a part of with Cope and Steve has done work with Woo, but I personally have not, and I would never. Okay? So you didn't work with her because you didn't pay enough? No. There is no amount of money Woo could give me to work with her. That is my personal feeling.
I gotta roll back. Stop letting her speak.
Wondering, I'm just thinking, do you know like this? So when she was owing you money, she was on her way out with PV.
This is post PV.
Okay, so she was completely gone from PV at the time.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. Like you didn't work together at all. I just don't. I don't know the timeline. So
yeah,
it was
sure.
like,
No, that's understandable.
so she
Yes,
was completely gone.
She was completely gone from PV. There is no connection between Cope and Seethe and Progressive Victory at all. This was a completely separate project.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to know if there was any crossover because I was just curious about if she was misusing funds.
Hi, hello, I'm back. Just kidding, I've been here. My dog needs to pee soon, so here's candy. Oh, I didn't put a smiley on it. Oh no. Hold on. Please hold.
No.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Thank you. I'll talk to
Awesome.
you guys later.
Thanks for coming on.
Okay,
See
bye.
ya. Sorry, that was the third time you answered that question, so I was just a little. I'm like, fuck me.
No, I get it. Listen, like, I actually accept some of the DMs that I've got that this stream just got fucking, like, privated. And the accusation is, well, you talked about Woo, that's why I got privated. And I genuinely wanted to come here and just actually just be as open and transparent as possible, because I'd probably think the same thing. I'd probably think the same thing. I think that's these are fair questions to ask. I don't mind the grilling at all.
Okay. Okay, I feel like you've answered basically all of these things. You said you didn't want to go through it. I'm trying to think, because
I mean, there are other things you can ask me, and I can just go, listen, I don't want to answer that right now. I feel like, depending on how the progress goes with what we're dealing with at the moment and going through, those answers may come. But it's selfish. Partly it's I don't want to cut the content, and partly it's I don't want to answer these questions on stream where I don't have either the evidence to hand or like a coherent narrative that may contradict what I said.
So we got Love, and we got Dino 1, Dino 2, and then we put a smiley on it. He was a little bit bigger. Oh god. Oh, that's really tiny. Oh god. So it's a little tinier now because I made it small. It's like really small. Oh my god. Okay. So if anybody has an itsy bitsy wrist, that's for them. I might let this play while I go take Shaggy out downstairs real quick, because he's staring at me right now. But I am listening.
Say in the video. So I want to be careful with that, right?
can you say whether or not the research that was provided by BECKETT, like the company, to Brianna Wu has been used for the project it was intended for?
No, I can't.
Okay.
Because I don't know.
Can you say whether or not this... Oh, you don't know that. Okay. All right. Are you aware of what the research was, even though it wasn't you doing it?
Fuck, what's the best way to answer this? I'm aware of the general outline, but not of the minutiae.
Okay. All right.
And that's because the minutiae is covered by NDA. So I have no knowledge of it. I only have knowledge of the, what's the best way to put this? The work schedule, the hours put in, and the kind of general scope of our sort of contribution. Oh, sorry, I want to be careful with contribution. The work put in, when I say contribution, I mean like the effort put in versus what we're paid for, right?
Okay.
So that's what I have knowledge of, and I would not talk about the in the same way that if I've done if the channel has done work for a particular content creator, I would not name the content creator, nor would I name the particular research.
I mean, I would just say from the very beginning, the idea that people think this is related to PV is kind of silly. Just because Brianna was, I think, at least 6 months gone from PV, when she hired Jenny to do this. So it wouldn't make any sense for this to be a part of PV. People want to like kind of pin the tail on the donkey and attach it to PV. I don't see how it possibly could be. I'd say if you're looking
I may actually have an answer for you, but you're gonna have to give me a second because I've just been messaged something. So I want to be clear. Okay, so it was never used in a meaningful way. The vast majority was never used at all in any capacity.
Okay, so most of it wasn't used. All right. So I was just gonna say that probably you'd be able to look into what Brianna was doing around, I don't know, June, July, August, through like mid to end of 2024, and probably get a good idea of what this could have possibly been about. But it wouldn't have been about PV because, again, she was gone from PV long before she started this project, long before this project was getting stuff added to it. Possible it was something from before, possible it was something to do with the rebellion, but the PV thing just feels very unlikely. But that's my
Sorry, I've
read on
got
it.
a clarifying point.
Sure.
Which is not because of bad research, because of the vast incompetence of on Brianna's part.
Oh, nobody really doubts that. Yeah, nobody doubts that in any way.
Like
Nobody doubts
I
that.
want to look. I'll be honest. My biggest frustration in some regards, and I know there are going to be people in this chat who's like, well, Beckett's sweeping for some kind of shit. There's been a constant question about Cope and Seethe as to why I almost give 100% to Jenny, and why out of that 100%, Max is paid 30%, and I take
Max?
0.
That's actually insane. Wait, of that $500 tonight from you drinking and pouring your soul out, you're getting 0%?
I will get 0% from that. Yeah,
that's fucking insane.
Dude, I love what I do. I
want a
absolutely
job?
love what I do.
You seem to get paid what a lot of my co-hosts get paid. I'm wondering if you would want a job. Any interest?
Listen, I'll come on for free anytime. I like making content. I like having fun, and I like taking care of the people who facilitate the content I make. Max facilitates good content. Jenny facilitates good research. I want to be very, very clear that I'm being pointed out that apparently I'm going to be doing Star Citizen streams soon. I'm being reminded that I am getting like joysticks to do that, but like Jenny is one of the most talented fucking researchers in the space. She is fucking incredible, and a lot of the success of Cope and Seethe is down to her.
Bro, he really do
The
be yapping a lot. What's the
failures
deal?
of the project that she worked on with Woo is an exception, because every other fucking content creator, and if needs be, I will collect testimony for this, has been fucking successful. And while the Cope and Seethe channel has made decent amount of money in the last 12 months, it is still probably, like, for the business income, a good, shall we say, 40% is actually from independent research work, not from the channel. Jenny does good work, and it frustrates me that she got fucked by this. Legitimately.
Did she? Am I just totally aware of like a beef between her and Wu on Twitter that like sent her off of the internet? I kind of remember those leaked screenshots from like the caddy group chat that got thrown out there. I vaguely remember that Jenny was a part of it. But was there some blow up beyond this that I'm unaware of?
Give me 1 second.
Like, to me, just so you know, like, to me, I sort of know who Jenny is because I know she was on like some panels at some point. But other than that, I didn't hear about like really massive beef with Brianna Wu or some big drama with her or anything like that.
You're gonna have to hold on for 2 seconds.
Yeah, no problem. Jenny would not want to come on, right? Well, it sounds like somebody's typing to Beckett right now, and there's really only a handful of people left to be.
She's not into it, and that's fine. Okay, let's. Okay, so what crossed the line was that Jenny has a partner who is fairly known, and Jenny also runs a few group chats in the trans community. After this all fucking blew up on the business side, Wu tried to break up Jenny and her boyfriend. That's what really led to the fucking end of their friendship.
Jesus.
And it's part of the reason that I want to be so fucking clear of how much I fucking hate this bitch. And I want to be clear, Brianna, if you see this, I said one fucking thing to you in this conversation that we had, which was, do not fuck with my friend. Jenny is one of my closest friends. Kill yourself. Like, I cannot describe how fucking
You're on
angry
Twitch,
I am.
so he means in a video game, in Roblox.
In a video game, in Roblox. Like, dude, delete your character. Like, I cannot describe reading those messages and how fucking angry I felt. I'll be honest with you.
Completely disavow that statement from that guy.
Wu knows
we
that
are just joking.
relationship
It is colorful
intimately.
language.
We are also joking.
She did it to fucking hurt Jenny.
I don't know why Beckett would ever want to kill anyone. It's not my fault he's British. Yes, that was a low bar joke. Yes, I don't care if he's British. Yes, he is a ginger too. And I don't care about that either.
Jenny ended that business relationship.
Probably was demanding like the amount of money she was owed, right? It sounds like basically there was haggling. Also, I just saw Shadow said you deserve the subs. Yeah, dude. Honestly, I've been fighting for monetization forever. I should honestly see how far away I am. Now that I think about it. Over how much money she was owed. She said, "This is what you owe me. You need to pay me it." And then Wu went after her in a personal sense after that happened.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I want to be clear, Jenny was very fucking reasonable, way more fucking reasonable than I think she should have been. But yeah, I wanted to make this video for ages, but it's Jenny's story. It is very much a case where we're sort of walking that line, which is why I won't talk about what the project was for. Who's incompetent, but she's also, you know, this is what frustrates me about the new fucking dead whatever the fuck it is video. Everyone does this. Queeman does this as well. Like, they talk about
Oh, I need 1,000 more watch hours. How much more is that? Calculator. So let's say there's 8 hours a day times 30 days is 240. So what, times 6? So I need 6 people watching 8 hours of content a week. We'll figure it out.
Wu in the kind of aspect of her political activism or her business acumen or whatever the fuck she's doing. But the reality is that Wu, yeah, no one talks about this. And the truth is that Wu is a vindictive, lonely bitch. She has no friends, bro. Like, she exists in group chats. Like, this whole fucking thing. Like, do you remember the Sunday group chat leaks that happened, like, 3 years ago? That's because she was trying to fucking buddy up with the trans community and, like, a particular contingent of it. And when that didn't work and when people came after her, that's why she started going after the fucking far leftists. It is
ending on Twitch, go over to
fucking
Kick.
disgusting. This woman has no principles. Honestly, fuck her. Like, I hate to say this, and it's crazy in some respects, but this is, again, like, you look at the shit that's happened with Connor, and she just, again, another person she's just worked with when it's convenient and then fucking dropped. Like, honestly, I cannot describe how fucking personally aggrieved I am that she's done this to my friend. Because Jenny matters to me. Like, and it has. It's killed Jenny's
When does Queeman show up?
interest in, like, kind of drama content. Dealing
Dude,
with rape.
$5.98. Look at me go.
Somebody with a huge
Kind of
platform
research
online
work,
hurt one of your
directly
friends
for the
like
channel.
pretty deeply.
It's actually
That
hurt
would be
the bottom line of the
I'll mute
business.
it on Discord.
We doesn't fucking.
I don't know what's going on.
Fuck this stuff.
Resi?
I wanted to make this video for a long fucking time.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Trying to force us to like her? No. Well, yeah, actually, to stream. What's and who was can't get what? Oh, you Emery. Good afternoon, love you. We have a bunch of stuff. We're gonna be opening with Becky and Wu. Lyrics.
Boring. Okay.
Shitty. I still
I want to be clear.
offense.
Jenny's
I
boyfriend
just don't think
is not
there's-
public.
Sure. Well, you said you said well known. Is it just you said well known at first? So now I think I wrote this down. Known partner and then known to Wu or known generally.
They're known to Wu and they're known in that particular community, and then known like that person's like Jenny's partner's sort of history is known. So what Wu did was, knowing that Jenny was very happily settled in a relationship, messaged her partner behind Jenny's back, asking whether he was interested in coming out to America and being set up with other women. knowing full well that he's in a relationship, just to fuck with Jenny. And this is like a month or two after that business relationship had ended.
That's pretty bizarre and insanely
Yeah.
vindictive, and part of a pattern of insanely vindictive behavior. So cool. Cool. Provide proof, says Kelly. It sounds like he's gonna do a video. I'd imagine if he had no proof of this,
Yeah,
he'd probably be setting
I'll
up
include.
one of those.
I have the DMs. I'll include it in the video.
Wow.
I can't. Listen, I don't have it to hand. You can fucking hold me to the stream. I'll put it in the video.
Okay.
Because yeah, fuck this, man. Like, I don't know what to say. Like, Wu's always been like this, but like, the shit that Wu has consistently pulled, and again, it's not even people Wu should hate. It's the people who were on Wu's side. Do you know when Wu would tweet insane shit and then walk it back? Do you know why that used to happen?
Oh,
Because Jenny was fucking optics checking her and being like, "What the fuck are you doing, defending Bosch?"
oh, and then they blew up, and then Wu started tweeting shit like, if you want more,
Yeah, you
hot
want to know
trans
what
women like
Wu's
Hunter
tweeting
Schafer,
fucking way more insane shit? It's because
Yeah.
no one's optics checking her anymore. Because Jenny was doing the fucking PR work on the back end of being like, what the fuck are you doing? Chill the fuck out. She has no one who talks to actually check her anymore. Because Jenny, after listening to me doing fucking optics checks on her all the fucking time, actually had some fucking sense. I was like, dude, you're going after food shops. And let's be clear, when the like Demon Mama video came out, we was calling everyone a fucking pedophile. And then the minute the Vosh stuff happened, oh, it's politically complicated. I mean, like, this is somebody with just no fucking principles. The only reason like we survived so far in this space is because like people have helped her. Not just Jenny, by the way. I know Jenny, like I can see that Jenny failed us, but Jenny was like just trying to help a friend. And Jenny like did this thing where she was like, I see the good in Wu. And like you can judge her for that, but like fuck, I do that with like a ton of fucking people. Like,
I would say Wu seems pretty gifted at getting the next person to buy into a lot of her narratives before moving on, right? It seems like she does. I don't know if monkey branch is the right term, but it's like that, right? Where it's like she's figured out her next like person she's like talking to and really close to before she's burning the previous one. It feels like, right? And then she's got the whole story of like what went wrong there. It seems like that's a pretty consistent pattern. Like obviously at some point here, I guess she might have moved from Keffels to like Jenny, right? Like that could have actually been the progression. I have no idea, but like she was clearly super close to Keffels, and then she was like burned Keffels and moved on. Burn Jenny moved on.
Yeah, I mean,
warning out there
again,
for
like,
somebody
you
who may
see
be in
this-
Israel with her right now. Just saying, if you had a recent trip to Israel with Brianna Wu, I'd be a little concerned. I'd be trying to figure out what's going on there. Just throwing it out.
I would like just a sideline in the fact that I've just been messaged by Toastify, who is a Zoomer, and I completely fucking outdrunk him. He like actually had to dip to go and pass out. Like I completely won. I'm still drinking rum. So I win in my 30s, fucking bartender strength. Let's fucking go. But yeah, like thank you. I'm very proud. I'm fuck you cunt. Like no, I wanted to talk about the Wu shit for ages. Like, there's a really interesting Chud stream. Some of your audience will know this. Like, Chud was reviewing the now recording stream where Brianna came on and ended up debating with Mudahar, Nicholas Diorio, and Keemstar over trans stuff.
With my famous thumbnail, thank you very much. Best thumbnail ever made. Also the most popular video on Now Recording channel, I might add. Hold on. I need to suck my dick just a little bit, okay? Now, dude. I just hope you guys know I'm not typing on a keyboard. I'm poking at a keyboard that's laying upwards next to my thing. Nope. Videos. Latest, oldest, popular. Yeah, that's my thumbnail. That's mine right there. This one? Mine. 23,000 views, baby! If you do, click. Chud. Oh god, I can't fucking type because I'm not typing. Chud Logic. What the fuck is this? What is happening? What am I looking at?
Tuber. Just a bot uploaded a vid defending Synthbear, who's been caught using some Seuss strats with a Switch player. Feeling like he had full shields, Just a Bot jumped into Chud Logic's live stream.
Bro. Okay. Sorry.
Work. I recognise Ryzik's work anywhere, eh?
Classic.
I saw a clip of Rakata Law, and you know, there's a tweet of Brianna Wu that Rakata Law was going over, and it was just explicitly defending what Keffels was doing. Crazy. So anyway, I just find it very irritating that, you know, there's people that are now kind of like, oh wow, Brianna Wu based. It's like, no, it's not fucking based. It's not based at all. You know, it is exactly what Queen was talking about earlier, where it's like, now that everything that's attacked, this is what you're talking about.
Okay.
Possible second. Anyway, that being said, let's have a look at the actual video. So this was on
Hello.
this thumbnail's wild. So that's Just the Worm's Art of Everyone, and you've even got Nicholas Diorio down there. That is Ryzik's work. I recognize Ryzek's work anywhere. Eh? Ryzek, we love Ryzek on this channel. That's Ryzek, dude. This is apparently the commentary community versus Brianna Wu on the topic.
So yeah. Fucking great. Some of my best work. If not my best work. Oh wait, you guys can't see it. Fuck. Hold on. Let me fix it. I gotta do it again. No!
Is crazy to
Wait,
me.
hold on.
It's not a good thing. That being said, let's have a look at the actual video. So this was on
Hello.
this thumbnail's wild. So that's Just the Worm's Art of Everyone, and you've even got Nicholas Diorio down there. That is Ryzek's work. I recognize Ryzek's work anywhere. Eh? Ryzek, we love Ryzek on this channel. That's Ryzek, dude. This is apparently
Classic. That one has 19,000 views, so we're upwards almost 40,000 views totals, okay? I might kill my ex. Not the best idea. His new girlfriend's ex. Da, da, da. Do, 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 do.
And I caught a lot of flack from Chud, which was fair in the fact that I wasn't challenging Wu because, frankly, because I was waiting for Mudahar to come on, ironically, given where we are now. But that stream only happened because about 3 days before I'd had a conversation with Brianna. That's why she felt comfortable enough to come on. And I will happily admit feeling kind of like I defended myself a little bit in Chud's chat, but like, dude, his criticism was fucking spot on. I hate to say this for Chud when he gives me fucking shit, but like, it really wasn't spot on because.
Yeah, don't
dude,
go. There's too much.
No, listen, he doesn't watch your stream. It's fine.
He'll watch this if he knows he was talked about.
Oh, dude. Okay, listen, if he does, he's fucking complete faggot. But like,
by the way, I ended my Twitch stream, but I was muted when I told my chat that. You don't know that. I disavowed that. But what the fuck are you doing? Okay, keep going.
Listen, I say it on my YouTube stream. I get used to it. I'm drinking it. But like, regardless, like, it's fair enough because like that should have never fucking happened. That stream, that now recording stream should never happen. I should have never like fucking like you get this thing with interviewing people where you like let people talk themselves into a corner. But truthfully, like Brianna is the sort of person who like just should be like burnt into the ground. And I was way too fucking nice. I was way too nice. And I think, do you know what? I don't even mind the criticism for it. I don't mind the DMs I'm getting. Like, it's fair enough. Like, I have hated Brianna since the Total Biscuit shit. And I kind of let it ride, and I shouldn't have. And I don't know how I feel about that.
I don't know. I'm of a different mind on that. Like, I think you know, people like that who can see through the Matrix, like who can see what Brianna is, but also are willing to be like, I guess, nice enough to talk to her. Like, I think there's a lot of people who like just couldn't have had that conversation happen in the first place. So like, it's probably better that the conversation happened. I'm of like multiple minds on this. I don't know. I used to think for a while I was like you, very open and very like forgiving of people and their mistakes. And then around the time the Destiny stuff happened, I went way harder on people. And now I'm feeling like going back to the old way, like basically like you are now, like just being more forgiving of people. I think it's better. I think it's like it's how I operate, and like I'm willing to get burned sometimes, being like a little bit more forgiving of people and understanding, and then being wrong and having to realize that. I think it's like a better way to be personally. But
No going back. I mean, more
Kelly
forgiving
Jane,
of people.
can we play D&D together?
And they need to be reminded constantly.
Can we? I just want to play D&D.
No,
Kelly Jane.
I don't care what you
I'll
want
get the-
or
I'll
who
get-
the fuck Jenny is. Nobody asked.
I'll get the now recording boys involved. We can play D&D. It'll be fun.
I don't know who
You
they
like
are
Dungeons and
either.
Dragons?
Why
What are you talking about?
would I do this? Just
Because it'd be fun. I'll let you listen. I'll let you roll a
Very
level
unlikely.
13 character.
I don't. Why would you need to let me do anything? What a bizarre
Well, because
concept.
like,
Anyway,
well,
I'm
because
upset.
rolling a level 13 character is fun. This is. Listen, I thought she was into D&D. This is gay,
she is. She just doesn't know you.
dude. This feels abusive, especially from a British perspective. Where's the support? Where's the
Welcome
support?
to Hanging Out with Kelly Jean.
I regularly and completely fucking steal man Kelly. To be fair, more than literally anyone else.
No, you don't. I'm sorry. My chat is gonna take a lot of. They're gonna be pretty.
No,
upset
I
that you
steal
said
mana.
that.
I steal mana to my fucking chat like constantly,
Okay.
every time. Like I really like Kelly.
I don't know if you're aware of
I
when
think
the
Kelly's
stream
really
was for most of the time it's existed, but
Yeah, no. I used to steel man her even when it was like I steel man Kelly even through the fucking Fallout when she was talking to Destiny as kid, because I thought it was funny. She's like the exception to the rule. I think it's hilarious. I won't steal man Lava or anything, but like I'll steal man Kelly. Mostly off the off chance that she'll play D&D with me because I think that'd be a fucking hilarious now recording stream.
wait, does that? I thought that show didn't exist anymore.
No, we're still going. We're still going. Everyone's just sort of busy with random shit at the moment. It's a little bit fucking frustrating, but yeah, we're still doing shit. I think we were meant to go live tonight, but everyone kind of died. I think we're next live on Saturday. Random plug. But okay, so I mean, okay, actually, question. Like you've heard this all laid out, and I feel like I've been fairly upfront with what I can be without putting in a video. Did you have any major criticisms for kind of how I've handled Wu?
I mean, I'm sure some people would have criticisms, like basically the idea that while people were saying, hey, this organization that a bunch of people have been hired at by Brianna Wu, it calls into question a lot of the whole thing where it's like, it sounds like the same tactic, right? Hey, if you show up at this meeting, you'll get $1,000. I'm not going to tell you what to say, but just you say the right thing, so you get $1,000. And hey, you made a video on Demon Mama, here's $500. It's just the tactics seem to overlap very, very, very much. So I think there's probably like some people would have criticism there. I understand that like, hey, these were private deals that were made, and you already decided to forego more money or whatever. I don't know. But I wouldn't be the person. I don't get soy about those things. I'm pretty forgiving of people, like I said. Pretty forgiving of people's faults. I'm sure somebody like I don't know, Sunday or some other, autistic cruise missile, maybe Queeman, I have no idea, would have some criticisms there. But I'm
sure Queeman will have thoughts about this. And again, like I think that's ironically kind of fair enough. It's a difficult one. Like it's kind of bizarre. Like I'll be honest. Like I spoke to Brianna, and my impression, like I left the call, and it was like I suppose, fuck, this is what got like Jenny to turn my stream off, kind of shit. But like I've dealt with like ambassadors and shit of countries.
Yeah, so shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up.
No,
it's off, so.
But like I've dealt with politicians and things. Rarely, but like I've
dealt
been
with people
there.
with influence and power, and none of them.
Yeah, and like
it's probably something you want to say.
Well, like like the way Wu acts is very much like I constantly feel like I'm being sold a warship, which is how I describe a lot of ambassadors. Like there's always this weird ulterior motive where like I can't. Like it's very difficult to grasp what their angle is, but there's the angle, right? And that didn't dissipate in any way with talking to Wu. And I don't think it ever has. I don't know whether, like, the weird thing with Brianna is, like, it feels like constantly, like, whatever she's planning is some random shit that you can't predict. And that's what makes it difficult to know where any of this work is actually going or what she wants. Now, what I will say is that during the course of Jenny's friendship and indeed the sort of ongoing sort of contract that was in place for the business.
True crime. Everybody ready for a true crime stream? We're gonna we'll let it play for a second.
Their coming out story of being trans, which is insane for those who haven't seen it. She talks about like remembering the taste of her father's gun.
If you're ready for a true crime stream,
it's very weird. But like, Brianna was like enraged at the lack of support she'd got, which was crazy because the support was paid for. She just sort of like go live with, like, she had like other people outside us who were trying to do audio cleanup and things, and she just went fucking live with it. So again, like, it's like you're paying for work and you're still fucking incompetent, which is crazy.
Is BECKETT drunk spilling secrets about Brianna Wu? Is that what's
No, we're done. We're done.
Like,
yeah. We're literally at the point where I've got clearance now. We're making a video, so you can ask me anything.
What's the? I didn't hear any of it. So what's happening?
Let me 1 second.
I'm drinking a beer, so actually I want some rum. So Justin, go ahead.
Sure, go for it. So BECKETT and Jenny made a video on Demon Mama in November of 2023. They were approached by Brianna Wu and offered, hey, if you this is a really great video. Here's $500, and if you wanted to make more videos like this on other really far lefty people, we pay you a bunch of money. I pay you a bunch of money, whatever the fuck. Okay. So BECKETT at this point had videos planned on, sorry, not Xanderhall, Xena and Poppy, and possibly Vosh, and it's basically like directing them at like super far lefty people. Apparently, there was a bounty up there that maybe $400 or $500 to do a video on Sunday. Basically, it seemed to be mostly people Brianna Wu didn't like. She was like, hey, if you want to do research and hit pieces on these people, I got all the money in the world for you. So after that, BECKETT basically said, actually, I'm going to scrap all of these videos. I do not like doing these videos at all. Fuck that. I'm not aligning with Brianna. Fuck that. This was in November of 2023 through, I don't know, probably November, December. About 6 to 8 months later, May 2024, Jenny was contracted to do independent research for Brianna. Seems like, again, the overall pattern is Brianna wanting research done on people she disliked. She's overall vindictive, but BECKETT couldn't get into too many details on this, so BECKETT just
I should be clear, it wasn't directed at the space, it was directed far more broadly. But general theme.
Yeah. Honestly, that might have just been me narrativizing. I'm just trying to go through the stuff you've been talking about, because I took some notes where we're going.
Yeah.
And through this, basically, Jenny worked for her for a couple months, I think. I don't remember the exact time the relationship broke down, but the relationship between Wu and Jenny broke down. Wu didn't want to pay what she owed Jenny, and then after some fighting, Jenny eventually got the money. But a month later, Wu starts messaging Jenny's partner, who Wu knows is Jenny's partner, that like, hey, I know some people in the States who would really like to like meet you and hang out with you and want to fuck you. Like super weird, some like trying to basically fix Jenny's partner up with other women in the States, like offering to fly her to the States, or sorry, him to the States. Yeah.
Awesome.
But a month later, Wu starts messaging Jenny's partner, who Wu knows is Jenny's partner, that like, hey, I know some people in the States who would really like to like meet you and hang out with you and want to fuck you. like super weird. Some like trying to basically fix
What?
Jenny's partner up with other women in the States, like offering to fly her to the States, or sorry, him to the States. Yeah.
Awesome. Is that all of it? Is that?
That's what I wrote down. Yeah, there's some more stuff here. Like basically, the timeline to me rules out Progressive Victory paying for any of this, more or less. Brianna was basically already on the outs. She must have had this funding line, which, to be honest, makes me think Rebellion Pack, because that would have been.
I should be clear that Jenny's partner flies fairly regularly and travels fairly regularly. So it was more. Oh, when you're out,
but I'll
LA
introduce you
next.
to somebody here.
Yeah, when you're out in LA next, kind of thing.
Sure.
And I can say, apparently, it was politically orientated and entirely outside the space. So no Queeman hit pace, unfortunately.
Well, fair enough. That sounds crazy.
Do you have any major questions?
I would just like to read a
I know
quick.
this is like a revelation for like what the channel's done. I think this is probably the most contentious contract we've ever taken, and most of the contracts we take are with like drama content creators.
Yeah, sure. Were you ever pointed at people in commentary that we didn't like?
No, we weren't.
Okay, just I gotta read this chat because it's deeply schizophrenic and it makes me laugh. Tashalin92 says, J-Stock is just doing this to backtrack everything on Destiny because he knows he's fucked. Crazy how he happened to have all this info on something Beckett just mentioned. And then she said, just wait. What? I have no idea what the fuck. This is the same person who thought I was the hacker who leaked Destiny's nudes or something.
Oh my god, that person.
Yeah. So this is like, I said to read it because it's personally funny to me. Get that on the stream really quickly because it's, again, very funny. Queeman, you had a point you wanted to make? Or did you have questions for Beckett based on this?
I don't think I have I don't have a question. Just make a video on it. I don't know.
Oh, also, Beckett wants he wants all of his moral comeuppance. He wants criticisms. Basically had some knowledge about... Okay. He basically had some knowledge about... sorry, I got a DM. About this, like, at the time the Progressive Victory debates were happening, that, like... I said, like, maybe people have criticism for you on this. That, like, you kind of knew Wu was paying people to, like, who had her opinions, like, vindictively. And the idea, like, if that information would have been available while people were criticizing Progressive Victory, a lot of those criticisms would have probably landed a lot harder. I don't personally care.
Sure,
it's not like a criticism I want to make.
I think I think that's fair. And again, I hate Wu, and I would criticize other people for being in my position. So what I'd say is this. Okay, so it's twofold. Wu had moved on from Progressive Victory at that time, and I didn't know the extent, and I should have looked into it and didn't. That is a fault on my part that I'll happily own. But yeah, had I known, not because of Wu, to be clear, because I want to be just honest and transparent, but I would have used pretty much anything viable to take down Progressive Victory, which indeed has been my continuous stance because the way Progressive Victory functions is fundamentally unethical. But yeah, that's probably something I missed that could have been used pretty effectively.
Okay. I think Beckett thought you would have all of the moral criticisms for him, Queeman. He's looking to cleanse his soul. Are you ready to?
Yeah, it's a mea culpa moment, like, right? I fucking.
I don't really care.
I actually have a question for you.
But it's like, okay.
Well, I've actually got a question for you. Like, so I think one of my major criticisms against Wu hit pieces, and this has probably been true for years now, is the fact that it always focuses on her as a political operative rather than her as a person. So if I do a video, it will not be her as a political operative; it's her as a person, how she functions. Do you think that's something that's missing, and do you think that's a like sort of valuable piece of the puzzle?
I don't know. What do you mean? I feel like everyone knows. What focuses too much on as a political operator? I think
it's mostly focused on business relationships, how she treated people in business relationships. Very little to do with how she treats friends, partners, people in interpersonal relationships that don't have like a financial incentive on either end.
Or political incentive.
Or political incentive.
I thought it was something that they're doing video. Get me out, dude.
How's it going?
Sorry, do we need to... Sorry, let's remember how Stardust treats upset trans people again. Oh, look, a video called I Made Jalen Cry.
Okay, here's what I have to say about Jalen, okay? This might be the most hateful thing I'm about to say, all right? But how the fuck are you gonna be claiming that you are a woman, identifying as a woman and putting zero effort into socially acting as a woman, how women act, and put zero effort into sounding like a woman? You think a lady drops the N-word the way that you do? You think that having long hair is all that it takes to be a woman? Effort into sound.
Look at that.
But damn, I need to get that 15 pounds off. That was when my niece was getting married and I was
Oh
dancing
my
with her.
gosh.
I'm like, oh, I need to get back to my snatched jawline weight.
Yeah, well, we were talking about, you know,
The
snatching your
gua sha roller,
jawline, the
yeah.
gua sha. Yeah.
Hi, everybody.
I'm so glad we had a long intro because I realized the door to my office was still open. I heard my dog's little feet and I was like, oh shit, I need to go close the door. Hey everyone, welcome behind the couch. Got a great show for you guys today. I don't know how we're gonna keep this to an hour, but
I
we
know.
are.
Our guests are just gonna say bye.
I
Because we
know.
love to-
I know. We're gonna say hi and bye, and that's gonna take up an hour with the four of us.
Right.
I made a mistake. You know what? We'll go back and edit that out of our last episode because I forgot the episode that we recorded. We were teasing this behind the couch, thinking it was coming out this week, and it's not. But we have 2 behind the couches this month in May. So there's this one, and then we're gonna have another one. I think it's May 24th? Question mark. Yeah, we've had a lot of people reach out and want. So I know.
I
Stay tuned know. for that, you guys. Let's see. Hi, Shannon. Hey, Lauren, how did you make it? She was stuck in traffic. She sent us a picture on Discord. She's like, can you guys postpone like 10 minutes? Akiko, Catherine, Bulldog Mom. Hey, welcome.
Also, you know
Yeah.
what we didn't even mention in the last couple of times we recorded was like we got to meet Akiko at the meetup.
Yeah.
Like there were and several of the people that we've like been in contact with for a couple of
Yeah.
years. It was awesome.
Oh, I was okay. I'm sorry. I muted on both sides. Okay. Hi, Marvelous. Hi, Mad Max. Sorry. Okay, let me start over. We're doing true crime content as the last little segment. This is Ellie Not So Confidential. I am good friends with them. I run their Discord very poorly, I might add. And yeah, they're talking crime in the media with women in crime. So I don't know what it's exactly about, but it should be fun. Yeah, it's gonna be my last thing today because I've been streaming for, holy shit, 4 hours. Oh my god. And then, yeah, we're making candy. We're having a good time. And, is my mic still doing okay? I just had it muted, right? Oh, also, like the stream, share the stream. I'm here to say base slurs. Like the stream, share the stream. What else? Oh, and I have a pinned comment for donations. I'm going to EDC in a couple weeks, which is when all this shit will end, at least for the time being. Yeah. So we're streaming.
Awesome.
Yeah, we got to see Donna again and Melissa and Suki.
Oh, also, I work next weekend, not next Friday, but next Saturday. So, I will not be here. But I figured today, because I knew Quayman wasn't going to stream, so I am here.
And John and Yeah, that was a lot of fun. It was a super
As
fun
well
night.
as, our friend and colleague Lenore.
Lenora.
Lenora with a couple of her friends, which was awesome.
Yeah, no, that was perfect. And Jake that we had here on Behind the Couch from Love Lust. Yeah, so it was great. We had a great variety of folks there. Any other housekeeping we need to do beside Patreon? New Patreon member shout outs?
No, I think that's it. Everybody stay posted with your social media about upcoming events that we, have not quite nailed down the schedule for all of them throughout the early fall. So just pay attention to social media and we'll stay on top of that for you.
Yes. So new Patreon member shout outs. We have at the associate level, Frida Bird and Jade R. Thank you guys so much for joining since we had our last show. And then at the doctoral level now, Jen, she just upgraded her membership to doctoral level. So here is your diploma, Jen. Thank you so much for doing that. Okay, we got it. All right, let's get on with it, introduce our guests and bring them on.
Great. You guys, we've talked about this dynamic duo that are wonderful friends of ours, and we've done presentations with them or bits and pieces of them. Welcome, ladies. Welcome, ladies. Now let's put them on the spot, so they have to be really embarrassed by all the love and affection and props we're going to give them. Dr. Megan Sachs. Dr. Megan Sachs, please.
Hi,
Give us a
everyone.
wave. Okay.
Hi, so good to see you.
Dr. Megan Sachs is the chair of the criminology department and an associate professor at Fairleigh Dickinson University, where she teaches courses on women and crime, serial killers, and crime policy. She is a former U.S. probation officer in the Southern District of New York, so definitely the lady has some receipts. She shifted from law enforcement to academia after earning her PhD in criminal justice from John Jay College. Wonderful program, by the way, with a focus on deviance and system reform. Her research tackles key justice system failures, particularly prosecutorial overreach, cash bail inequities, and sentencing disparities. And we could talk literally all day just about those 3 bullet points because they're fascinating. Megan's early fascination with crime was inspired by watching true crime shows with her mom instead of cartoons, and she has grown this into a career committed to exposing injustice and rebuilding a more balanced system. She is also the co-host of the fantastic Women in Crime and also Direct Appeal, 2 leading true crime podcasts dedicated to real analysis of how justice and gender intersect. Next one.
Wow. I just want to say, I think watching Scooby-Doo was cartoons and true crime. I'm putting that out there.
That's the only cartoon I watched. That was the only cartoon I watched.
See, I knew we were sisters in so many ways.
It was me and Johnny Quest was my gateway drug. So.
Your gateway drug. All right. So Dr. Amy Schlossberg is a criminologist and associate professor also at Fairleigh Dickinson University, whose academic work centers on wrongful convictions, prisoner reentry, and the long-term consequences of systematic injustice. With a master's degree in forensic psych and a PhD in criminal justice from John Jay College, Amy's path began in the mental health field before merging with her deep interest in social justice and criminal policy. Her research and teachings confront the flaws in police practices, such as flawed eyewitness identification and coercive interrogation, and she advocates strongly for eliminating the felony murder rule and removing reentry barriers. After Megan hired Amy, great job, forever grateful to her, right? She holds that over you, I'm sure, every single day. To help build the university's criminology program, the 2 colleagues became collaborators and eventually close friends. And it was the creation of their podcast, Women in Crime and Direct Appeal, that truly cemented their dynamic partnership and made us table mates so many years ago, where, we knew that we were like the East Coast and West Coast versions of each other in some way.
I gotta tell you guys, that was a hell of an intro. Next time you can just say Amy and Megan, criminologist podcasters. You don't
Can
have
I
to,
also just say something? I need to address
fine.
the elephant in the room here.
Go for it.
Your skin, both of you, look so gorgeous. I don't know what you're doing. I heard you talking about some roller while I was in the green room, but you both look absolutely gorgeous. I don't understand what is going on, but I want what you have. We can talk about that off air.
It's a simple 15-step skincare regime twice a day. It's so time expedient. It won't bother you at all.
I mean, it's working. You guys look fabulous. So thank you.
We joke on this, like we would always say, okay, we have our skincare or esthetician's corner, like where we would talk about something. But also like the filters on StreamYard are freaking awesome. So there's the secret.
I have my filter off, which is why you can see I have my little bags
mine
today.
is low.
But we also trade all sorts of secret, like when we are on.
Uh-oh. Scott, where'd you go?
Scott, look at you. He
Agonizing
froze
stuff.
time.
Oh, there he goes. Okay.
You froze for a sec.
Okay.
I thought it was just
Yeah,
the
it's all the
Botox.
Botox.
I'm like,
That's
wow.
why I froze. So yeah, like I pack like the collagen mask, and then the under eye things. And
I really need to start doing that. It's way past time. So thanks. we're gonna.
I'll send you the list. I'll send you the list of supplements.
Well, that's what we were talking about backstage before we started. Like my 12 or now 13-year-old is like, rolling her face and doing. I was like, oh my gosh, you're gonna be so ahead of the curve one day,
Yeah.
girl. Already.
So smart.
Thank you guys for your time and for being here.
Thanks for having us.
You know, we could talk about so many things together, and then Scott, you know, is throwing out things on our text thread that I'm like, oh my gosh, we should totally talk about that too. But we're gonna try and stay focused.
Okay.
So today, yes, we are focusing on media and crime. And I think that could be such a vast topic. So much so that Megan, this is one of your courses that you teach, right?
Yeah, and it's definitely hard to teach it because you have an idea of what you think. There's like you know, mainstream mass media, but then new media, old media. So yeah, this takes so many different forms now. And
yeah.
having
There is like an inner joke that like Dr. Scott shares a lot about his skincare routine. I find that hilarious.
semester on it, I would say is not enough. So.
Yeah. Is that a undergrad or graduate school?
It's an undergrad. All of what I teach right now is undergrad. So it's an undergrad course.
Well, and you know, you pick out a textbook or pick out, like you said, the different topics, and I'm sure that is just like obsolete within a half a year or so, semesters.
I'm sure it's going to be when I teach it again. So I won't teach it for a year from now, and I'm sure everything will be it'll be like a new ball game. So
Yeah. So before we dive into the research and a little bit more, you know, along the lines of what you teach, what do you guys think has been like real pivotal, major historical moments in crime that include the media? And I think, you know, it'd even be fun, like if each of us kind of say what that was for us personally, but what are the biggies, the heavy hitters that you guys see?
I mean, I'll go first because I know we're all gonna say the same one, so I'm gonna steal it.
Go, then do it. Get in there.
O.J. Simpson, right?
So what part? Like the trial itself, or the?
I was in elementary school, and I remember them
Oh my
rolling.
God.
I remember
You're
them
not
rolling
in elementary school.
I sure was.
In 1993.
1990.
Yeah, actually, I was born in 81.
Oh shit! You were
No,
just
fine. I was in middle.
All right, let's not try to make it like you're that young. You know.
My point is, I remember being in school and they like rolled in a TV for us to watch the Bronco chase.
Yeah.
And I remember
So appropriate for elementary or middle school. Just,
yeah, so I remember that, and it was like such a big deal. And I remember not really understanding why this was such a big deal, because I guess I was too young to really. I don't know. Maybe I didn't follow football much. I didn't realize what a big star he was, but for me, that was definitely the first.
Geez, I wonder why we're all involved in true crime when our teachers are wheeling in television. Watch this stuff. Go ahead.
I mean, obviously, O.J. Simpson was impactful to me, and I actually watched a lot of the trial. I guess I was in high school and had a lot of free time, apparently. But I think also the Rodney King incident was a watershed moment, I think, in media. One of the first times that something was really captured. You know, police beating a suspect on film, and I think it exposed us to. I think it just opened the eyes of so many people that this could happen, and we just weren't aware. And this was like, for me, that was, I think, one of the most pivotal moments in the way media changed our the way we view things. And I think not just OJ, but the inception of court TV totally transformed how we consume crime news and true crime. So every kind of early trial that opened the door, the Menendez brothers was, oh my gosh. I mean, that was also really, really impactful, I think.
Okay, Los Angeles is 2 for 2. What about you, Scott? What sticks with you?
well, mine's a combination of one because you know, certainly the original Unsolved Mysteries I loved that because, you know, I was already, you know, sort of entering into adulthood, young adulthood. And because it had like true crime and, you know, disappearances and a lot of, and also like a little bit of supernatural weird stuff. Like I really like that. But I was in casting for a show called The Pretender for NBC, and we were having a big producer session, and everything stopped, and there were 13 of us in a huge conference room during the OJ chase, and it was just we were like, what is happening? And then like we were in this, and the same thing happened again at the trial. The trial was like, you know, the final verdict, so it was like the sort of the bookends of those two things. But there was also, and Shiloh knows this, back in the day, and this is like long before streaming, when you were like, when my generation felt lucky if you could afford good cable, like if you could get cable other than just sort of antenna stuff. And it was a show called City Confidential. Do you guys remember City Confidential?
Yeah.
It was fantastic. It was a one of the first true crime shows with this fantastic gravelly voice narrator, and it was all about small town crimes. And the first season, my hometown, my dentist was murdered by his wife and her twin sister. And I was like, whoa.
That's like a soap opera.
Yeah. So that was my hook, the double whammy hook.
Dang. I mean, OJ obviously happened. I don't know how impactful it was for me. I was in high school as well. But I think for me two stand out. One was the North Hollywood shootout. So I was on, you know, as far as like watching like live things unfold, I was in college. I was in my undergrad criminal justice program at Cal State Fullerton. And I think I was in class when it happened, but my boyfriend at the time lived across the street in some apartments, and we went to his house afterwards, and his roommate, we were all in the criminal justice program, and his roommate had videotaped it, like hit record on a VHS and recorded it, and then we like went back and just watched it from beginning to end, and that was wild. And then I think the last one for me, or not last one, but one of the other ones that I just remember unfolding and just being in such awe because it was sort of new to us, was Columbine.
Yeah.
Like watching an active shooter situation. And
Okay, so we got this one. We got XOXO. We got wait, I gotta go the other way. Oh, it's backwards, that's why I'm struggling. XOXO, smiley face, Dino Man, other Dino Man, and then Beats. Alright. Oh, sorry. Shoot.
those aerial photographs of the kids running out and the officers on the roof, like that was something that was just like what's happening, like kind of what is this world, you know, sort of moments. So that's, yeah, those seem like some biggies. And people in the audience, please, like, I know some people have been talking about OJ as well. Put the ones that you guys first kind of remember as being those historical moments.
I saw Rescue 911 in there, and that's like that totally just brought me back to like another world. I forgot that show existed. Wow.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I also, like, one thing I wanted to comment about Megan's background, which we haven't really talked a lot about. I think it speaks to something, a phenomenon that I have seen is I now know you as a criminologist with your background. My dear friend, Dr. Heather, that I worked with at Sheriff's Department, is a former corrections officer and now a brilliant law enforcement psychologist. She's just really an amazing woman. We've got Dr. Shiloh, who's former law enforcement. And I worked with, you know, when I was still with the big police agency here in town, I had a colleague that was the head of the threat management unit, and she was getting ready to retire from police work, and she just finished her PhD in psychology. So what do we think about that? About like so many of these people transitioning from almost the other side? You know, like I wondered, do we think that that's a sort of a personality thing that says, I want to get in, I want to understand the behavior more, or what's the idea?
For me, it was that I couldn't work in a system that I thought was so flawed. I had this idea of what I thought U.S. probation and parole officers did, and I was working on the pre-sentence side, so I was investigating crimes that I thought were going to be these prolific drug kingpins or like, you know, just awful offenders, and most of them were like not very high-level drug offenders, and they were stuck in mandatory minimum sentences, and I couldn't really make meaningful sentence recommendations, and I was like 3 years in, or a little, almost 3 years and 150 cases in. And I was like, am I really going to do this for 25 years? Keep writing these reports that I don't really agree with. And I was like, no, I don't think so. So, you know, I was looking for a way to work on the system, understand it better, make policy suggestions. And I even thought about going into a policy. I still do, leaving academia and working on the policy side. So I think it helps to bring experience. I've always like thought that it's great to have a blend of practical experience with academia. I just think it gives you a perspective.
It's more grounded.
Yeah, I do. I feel like I gained something by not going directly into academia.
Yeah, it seems, you know, I think it is still incredibly rare for folks in law enforcement to then jump to that.
Yeah, it is.
Just especially because just like government work, right? Like the benefits, the pension, like you do so much time and then you're like, wait, I can't change careers. So it's still pretty rare. And I think everyone's story is a little different.
Most
you know,
people I knew, like most federal officers though had master's degrees, but they didn't go on for PhDs.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. And you always, for the people, the cops that become clinicians, I think a lot of them do want to give back and help, you know, other law enforcement because they just see the trauma, they see the exposure there and want to do more like in retirement, and that happens as well. But yeah, I think everyone has their own story too.
For sure.
Good question though, Scott. I'm just gonna check the chat here. All right, Scott, you want to tee up the first question to get into the research?
I do. I think we're having a little bit of lag, so be patient.
Oh, okay.
I think because we're freezing a little bit, so or wave your hands really a lot if I'm talking too frozen. Anyway, so I think a good place to start after this is we would really love both of your perspectives on what about the news media and its choice to cover when it does come to crime, because that clearly is going to feed our perspectives and our ideas about what's going on in the world around us, right?
If you don't mind, Megan, I'll start, and then I'm sure you'll have plenty to say. I think that the biggest shift that we've seen in crime in the media is the 24-hour news cycle and how quick things are reported. In fact, a lot of times you hear about crimes quicker on social media than before the police can even contact victims' next of kin and victims' family. And to me, this is very problematic. And along with that becomes, how it's so sensationalized. Information is being put out there before anyone even knows what happens. So like the rumor mill starts, and before you know it, actually, I could even tell you in my town, unfortunately, a woman was run over, and on my local Facebook page, it was like she died, she was jaywalking, like all of these things, and then it turned out like she's actually, thank God, she survived. She's in the hospital. She wasn't jaywalking. Like there were, it's just so quick.
Wow.
Do things just spiral, and that's such a minor example. But I really think, and then of course the polarization, and you see the way everything is, has to do with politics now. So the way things are reported quickly becomes into kind of which camp are you in? Are you in this camp? Or are you in this camp? And that kind of it just muddies the water. I don't think anything is really objective anymore.
Oh,
gosh.
Yeah.
Well, sorry. What? Wait, I lost the original question. I was listening to Amy.
I didn't even probably answer the original.
No. This is great. This is absolutely on point. The idea of our question was about,
like how the news, like what they choose to cover, basically, like what has been.
But I think Amy made a really great point, is that, and this is something that I, having a few decades on people here, I remember before there was a 24-hour news cycle. And most people, if you understand the context and the history, we have a 24-hour news cycle because of the Monica Lewinsky, Bill Clinton. I mean, that is what Bill Clinton scandal, when that affair came up, and then this allowed news agencies. I mean, it was around the clock, and around the clock means what? Money. Right.
Yeah.
So money is a big driver in this. But since we're past a scandal, I think it really spilled over into those local news. If it bleeds, it leads, it seems like.
That's what I would have said to your question. That would have been my answer, just so you know. We get the media is showing us like a very small percentage of the most violent crimes, the sensational crimes, the ones that are that deviate from the norm, because the average crimes that most people commit, even crimes of survival, are not exciting. So we get murder, and that's 1% of all crimes. But I think we can talk about it later. It leads to totally misconceptions, misperceptions about what's really going on crime-wise and who's really in danger, and there's a lot.
Which leads to division politically about our leaders are not doing enough. They're not being tough on crime, because that's the first thing that they'll say is we're all of us, I'm sure, have people that are more on that edge of they're just letting every criminal out. The street is full of criminals. Although we will say Amy shouldn't have been walking down the street in Skid Row. That's Amy. I'm not minimizing this to a point where you can walk through LA Skid Row.
My students love that story.
Oh, good.
I'm gonna have Shiloh as a guest speaker to
Please, next time you have me, I will save 5 minutes for story time so they can get a laugh.
Amazing. It's the best story.
Sort of to add on to that question, then, what, from y'all's perspective, what does the research tell us about the types of offenders that have been sort of highlighted, illuminated, centered on in the media, and how has that changed over the years? So how is it different now than it was even 10 years ago?
So we just talked about this recently. We were having a different conversation, and it has to do with a missing woman who is white, middle class, attractive. We see this time and time again, that space is not given to people that don't fit into this mold of an individual. Obviously, after Gabby Petito went missing, and unfortunately subsequently we found out that she was murdered, there was a lot of talk around how many other cases that were similar, but Gabby's case was getting the spotlight. And I think it's important to say that doesn't mean that her case shouldn't be in the spotlight. It just means we should also be highlighting other cases, because I think sometimes that gets confused, that we're saying, who cares about Gabby, let's put someone else. No, we should be talking about all the cases. So I think that becomes obviously the biggest issue, is the kind of victims that society cares about, and the way society blames the victim, and the innocent victim versus the victim who did something to contribute to their situation, and the way the media just ignores those individuals.
They want to divide it up as if one is worse than the other. It doesn't. I guess that's a perfect segue into this example of now they're releasing the new documentary with Sherry Papini. It's like, okay, no, you were convicted of this crime. You did your time. You're still digging your heels in, and a production company is going to give you a platform, and then they're going to stream it. And at the same time, how many other women of color across the country are actually legitimately missing, and you're going to recycle this story?
Speaking of that story, I'm going to pop that little article in the chat for everybody, because the four of us have talked about that case extensively. So
oh my gosh,
the documentary is coming out, and
I saw the documentaries. Okay. Is that in the trailer or the whatever? I just saw a flash of it. I knew it was coming out.
It isn't. So
we have some inside scoop.
Yeah, I got interviewed by one of the producers to potentially be in the documentary, and so they gave me the scoop that she was going to she's sticking by her story. She's doing this documentary, and that supposedly, I don't know if this made it in, but there were talks about like she wanted to take a polygraph. There was going to be like a polygraph scene, and
So
I'm like,
sensational. So
what is happening?
yeah.
And it was interesting. The conversation I had with the producer, I actually loved the way that they were sitting back and thinking about it, because they were like, hey, we want to give interview as many people as possible to get a wide breadth of like folks around her too, and what everyone thinks, and not just let like her narrative lead this. And so I was like, okay, like I'm actually like, I would like to be attached to this if you guys are moving forward with it. But yeah, I just thought like, how the hell are like her attorneys allowing her to do this? Because there's still child custody stuff in the mix. Like, I don't know. Great conversation, I guess.
They're not. There's no way her attorneys would have allowed her. Although I say that, and then I mean, we're literally covering the Karen Reed case. We just did a live stream on it. It's like her attorneys let her, and probably knowing or having a good chance that there could be a hung jury in her case, let her participate in the documentary. And now the prosecutor is bringing in her
Clips.
words. So
Yeah,
clips,
they're
her
showing
words.
clips all throughout the trial.
It comes back to bite you. It's surprising.
Yeah, I mean, I can see. Let me sort of give a different perspective on what I just said. Now that I pulled my soapbox out, when it comes to the Pepini, the more recent documentary, there is part of it to me that is fascinating, like from a clinical perspective, to look at this and go, I could use this in an abnormal psych class, as a great example of someone that is either a hardcore narcissist or is experiencing. Maybe she experiences fugue episodes, and she really has convinced herself that this happened. I mean, these things do exist, but in the world of bigger stories, we keep recycling something that, okay, this has a history, let's remake it,
Okay, I did another one. It says fuck yeah, and a little smiley face, and then dino, and then whistle, because I have one more blue whistle. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do with it, but yeah,
reinvent it rather than telling existing stories of people that their stories have not gotten enough emphasis. But how to lead into that, then how responsible do you both feel the media is for the spread of something like, let me use a big example, satanic panic in the 80s? What's your perspective on that? What is media's role in that?
Well, I just, I give that as an example of moral panics and created by the media in my crime and media class, Satanic Panic, and I show a clip about this. Tremendously responsible. They really, I mean, the story was just such a great one, right? It caught on like wildfire. But, some of the footage I show is like how many stations were covering it, and Satanic Panic. And it was just, they inundated. Amy, I know we've talked about, and other scares too that have been perpetuated in the media.
Yeah, well, actually, the Satanic Panic, I think West Memphis 3 case is the best example of how the Satanic Panic led to the wrongful conviction of 3 young boys.
Sure.
And the McMartin trial. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, we covered a few. Actually, Megan, you covered that case, right? There was this hysteria about all of these people that were abusing children. That was totally unfounded and not true. And Megan, what was it? That they were flying people in to sexually abuse these children in a basement or something?
In tunnels. They were underground
tunnels, and they had like sacrificial altars, and
Well,
I mean, it got really
that one particularly. I don't know if anybody read. If you look up in the New York Times, if you Google New York Times, Kyle Zerpolo, Kyle was one of the children at the McMartin preschool, and he was one of the kids that was a colleague with another child whose mother was diagnosed with schizophrenia, and she started the whole thing, made these reports. It got out of hand, but Kyle was going to be their main witness because he was telling about the satanic rituals and the black robes and the black candles. And then one of his parents or somebody said, you do have to tell the truth. And he went back to the authorities to say, I lied. I saw that on a movie of the week. And it's proven there was an ABC movie of the week about a satanic ritual, and he had made it all up. And so what did they do? They took him off the witness list.
Yeah, they took a lot of them off the witness list, if you recall, because their stories, unfortunately, were falling apart. And of course, that's not the fault of children.
Right.
Okay.
There was a panic that was created. There was a panic. There's pressure. It was awful.
They were planting memories. I feel like there was a lot of.
The interview techniques were terrible. I mean, there are things that are used in classrooms today for people that do, abuse interviews. Like don't do any of the things that were done in this process.
Right.
But it's so interesting that example is way before we had the media that we have now.
Yeah.
Right. Like, and how it perpetuated even with just, Geraldo and like all the TV talk shows. And
Sally, Jesse Raphael, Phil Donahue. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Oh, remember that era?
Oh God. The shoulder pads.
But I think I was kind of like a junkie for some of those shows. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm pretty sure I watched some of them.
I was living in Chicago at the time, and I didn't have a regular schedule where I could, watch the afternoon TV shows because I was either working or, commuting or something. And this was before Oprah hit it really big, and she was still more of a local Midwest show.
Right.
And she interviewed Ray Bucky after everything was settled, after the grandmom had died of a heart attack during the trial, and she's interviewing him. And I remember not really knowing about the story because I hadn't been paying attention. But my first thought was, because he was just so hapless, he was like, I don't know how this happened to me.
Yeah.
And he seemed so authentic. And she did such a good interview. I came away from it really chilled. Like, how did this happen to this family? Everything was taken from them.
Everything.
And those kids were traumatized. Like those kids they were traumatized by the bad interview, like Amy was talking about with the implanted memories. And to this day, many of them still think that they were taken in rocket ships.
Yeah.
You
I
know.
saw that recently. I don't know, it was something maybe a little bit older, but I saw one of the former children give an interview, and she says it happened. And I was like, oh, I believe she believes it happened. I don't know.
Sure.
Yeah.
And look, we don't know. I'm sure, like, if you think about it statistically, some of these children were probably abused by someone in their life, or you know what I mean. It's possible if you think about the vast number of people that were involved. I have to believe that a few of them experienced some form of
Well, just
abuse.
the odds, yeah.
It's
Right.
the odds, yeah.
Exactly, but I don't think it was at the hands of those teachers. And there was also the one of the things in our field that was a huge scare too was the super predator scare of the 90s, where a couple of criminologists predicted based on this cohort of career criminal offenders, and it was just one cohort, and they kind of predicted it exponentially that it was going to double, and they didn't account for the factors that were going to drop crime, and so they talked about the juvenile that was going to be the super predator, and all these states were designing much tougher laws for juveniles, and it caught on like wildfire again,
Yeah.
and it was the repercussions were terrible.
I mean, there's still people currently incarcerated that are products of the super predator literature that were sentenced to life without parole as juveniles using that study. And it's unbelievable.
And that's this is 30 years past now, right?
Yeah, at least.
Wow.
And then it also reminds me, Megan, you teach about the Martinson Nothing Works studies as well. That study that pretty much made the pendulum swing back from rehabilitation, to punishment, because a research paper said like nothing works. People are not able to be rehabilitated, and then people ran with those findings.
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
something you're not supposed to do, especially when it's on one of either end of the extreme, right? It's nothing is a catch-all for everything. We talk a lot, obviously, about like the intense interest in true crime, and again, like we all know that this has been happening forever since humans existed to consume true crime and whatever was available to them, public executions to now, TikTok, what have you. But what would you say? I know you guys mentioned earlier, like the court TV kind of being a really pivotal moment. What are we seeing now as far as the way people consume true crime? And well, maybe I'll ask a follow-up question to that, just in terms of like our attention spans. But what is sort of the trend, which kind of goes with this question of like how people are consuming it, and what does that kind of mean in terms of like what are the public's takeaways?
Megan, you could start on that one if you'd like.
I mean, people are consuming it, obviously in like various different formats. I was just at CBS and I heard them talking about a true crime show behind the counter, and I was like, I like inched my way in. They're talking about
Right.
Evil Lives Here. No, I watched that other one on ID. Oh no, I was watching this one, See No Evil, and I'm like, it's so saturated. So on like ID, there's whole networks devoted, obviously, to just true crime. There doesn't seem to be any slowdown in the interest in it. And then there's podcasting, which is huge. I mean, since podcasting in the last 10 years, the new way to consume true crime, it's very saturated as well, as we know. I think that people are consuming so much, though the demand is like strong, that they're creating shows. I'm trying to think like how to say this. Like I got contacted to do a show about people who are committing crimes and caught on surveillance, and I was like, okay, yeah, I'd love to.
Very specific, right?
but I was happy to talk about that until she told me, oh, there's a catch, and I was like, well, what's the catch? They're naked when they commit the crime. And I'm like, no. She goes, no, it's going to be done tastefully. I go, no, that's not. There's nothing tasteful to be done about this. So
There was a different one you got approached about that was even worse than that.
You know what? I don't remember. I think the point is like everyone's angling for something new, and as you had pointed out, Scott, they're all covering a lot of the same crimes too. Like, how do we get this to be different or unique or the most extreme? But I mean, it's I guess I don't. Every outlet has become really true crime. I don't see a slowdown in true crime in any form of media, mass media, old media, new media. Like it's so much so that like my students actually do know a lot of the crimes that are older, but not from the media that we consume, from TikTok.
Yeah.
So it's evolving, but on every platform, true crime is still just like extremely popular.
And of course, there's the negatives and the positives, right? There we see the exploitation and all of the awful things, but we can't ignore how much good has been done with this boom in true crime.
Agreed.
Media content.
I completely agree.
Yeah.
I mean, what's fascinating too, along that sort of trajectory that was predicted within entertainment. I remember 6 years ago, kind of like right before COVID, there were several articles about the death of true crime media and the death of the true crime podcast, because the true crime podcast had been driving the market for so long, and it hasn't gone anywhere.
No.
It has not.
No.
Well, and like YouTube channels are the new court TV, like because you're just, I watch, a certain YouTube channel to watch the Karen retrial every day. And,
every day.
You get a little commentary. If I miss it, I can watch it listen to it at 2 times speed on my way home. It's and then like, Scott and I looked at a lot of documentaries for a couple of years, and just the documentaries that are being made way too soon, where you're like, this hardly wrapped up, if at all.
And it affects the investigation.
Yes.
A lot of times it's doing more harm than good. You have people that are getting these, you have these citizen sleuths that are, actually defaming people, going with their own theories. And I think it's muddying the investigation. Sometimes does it work in the correct way? Sure it does. But I totally agree that sometimes they jump the gun and they have these documentaries before enough for there even to be any sort of objective understanding of what happened.
Well, and don't like get me started on the like Lifetime movies based on it that come out. Like I don't even how they lightning fast create something. I'm just like, too soon, too soon.
I know, it's crazy.
You know,
Always
one of
too
the
soon.
now that you guys got me thinking, it's like priming the carburetor. I'm thinking about another huge crime case from my youth was Joey Buttafuoco.
Oh, Buttafuoco. Megan, we love him.
And
You
remember,
know.
so Buttafuoco, and then who was Amy?
Amy Fisher.
Was it Amy something?
Amy
Amy
Fisher.
Fisher,
Amy
yeah.
Fisher.
New
So
Jersey, right?
Saturday Night
Long
Live
Island.
did a whole skit
Yes,
on that
uh-huh.
about that very thing that you're talking about, Amy. That where it moves so quickly. So they had the crime, and then they had the TV movie of the week, and then
Three.
they had
Three
three
TV
of them,
movies.
and then the end, kind of the capstone was. Tori Spelling says, "I'm going to tell my version of this story,"
Oh,
and then it's like
God.
the actress that did the Tori Spelling
Yeah,
impersonation. But it was like
So-
that was a great example. That was in the news cycle all the time.
Scott, I was going to bring that one up because Joey Buttafuoco lived in my town, and I
Uh-huh.
knew his son, and my friends babysat for him. I was like, that's not right. And so this was like crazy that it happened all around us. So I was going to bring that one up as well because this was like really huge in my
Well,
town.
that one was so interesting because it was so sensational.
And we covered that one on the podcast.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
You did a great
Yeah,
job.
and Shannon in the she goes Long Island Lolita. Yeah, that was
Yes.
that was her nickname.
So
was Long
Alyssa
Island
Milano was one.
Yep.
Drew Barrymore, I
Yeah.
think, played, and then oh my god, it was crazy. It was
They had like the trifecta of all the young
Yeah.
actresses at the time.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting to even look at like what counts as a journalist, what counts as media anymore. Because and I'll give you a couple of examples. So the police department I work for, I was pretty good friends. One of the commanding officers in charge of our media relations was a mentor of mine for a while, and she would talk about like social media people, submitting for media passes and things like that. And literally they're just like live streaming an event, right? But in some sense, you're like, well, how is that different than just a news camera being set up and live streaming? The other thing that I just like learned about this week. I was talking to one of our traffic officers, like the motor officers. I'm responsible for one of those divisions as their psychologist. And he was talking about they had a DUI checkpoint that night. He goes, we have them every Thursday night. And he goes, Shiloh, there is a crowd across the street every Thursday night just live streaming and filming the DUI checkpoint. And he goes, which is fine. Like, we're used to cameras in our faces now, whatever. He goes, but I pull some young lady out of the car to give her field sobriety test, and they are now like arm's length live streaming her on TikTok. And I'm just thinking about the privacy of the citizen that is going through this, which it's public, right? It's public out in the public. So there's no like privacy really that they're owed in a sense. But it was interesting because we were talking about like, yeah, what can the police do to kind of protect that a little bit? Because that's bullshit. I mean, I'm sorry. It
also impacts the police officer's job. It impacts the safety of everyone involved.
Yeah, but in a good way, right? Because it works both ways, right? Because you have more transparency, which leads to more accountability. But then, like you said, there's a breach of privacy. So you have all these things kind of like at odds with each other.
Yes. And he was saying like, when they go to blow in the breathalyzer machine, and if they're giving them the ticket or whatever before the arrest, they'll go into.
You say, imagine being an Anglo and called Hancock. Shut up, Max. What the fuck? Oh my god.
This little trailer, but the door remains open. And he said the crowd of people will come over and start filming. And I'm just like, this has got to stop. Like, I was so hot afterwards. I was like, I can't with this. These
I'm
poor
actually
people.
surprised that there hasn't been some sort of policy passed
I know.
on that. There will be, I would imagine.
I said it's going to come to some lawsuit for sure.
I want to take that back to Amy's point then, because you brought up a really great angle about the concept of defamation in these situations. And can you talk a little bit more about that? When you were talking about sort of the citizen detectives or the YouTubers that go off the deep end.
Yeah.
Tell us more about that, and do define defamation for us, because I always there's defamation and what's the other one, slander. And I always mix the two up.
I mean, I can't say that I'm an expert in that area, so I don't know. But I can tell you that you can't just go, and even as podcasters, we have to, people are innocent until proven guilty, and you can't just get on a mic and start saying this person did this. And I mean, you can, but you could face a civil lawsuit because you're, I don't know what the exact term is, Megan, you do, but I'm saying, Megan, you might, but you can't just. I don't want to say you can't you pretty much can't talk shit on people. You can't.
One of those has to do with about their income, right? If you say something that affects their standing and like that's when there's libel. Yeah, Shannon has another. There's libel, slander, defamation.
And you have to be able to prove that one affected. So it becomes a little difficult with.
So if you have a false statement, essentially, that injures someone's reputation, their income, their standing, it splits down whether or not it's slander or libel. One is written and the other one is spoken. So libel is written. And slander is spoken, and they both come under, as I understand it, they both come under the umbrella of defamation. It's just what is in word, like a newspaper printing something false, versus me as a podcaster going out and saying something totally false. And I usually get them reversed too. I used to get them reversed too. So I was like, I think this is the way. But
there was a really great comment.
Prove, though, is that true? Would you agree, Megan? It's not totally that. It's not that easy for someone to prove.
It depends, because there's also there's all these exceptions, because there's opinion also. So opinion about someone doesn't necessarily count. It's like something that is knowingly false that you print, and it has to, the intent has to be kind of malicious as well. So
it's very hard to prove.
So yes, you're right. It's just hard to prove, but yeah, it's complicated. I would think it's complicated. Yeah.
There's one example.
I try to be careful for sure.
You were giving the example of like the TikTokers with the open, the back of the van. And I have to also comment, like, and maybe, God forbid any of us are ever at the receiving end of that sort of being recorded at one of your worst moments.
Right.
When you've made a bad decision because we've all made bad decisions, you know, that like, but now it lives on the internet and it gets promoted on the internet. But I think also sort of there's one influencer that popped up on my feed today, and he's a young man with a big bushy mustache and kind of a severe look, and it was his whole theme is like, you know, dark secrets of actors out there, and what he chose to talk about was David Harbour, who is plays the sheriff on Stranger Things.
Oh yeah, of
He's
course.
and he's in one of the Marvel movies. Really gifted actor, and he's been very open for years about being bipolar and how he has to manage his illness, and he uses medication, and he's in
Yeah.
treatment, and yet the whole way this was framed was as if this is like this horrific, like he's Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, you know, that he has to carry this burden. And
Oh, God.
again, I wonder where that's going to go. I mean, I wonder where all of this sort of escalation of private information is going to go, and if people can successfully take action. That he's been open. Harbour has been open about his diagnosis, so that's a different thing. But yeah, I wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of any of this.
I mean, the good news about that is at least people are so much more aware now about mental illness, and the stigma is so much
Right.
less. And I think the tides in that one would turn against the
Mm-hmm.
guy who tried
would
to
agree.
vilify or make
Yeah.
this something that it was, you know, wrong, or you know, I would think it would go against him. I think that was a mistake, and I think
Yeah.
it's stupid.
I would hope so. Well, speaking of social media and all these platforms, you guys highlighted a case on your show, the murder of Anna Abulaban. Did I hope
Abulabam, yeah.
Abulabam. Can you give
Or
us an
Abulabam.
overview on that case and, you know, the prominent role of social media in that?
Yeah, so this was a couple, Ali and Anna Abulaban, who had met and uh, you know, they met and they started dating, and things kind of quickly happened between the two of them. He was working on an army base, and she was living somewhere around. I know where they moved, but I'm trying to think where they actually met. Oh my goodness, it's like escaping me at this moment, so I apologize. And if someone pops it up, I'll see it. But regardless, they met. It was, you know, kind of immediate. They start dating. Early on in their relationship, there was an incident of, I would say, violence reported that Ali had put hands on her or on a friend of hers. And this is like 2 months into their dating. What happened was that, I mean, they wound up she got pregnant, and, he wanted to be with her, they wanted to be together, they wanted to start a family, but she was really at first kind of dependent on him and his family. You know, they moved to where his family lived, she was totally isolated. He definitely had there were red flags early on, of yeah, of I would say abusive tendencies, controlling tendencies for sure. But then what happens with him is he's like this, you know, wannabe kind of comedian who has all these personas. So like, um, he starts posting on TikTok,
Mm.
and he becomes known for this persona Jin Kid. And he does like a Scarface impression and some other like video game impressions, and his popularity like skyrockets, and he has like over 2 million viewers. But as his popularity is soaring, so is his ego, and so is his anger. Also, his drug addiction really escalated, ramped up to the point where he started doing cocaine on live streams.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, it really, I mean, it escalated, and he's filming or he's showing every part of their lives. And at first it was like this beautiful glorified version, like I love my life. Anna seemed like this just a lovely, beautiful person. She did not really want to be front and center in his videos. She was more like a behind the scenes. But then it got dark where he started showing their fights, and the way I can't believe it. What he streamed to me was the way he abused her in every way, psychologically, um emotionally. You know, you didn't quite see the physical abuse, but you could tell it was there, and you could see signs of it for sure. And he was just, I mean, he was terrorizing her in many ways. And she eventually decided to get out of this relationship. And of course, that's like the most dangerous time for people who are in abusive
Sure.
relationships. And within a couple of weeks, he had murdered her and her new partner or her new love interest at the time. But I mean, it really escalated on TikTok in so many ways. He had really, really bad signs of like who he was. I certainly would not attempt to diagnose him, but I mean, like if anything came to mind, it was like malignant narcissist. Like he just had all these terrible qualities that kind of, he was manipulative. He was harmful. He was paranoid. He was, he just had a lot of these characteristics, and they started playing out. And like at first on TikTok, it was disguised and like this pretty package that he put together. But then what happens is he starts like airing his personal grievances against her. And I feel like some of his loyal followers were kind of like, what do you even say, fanning the flames or stoking the fire? Like,
I bet.
they're like,
Well, I can imagine what kind of followers he had too. Was like kind of being this egotistical male.
Right. It was like, yeah, bro, she shouldn't treat you like that. Yeah. And all of a
Yeah.
sudden, he was very addicted. His ego, he had,
Sure.
extreme ego. So,
And just throw some cocaine in the mix. Why not?
I don't think that, like, I would never say that TikTok was responsible for the murder. I certainly don't believe that. But, like, especially when I teach about serial killers, we talk about the facilitators that facilitated the crime. And had it not been for that, maybe it would have been postponed, or maybe things would have happened differently, or, you just don't know. And I think for him, TikTok and cocaine were facilitators of the escalated abuse and probably the ultimate crime that happened. And it was awful. It was an awful case.
We talk about in our presentations we'll talk about dark tetrad and the combinations that go like, well, what are the underlying, there's biological factors, it's nature and nurture, there's some wiring there, and then what is the match that sets it all aflame, right? And I think that what you're hitting on is like that idea of facilitation. All of us, I mean, there's a psychoanalytic theory that says that all of us carry some version of a personality disorder at our core. And when we're at our worst, when we are really at our worst, out of control, we will react in a way that fits one of the personality disorders. And what I see in a lot of social media, because it's so quick and they have to generate so much content, the TikTokers and the other creators, that I really do think that it stokes the fires of narcissism. Like, I don't think that they're all diagnosable narcissists, but they certainly get into a milieu where they are encouraged to continue acting in these ways that violate other people's privacy. But that is a horrible case. And I agree with you. I think like the disinhibition that comes with any kind of amphetamine or stimulant use is certainly, he's high as a kite and then reading all this support from his followers, like, yeah, that bitch, she should take this, blah, blah, blah,
And there was some of that. I mean, I was surprised and disappointed when I looked at that case to see that people, I read some of the things that he was posting, and I thought surely people would immediately say, not bro, you're right, but bro, you're way over the line. You're
or called authorities, maybe.
Right.
Reported something.
Yeah, no, for real. I mean, people in Ruby Frankie's case, what did they do? They formed an online petition for people to intervene and get those kids out. But in this case, nobody thought like, hey, we should probably try to help this woman who's clearly crying out for help.
Megan, that's a great example of how, these platforms can help, because had it not been for that petition, who knows what would have happened to her.
Yeah.
I agree.
That was that kid, that her son was so close to dying from malnutrition. Yeah.
Amy is our silver lining today. She's like,
not usually.
That though. You're not usually.
Well, I mean, actually. Yeah, and that's a great point too about like we can look at both sides. That the armchair detectives can muddy the water, and yet, like Amy has pointed out, there are other times where one person thinking outside the box can say, hey, I'm just throwing this out here. And then it sets to fire, a whole new angle of an investigation. Unfortunately, there's just a lot of people out there that aren't that smart, that think that they're, creatively thinking outside the box.
But it's also like social media can, I mean, with Gabby Petito, we talked about like the people who were following and posting and they found her. I mean, they helped locate Gabby, you know, so like, yes, it's very, yeah, I do teach that too in my class, just, you know, that is a double-edged sword. There is extreme utility. And I think even law enforcement now sees the benefit of having some of this information. However, some of it can just be also like, you know, you see the dark side and the mean side and the cruel side. And I don't like that side, but I mean, this is, I guess, life, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very true. I'm curious, just like as a final question here, any thoughts about where AI will kind of take us in terms of media and crime?
Well, I can go ahead.
No, Megan, you go.
I think that anytime you see the expansion of technology, you're going to see the innovation of new crime. So, and that is what we saw with the internet and the level or the expansion of crimes you see. So, what I think AI is great. It's again, it's useful. We love it for certain things. It can be very utilitarian, but I think with the expansion of AI, you're going to see expansion of a whole new genre of crimes, and then the law is going to have to catch up with them, which is
always.
I was
It's
gonna say,
already so far behind.
Yeah, as the silver liner person here, yes, but hopefully law enforcement can also use it to their advantage. So maybe it'll somehow all even out in some way.
That's true.
I got so concerned about it. I reached out to all of
Cyber
my
warfare.
cousins that are, I mean, there's nobody that's not computer savvy, but when the voice cloning phenomenon started, I reached out and was like, I will never ask you for money. I will never call you and ask you for money. I will never email and you ask you for money. So if that happens, don't believe it. And what I was really glad to hear was that some people knew about it and understood, oh yeah, that's not gonna happen to me. And others that didn't know were like, wait, what are you talking about? Help me understand this. So I was able to send them links and saying, it's not just me. If you get a desperate call from your grandchild,
Yeah.
don't
Oh my
necessarily
gosh.
believe it.
We covered a case like that, Megan, remember? Someone like a mother, her daughter called and said she was kidnapped and being held for ransom. It's absolute like I'd rather err on the side of caution. I'll send you my money if I'm not gonna stop and be like, oh no, is this my kid's voice?
Amy, don't say that because people watching now know that you will give them money.
Yeah, I know.
Great.
It just doesn't happen that way. We all know it doesn't happen.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
There's a great independent movie out, and I think it's called June. It's all about an elderly woman who gets scammed, and she decides, I'm going to go get my money back. And it's a wonderful, wonderful movie.
Ooh. An elderly vigilante.
Oh, I love it. That's cool.
I'm totally in for it.
What anything new coming up on the shows, or you guys got anything new in your pockets?
I mean, we've always got new stuff in our pockets. We
No,
started,
don't we all?
Like Reconsidered is kind of new, right?
Yeah.
Okay, tell us about that. Tell us about those
Okay.
cases.
So we're going through because now that we have over 250 episodes or about 250, we're now going to our back catalog, looking at episodes from 5 years ago and doing updates on the cases,
which has been so much more
it's been
fun.
so much, and to listen to yourself from 5 years ago, you're just like, it's so cringe, but it's so much fun. It's fun. And it's nice to see that some cases have, some cases have come so far. And there's been movement in the right direction. And then other cases like Lavina Johnson, which I'll never understand, is still just sitting stagnant. And it's mind blowing. So it's really eye opening. So that's been kind of fun.
Yeah, I love doing Reconsidered. I have to say that's been really cool for us. So yeah.
Yeah, that's been cool to listen to for sure. I've been popping in some of those, and Scott and
thanks, Shiloh.
Yeah, of course.
You're very
I think it's important though with whatever it is that you do, what information you're putting out there, right? Because like if Scott and I find like there is a not media, update or clinical research that has now come to light that we're, what do we call ours? Revisited, like Stockholm Syndrome Revisited or whatever.
Yeah.
And sometimes we record an episode and then we find all this other stuff. We're like, oh shit, like this info cannot just be on page 8. We need to get this back up front again. And I think it's kind of part of our duty when we're talking about some of these things. Very, very cool. So let everyone know where they can find you guys.
Oh, well, you can
not your
find-
homes because
Yeah.
Amy or not Amy's
Amy's
phone
like-
number for
Amy's like, I'm
scams.
gonna give you my phone number. Obviously, you can find Women in Crime podcast on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. You can visit us at womenandcrimepodcast.com, and we're also on YouTube now. So that's been fun. Doing videos is actually kind of fun and new for us. Thank
I think you guys were a little reluctant at first, right?
We were definitely
having cameras in your faces.
Well, I don't like to brush my hair, and clearly I didn't brush my hair tonight for you because you're old friends, and you can't see how many people are watching, so it makes me think it's just the 4 of us.
That's right. Just us, you guys.
Well, we've enjoyed it. I mean, we've been doing these since what was our other we were on some other platform, Get Vocal or something that was really
during the pandemic.
kind of
Yeah.
hard to manage and stuff. StreamYard is really easy to do, but this is also, I feel like we have such great conversations with our guests. I mean, we always have wonderful people like you guys, and it's like a different take on what's being done. We're not revisiting the same story. Like how many crime shows have now been called Murder in the Moonlight? I think there's 3 different stories. So to be able to have you guys on in this platform, and I think people even comment like I like seeing how you interact with your guests. So
that's so
maybe
nice.
this is the new thing.
You guys are
welcome.
great hosts. That's why.
Yeah, you're really. I mean, you're so personable, and you have beautiful skin. I mean, you should be on video. Why would that skin go to waste?
It's all lighting. It's all lighting magic.
I mean,
Whatever it is, you
it's
look
true,
better.
Amy. Their video is looking good,
right? Like, why would you not be on video when you?
You also you got to get one of the little circle lamps. I'm telling you,
Oh, if you saw the lighting,
you saw the lighting I have over here. It's just I need a filter.
Circle lamp, Scott. It's called a ring light.
Ring lamp.
Ring light.
So
I
old.
love that he said a circle lamp. I love it.
I know.
That was so
Thank you
cute.
guys
Thank
so
you.
much.
This was
It's been
really
too
fun.
long.
Thank
Come
you.
to the East Coast. Let's see you.
We got to do a
We-
conference together.
I know that would be great.
We're gonna be on Long Island for a wedding in October.
Oh, get out!
so-
Are you really?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, cool. All right.
So
Well, you'll
we'll
have
see.
to let us know.
We'll
then.
let you guys
we'll
know.
probably be
Yeah,
able to make that
That
work.
would be great.
Oh, and Shiloh,
Okay.
if you want to talk Karen Reed at all, like I'm also watching every second of trial and playing
Okay.
it on my commute as well. Same thing, listening.
Yeah.
so, yeah.
Or like if you guys have another live stream and if I can ever
Oh yeah,
join,
I didn't know you were
let
so
me
into
know.
it, but yeah, we could totally
Yeah.
do that.
She's
Yeah,
so
I-
into it. She is so into it.
First time around, I watched every single day. I'm not a trial watcher either. Like that's not
No,
like
I
my
am.
thing. It's
Imagine.
just fascinating. So let me know. I'm happy to
Okay.
pop in and
All right.
chat
Cool.
about it. I'm gonna end the live stream. You
Great.
guys don't go anywhere yet. But
Okay.
bye
Okay.
guys. Good
Well, thank you,
night.
Matt.
We will see you
Thank
next
you.
time on
Thank
LA
you.
Not so.
Confidential. Take care, guys. Good night.
Bye, folks. Don't leave though. We got to upload.
All right, you guys. I think that's it. Oh shit, hold on. I'm doing my modding things. Oh shit. All right. So that was fun. Is this from today?
5 entered on FLSD docket the 2nd of May 2025, page 3 of 24. PAGE introduction. This case is about defendant Stephen K. Bonnell. II's Bonnell, or Destiny, non-consensual sharing of a explicit video, one of plaintiff Jane Doe, plaintiff, or PXC, who in the defendant's own words was young and kind of new at the time the video was taken. DKT, 42-4. The defendant has expressly admitted that he later shared the video to a third party with the screen name Rose, id. E, without plaintiff's consent, DKT, 21 pp. 8-9, and E, that he obviously, severely, at the very least psychologically, damaged plaintiff ID. Page 9. These are the relevant facts that support plaintiff's motion for a preliminary injunction, motion DKT. 21. Despite being unable to dispute these admitted facts, defendant filed an opposition to the motion DKT. 42. Opposition that is replete with completely irrelevant, deliberately inflammatory allegations that are solely intended to further harass and humiliate plaintiff. Defendant also relies on false and misleading statements in his attempts to undermine the clear grounds which support the requested injunctive relief. The opposition audaciously strives to portray the defendant as the victim of revenge, despite the fact that defendant admits he has no idea who published the video or the other. Videos from his seemingly vast library of intimate images DKT. 42-1, paragraph mark 12, and E. Defendant is the sole person responsible for the non-consensual sharing of his trove of intimate images. He is by no means the victim, but rather the perpetrator, and should face the consequences for his shameful and unlawful conduct. To convince this court that there is no likelihood of success on the merits because it lacks subject matter jurisdiction. Defendant provides a statement under oath that he has not shared the video.
Okay, I'm not reading this. I'll go and watch JSTLK watching it. If you guys want, JSTLK should be live on Kick right now. Oh wait, Rezzy's live. Hold on. Sorry, I'm retarded, or it's slow, or you know what I'm saying. I gotta stop saying that word. It's a fucking bad habit. Whoops. But I love you guys. Let me get you to Resi stream.
It's happening right now. If you don't.
But other than that, say, Abby, Braid. But I am done for the day. I love you guys.
We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We're nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow.